Hello and welcome back to another exciting tutorial of GreatStack. I am sure you have used online AI website builders like Lovable, Replit or Base44. But what if I told you that you can create your own AI powered website builder just like these and deploy it online? Yes, you heard it right. In today's video, we will be building and deploying a full stack AI website builder using PERN stack. In this project, user will be able to enter a prompt and generate a complete website using AI. We have also integrated a credit system allowing users to purchase additional credit to create more projects, while the admin receives the payment directly through Stripe. And the best part is we are using a free AI model to power the entire application. So let's take a look at the project demo. So this is the home page of our AI website builder, and here we have the input field where we can enter a prompt. But right now we are not logged in. If I enter anything, click on this button, it will ask you to create an account. So let me log in here. I'll click on this get started, and here we have the sign in form. And if you don't have account, you can click here, sign up. And here, let me create an account. So I'll enter the details like name. Now we'll enter any dummy email ID. So I'll enter this email ID and then we will add the password. So here we have added name, email ID and password to create an account. So click on this button. Now we have created an account. And after that, you can see we will receive 20 credits. And for creating a website, it will consume 5 credits. So let's create a website after adding a prompt. So here I have added the prompt, create a digital agency website, and I'll click on this button, create with AI. So it will open this project builder page. In this page, in the left side, you will find the prompt that you have entered. And after that, it is generating the enhanced prompt. You can see the loading animation, and after that, you can see this is the enhanced prompt. And using this enhanced prompt, it will generate our website. You can see now generating your website. And in the right side, we have this loading animation. Until it generates the website, we can explore the other pages also. So I'll open the home page again. So you can see the credits has been reduced. Here we have 15 credit. And after that, let me open my projects. In this my projects, you can see we have only one project. And right now we don't have the preview because the website is not generated yet. It is under process. Then we have this community page. In this community page, you will find all the projects created by others and if it is public. So you have the option to keep your project private or public. And if you make your project public, it will be added in this community and anyone can see this project. So let's open this one. So we can view others' project also like this. So this is the college or university website created using AI. Now just close it. Now I'll explore this pricing page. So here you can see we have multiple price plan where you can purchase the credits. When we will click on this button, it will open the payment gateway page where we can enter the billing details and complete the purchase, and the admin will receive the payment in their Stripe account and we will receive the credits to create more project. And after that, I'll just click here on this icon and here we have the settings. So in this one, you can update your profile name, email, you can change the password also, and you can also delete your account. And here we have the logout option or sign out option. After that, let's come here in my projects. So here you can open the project. So it will again open the project builder page. It is still generating the website because it takes time to generate the project. We are using the free AI model, right? If we use any paid AI model, it will generate the websites in few seconds. I will pause this video and start again once the website will be generated. Now you can see the website has been generated. Here you can see we have this beautiful website generated using AI. If I scroll down, you can see this is the complete website. It looks nice. We can click on this button, preview, to open this website in full screen. Like this. and we can also update this website. If I just come back here in this project builder, here we have this download button, so we can download this source code. I'll just click here, so it will download the project in index.html file, and we can open this index.html file in web browser like this. So you can open this website locally after downloading this source code. After that, here we have publish button. If I click here, this project will be shared in the community so that anyone can see this website. After that, here we have this option to update the content manually. If I click on this text, you can see we can update this text. We can change the classes, and after updating anything, we can click on this save button, so it will update the changes in database also. So we can update the elements manually, or we can also update our website by adding a new prompt. So in this input field, we can again enter the prompt and ask for the changes. And we have the option to change the version also. Right now, this project is just created, and here we have this version button, right? So we can click here to open this version, and if we make any changes, here we'll get another button so that we can roll back to different version. And after that, I'll just come here in this home page and community, and here you can see our website is published in the community also, right? And from this community page, anyone can see your website live like this. To store users and project data, we have used Neon. Neon is a serverless PostgreSQL database that helps developers build reliable and scalable app quickly. You can see your project data in this Neon dashboard. After building this AI-powered website builder project, we will deploy it online using Hostinger. So, if you are also excited to build your own AI website builder, just write down "I am going to build AI website builder" in the comment box. I will recommend you to build this project and add the project live link in your resume, or you can also use it as your college project. Now, let's get started. Let's start with the first chapter, that is React project setup. In this chapter, we will create the basic React application, then we will set up the Tailwind CSS, React router DOM, and we will also define the data types because we are using the TypeScript in this project. So here, let's create a project folder, and I'll add the folder name website builder or site builder. Now we will open this folder with VS Code editor. Now we have to create a React project, so we will open the terminal. So let's open this new terminal, and in this terminal you can see we are in this site builder directory, right? So here let's add npm create vite at latest. Press enter. So it will create the React application. Now it is saying that you need to install the following package. Just press enter, and after that it is asking for the project name. So we will create the full stack project where we will create the separate client and server folder. So let's create the project with the name client, where we will create our front end. So we have added the project name client, and after that here we will choose the framework. So let's choose React. And after that here we have to choose the variant. So let's choose the TypeScript in this variant. After that let's press enter. Then again press enter. It is saying install with npm and start now. So it is installing the dependencies. So the dependencies has been installed, and you can see the project is running. Now let's open this localhost URL. So I'll click on this follow link. So now you can see our basic Vite plus React project is successfully running in the web browser. Now we will clear this default project. For that, I'll just come back to the VS Code, and let's open the client folder. In the left side you will find this client folder, and here you will find this index.html HTML file in this src, right? And here you can see we have this title. So first I will update this title. All right, AI site builder GreatStack, right? After that you will find this app.tsx file. So we will clear this file. Here we will clear everything and use RAFCE. It will create the component structure. After that we will clear the CSS. So here you can see we have the app.css. So let's delete this file. And after that you will find this index.css. So we will clear this file also. So just clear it, save the changes. And after that you can see in this index.html we have this icon. You can see link rel icon, and here we have the file name wheat.svg. So this icon is displayed in the browser title. You can see the title has been updated, AI site builder GreatStack, and you can see this wheat icon. So let's replace this icon, that is the favicon icon. For that we have to add the assets in the project. So you will find this assets download link in the video description. You can see we have the assets folder, right? Let's open this one, and in this one we have some files and icons. So just copy everything from here and paste it in our project. So just open the project folder, client and src, and here you will find the assets. Just open it and paste everything in this one, right? Now we can delete this react.svg, and after that here we have the favicon.svg. So just copy or remove this favicon.svg from this one and paste it in our public folder. So in this public folder we will paste this favicon.svg file, and we can delete this wheat.svg. After that just come here. You can see we have this wheat.svg. So instead of this one we will add favicon.svg. Save the changes and open the web page. You can see the site icon or favicon icon has been updated in this browser tab, right? And after that we have to add the Google font in the project. For that we will search for Google fonts. Let's open this fonts.google.com, and here we have to search for outfit. So let's come here. We will remove the previous Google font from this cart and we'll search for outfit font. After that click on this button get font, then click on this button get embed code, and here you will find this import button. Let's click here and copy this import statement. Let's just copy this and open our VS Code. In this one we will open the index.css file and paste it here like this. After that we have to apply this font on entire web page. For that we have to use this font family. So just copy this line, come here and let's add star, and here we will provide the font family, that is outfit sans serif, right? And after that in this one we have to add the Tailwind CSS also, right? For that I'll just come back to the web page and we will search for wheat plus Tailwind CSS. Now open this link, and here we have the steps to install the Tailwind CSS in the React project created using wheat package. So you can see this second step. The first step is to creating the React project, and then we have to install the Tailwind CSS using this command. So just copy this, open the VS Code, then come to this terminal. The project is running here, so we'll add Ctrl+C to stop it, and after that you can see we are in the site builder folder. So we have to navigate to the client folder. So just add cd client. Now we are in the client folder, and here we will paste these Command npm install tailwind css at tailwind css/wheat. Press enter. It is installing this package. After that, let's see the next step. So in the next step, you can see we have to import the Tailwind CSS in this wheat config.ts file. So just copy this import statement, and after that we have to call this Tailwind CSS inside this plugins. So let's come back. You can see the dependencies has been installed. Now let's open wheat config.ts file. Here we will add this import statement, import Tailwind CSS, right? And in this plugins we have the React. So add the comma here and provide Tailwind CSS like this. After that, let's see the next step. So we have to add this import statement in the CSS file. So just come back here in the index.css, and here after this Google font import, we will import the Tailwind CSS also like this. And after that you can see the next step. So we can start the project using npm run dev, and we can use the Tailwind classes in any component or any HTML element like this. So we have added the Tailwind CSS in our project, right? Now just come back, and here in this CSS file, let's add the CSS for all the buttons that we will use in this project. So here we'll add layered base, and in this one let's add the button, and for this button we will add apply, and we will apply the cursor pointer like this. After that we have to set the background color of our application. So we will open the index.html file, and here you can see we have the body tag, right? So in this body tag we will add the class, and here let's add background black, that is bg black. Now save the changes and open the web page. So you can see the web page is not reloading because the project is not running. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, open the terminal, and here we'll write npm run dev. So it will start the project again, and then if I refresh it, you can see the entire web page is dark because we have added the background black. After that we'll set up the imports. Let's come here. You can see we have the wheat config.ts file. So in this one we will set up the path for our imports. So after this plugins, here we'll add resolve. In this resolve we will add the object. Now in this one we'll add the alias property, and here we'll add the object. Then we'll add the property name @. So whenever we will use the @, it will represent the path. So here we'll add the path dot resolve, and then we'll add underscore directory name, right? That is dir name. Then we'll add comma, and here we'll add ./src. So whenever we have to import any component, we can simply provide the @, and this @ will consider this src as the root. And here we have to import this path. So let's add import path from path like this. After defining this root path for import, now we will define the types. In this project we will store the data in a state or variables, right? So for that we will define the types because we are using the TypeScript in this project. For that, in this src we have to create a new folder called types. So let's create a new folder called types like this, and in this one we will add one file that we have already provided in the assets. So I'll just come here. You can see we have the assets folder. In this one you will find the index.ts file. It is also available in the project folder because we have already pasted it here. In the src assets you will find the index.ts. So let's cut this file and we will paste it in our src, then types folder. And in this types folder we have added the index.ts file, right? After adding it, I'll just come back here. And now in this types you can see we have the index.ts file where we have added the types for the user data, message, version, project data, right? So we have added the types here. After that we will add the React router in this project, and we will also add the package for using the icons. So let's open the terminal, and in this terminal we will stop the project using Ctrl+C. So in this terminal we will write npm install and the package name React Router DOM. With that we'll also add one more package, that is Lucid React. Press enter. Using this React Router DOM, we can create the routing in our project so that we can navigate to different pages, and using this Lucid React, we can use the icons. It has been installed. Start the project again using npm run dev. So now the project is running. We can hide this terminal and let's set up the router. For that, we will open our main file. So we will open the sidebar src main.tsx, right? And here we will add import curly braces from, and let's add the package name React Router DOM, and from this React Router DOM we will import the browser router. Now we will wrap our application using this browser router tag. So instead of this strict mode, let's add the browser router opening and closing tag like this. Now we can remove this import statement, that is a strict mode. Save the changes. Now after adding it, we can use the routes tag to create different route. For that we have to create multiple pages also, right? So that we can navigate to different pages. So first we'll create the folder structure for our project. So in this src, let's create a new folder called pages, where we'll create all the pages, right? And after that we'll create the new folder and write the folder name components. So in this one we'll add all the components. So first let's create our pages here in this pages folder. So in this one, let's create our first page, that is home, right? So I'll write home.tsx and then write RAFCE, and here let's add the title home. Now we'll create the next page, that is my projects. So create a new page. By mistake we have added this home inside this components, so let's move it in the pages. So in this pages we have home.tsx, right? Now in this pages we'll create a new file and write the file name myprojects.tsx. Then write RAFCE, and here we'll add the text my projects. Now we'll create new page, that is preview page. So create a new page here and write the file name preview.tsx, then RAFCE, and write the title preview. After this preview page, we will create the next page. So create a new file and write the file name pricing.tsx. Then add RAFCE and we'll add the title pricing. Now let's create the new page, that is projects. So we'll add the file name projects.tsx, then create the component structured and write the title projects. After that, we'll create the next page, that is view, where we can view the project. So create a new file view.tsx and write RAFCE. Then we'll add the title here, and after that we'll create the next page, that is community, where we'll add all the projects that is shared in the community. So create a new file with the name community.tsx, then write RAFCE, and then we'll write the title community. So we have created multiple pages. Now we have to create the route so that we can navigate to different pages, right? And it will display different pages when we will open different route. For that, I'll open the app.tsx file, correct? Now in this one, here we have the return, then div. In this div, we will add opening arrow routes tag. Let's click here. So the routes tag has been imported. Now let's add the closing routes like this. Now within this, we will add the route like this, and we will import this route also. So you can see the route is imported in this statement. Now just close this tag, and here we have to add the path. So we will add the first path, that is slash, that will be useful for displaying the home page. So here we'll add the element. In this element, we will add opening arrow and provide the home page. So just click on this suggestion. So the home page has been imported from the pages folder home file. Now just duplicate it. In this second one, we'll add the path. It will be slash pricing, and here we'll add the page, that is pricing. So the pricing page has been imported. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the path, that is projects, and then we'll add slash and then colon project ID, right? So it will display the particular project using this project ID, and here we'll add the pages. So let's add projects page. It has been imported. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the path, that is projects. In this one, we will not add any child route, right? So we have just added projects, and here we'll add my projects. So the my projects has been imported, right? After that, here we'll add the next path, that is preview. So let's just copy this one and paste it here. Then write the path preview, and after this preview we will add colon project ID, and here we will mount the preview page, right? Now duplicate it. Now in this one again we will use the path preview colon project ID, and then we'll add the version. So I'll write slash colon version ID, right? And after that, here also we will mount the preview component or page. After that, we'll add the next route. So I'll just copy this, paste it here. Here we will add the path called community, and in this one we will add the community page. So just add community, import it from the pages folder. Now just duplicate it, and here we'll add the next path, that is view, and then we'll add slash colon and provide the project ID, so we can view the particular project. So here we'll add the view page. It has been mounted. Now let's save the changes and open our web page. So right now we are on the home page, right? And you can see here we have the text called home. Right now the text is not visible because the text color is black and the background color is also black. So we will update the CSS later. For now you can see the text like this, home. Now if I change the path slash pricing, here you can see the text pricing. If I change the path view slash, and let's add the project ID, we will add anything here, and then you can see the text here, that is view. Similarly, if I add the path community, so here we are on the community page. So we have added the React router. So we have completed the first chapter, that is creating the React project and adding Tailwind CSS, React router and the data types. Next we have to create the user interface of all the pages. Now let's start the next chapter, that is creating the user interface. For that, let me see the UI design first. So I'll open the Figma file. You can find this link in the video description. So here you can see we have the UI design for all the pages. First we have the home page, then my projects, then community, then project builder page and pricing page. Let me zoom in the home page. So we have to create the home page like this, where we have to add the navigation bar and this hero section. That's it. For creating this home page, we are going to use pre-built UI, where we will get the ready to use components for React project. So we will open prebuiltui.com. In this one, they have introduced the templates also. If I click on this templates, here you can find the complete template that you can use to create your website. We have the templates available in Next.js, React and HTML format. You can simply click on this button to view this template and get it for free. But I'm going to use the components only. So I'll just click on this components, and here we have the list of categories, right? Here you can see we have the hero section. So I'll just click here. You can also search the component in this search box. Let's click on this hero section. And here we have multiple options to create the hero section. So let me scroll down, and you can see here we have this design that we are going to use in our project. So you can see we have the option view and then code. Just click on this button. So here you will find the code to create this component. So we have this component available in the React and HTML. So we'll copy the code for React, right? Now let me just copy this. Return a statement. Here we have this fragment, right? So let's just copy everything from here. And we will come here in the VS Code. In this one, you can see we have created this file called home.tsx. Let's open it, and in this one we will paste everything within this return statement like this. So here we have the fragment open and closing tag like this. Now in this one you can see we have the navbar also. So we will keep the navbar in the separate component. So for now I'll just delete this navbar from here. Here we have the mobile menu. Let me remove this one also. So now you can see we only have this section, correct? So we can remove this fragment also. So I'll remove this fragment from here. And after closing of this section, here we have this closing fragment. Just remove this one also, right? So we have added this section only. We have removed the fragment. So in this section we have the background image using this SVG, right? So I'm going to remove this background image from here. So let's remove the SVG tag. So in this section, first we have the anchor link. Here we have the text, this one, and after that we have the SVG icon, correct? Then we have the title in H1 tag. So in this title, let me change the text. So let's add turn thoughts into website, or we can write websites instantly with AI. After that, let's update this description also, that is in the p tag. So here, let me update the text. So we have added this text in the p tag. After that, you can see we have the form, and in this form we have the onSubmit handler function. So let's add this function here. I'll just come back here. And in this one, you can see we have this handler function. Let me just copy this and we will paste it here before this return a statement. We have added onSubmit handler, and after that we will copy this input a state. Let's just copy it and paste it here. So we have the state called input and the setter function set input, right? And you can see this input is used in the text area. So in this text area, we have this setter function set input, so that when we type something in the text area, that will get saved in this input state. After that, here we have the onSubmit handler function. So in this one, we have to add event, that is e colon react dot form event, like this. Now here we'll add the loading state also, so that we can display the loading animation in the button. So here we'll add const, then we'll add the loading and the setter function set loading equal to use a state, and after that here we'll add false. So by default the loading will be false. Let me update this one also. Here we can simply use a state and empty string. So here we have loading and set loading, right? Now let's come here in this onSubmit handler and we will add set loading and make it true. So after submitting the form, the loading will become true, right? And here let's add the comment simulate API call, right? And after that, here let's add the set timeout, and in this set timeout we will add the arrow function, then we'll add the time 3000 milliseconds, and here let's use the setter function set loading, and now we will make it false. So whenever we will click on that submit button, it will set the loading true, and then it will submit the query to API, that is the prompt, right? And after that it will set the loading false. So for now we have just added this set timeout to reset the loading after 3 seconds. Now just come here. You can see here we have the button, and in this button we have the text called create with AI. So let's add the curly braces, and here we will use not of loading question mark. So in this case, let's add the text called create with AI, right? And when the loading is true, in this case we'll add colon parenthesis, and here we'll add the fragment, and in this one let's add the text called creating, and then we have to add the loading icon. So here we'll add opening arrow loader to icon and import this icon from Lucid React. Now for this icon we have to add some classes. So we'll add animate a spin so that it will be animated. Then we'll add this size and text color white. That's it. After adding it, let me open our web page. So here you can see on this web page we have this title, a small description and input field. And here we have this button create with AI. If I click here, it is asking to enter any text here. Then click on this button. So you can see creating and this loading animation, and it will be removed after 3 seconds. Correct? Next we had to add the navigation bar. So I'll just come back to the VS Code and we'll create the component for the nav bar. So I'll open this sidebar components, and in this components we'll create navbar.tsx file. Correct. Now here we'll add RAFCE to create this component structure, and in this one here you can see we have this div, so let's convert it into fragment, and after that we will copy the navbar code from here. From this pre-built UI you can see we have the nav tag, right? So let's just copy this nav tag and paste it here like this, and after that you can see here we have the mobile menu, right? So I'll just copy this one also, paste it here after this nav tag. We have added this mobile menu, and after that we have to add the background image also. So here before this closing fragment, let's provide the background image from here. Let's just copy this and paste it here. Save the changes. Now here you can see we have the open menu state and the setter function set open menu. So we have to create this state so that we can hide and display the menu on mobile screen. So I'll just come back here. You can see we have this state here. Let me just copy this and paste it here before this return statement, right? And after that here you can see we have this nav link. In this nav link we have the A tag. In this A tag we have the SVG, that is the logo icon. So let's remove this SVG from here, and here we will add the IMG tag. In this image we have to add the SRC, then we will add the assets and logo. So if I open the assets file, here we have assets.ts. So in this one you can see we have already imported the logo.svg file and exported it in this assets object, right? And in this one we have the other data also, like we have the plans, then we have the dummy projects data. After that we have the dummy conversations, then we have the iframe script. So let me just come here in the navbar, and here in this src we'll add curly braces, assets. Let's import the assets object from this assets folder, assets file. After that from this one we can access the logo like this. So we have added the logo here, and after that in this alt tag we'll add the text called logo, then we'll add the classes here. So in this class name we will add the height, and height for different screen size. Now instead of this anchor link we are going to use the link tag so that we can navigate to different pages. So let's remove this. Here we'll add link and import this link tag from the React router DOM. You can see link tag has been imported. Now in this link tag we'll add the to property, and in this to property simply provide the path slash so that it will open the home page whenever we'll click on the logo. After that you can see we have the div. So in this div again we need the link tag, so remove this A tag. Here we'll add link. We have added the link opening and closing tag. The link text is products, right? And after that you can see we have the href. So remove this href. Here we'll add to property. In this to property let's provide the path slash, and then we will add the link text called home. In this link we have some classes also, so I'll just remove these classes. Let me remove other A tag. So here you can see we have a div, right? And after that we have the link tag. Let me just duplicate it. In this second one we'll add the path, that is slash projects, and then we'll add the menu link text, that is my projects. Then we'll add the path called slash community, and then the menu text will be community, and after that we'll add the path pricing, and the text is pricing. Save the changes. After that, you can see here we have the div that contains two buttons, that is sign in button and get started button. So let me remove one of it. So in this one, I'm going to remove this sign in button. So here we have a div, right? And in this div, we have this button and the button text is get started, right? And in this parent div, we have the hidden MD block and space x3. So let's correct this one also. Here we'll add flex, item center and gap 3. And come to this button. Here we will add padding x 6, then padding y, let's add 1.5. After that we'll add max SM text small like this. Then we'll add the background indigo 600, and after that we have the active scale 95, then hover background indigo 700 transition, and then we'll add the rounded. Let's remove this empty, and the button text is get started. In this button, we'll add the on-click property so that we can navigate to different pages. So here we will use the use navigate hook. So let's add const navigate equal to use navigate, and the use navigate has been imported. Now let's come here in this button, and in this button we'll add the on-click property. In this on-click, let's provide arrow function, and here we'll provide this navigate function, right? And here we have to add the path. So let's add the path /auth /sign in. So when we click on this button, it will open this path. After that, here we have the another button. So let's move this button from here. I'll just cut it and move it here before this closing div and after this button. That's it. And after that, here we have this mobile menu. So in this mobile menu also we have to update the a tag. Instead of a, we will use the link. So let's add the link tag here, link opening and closing tag, and instead of this href we will add to property, and in this to property let's provide /, and the first link text will be home like this. Now just remove other a tag and duplicate this one. In the second one we'll add the text called my projects. In the next one we'll add the text community. In the next one we'll add the text called pricing, and when we click on anyone it will set the open menu false, right? And here we have to add the to property. So in the last one we'll add /pricing, then the third one is /community, and the second one is /projects. That's it. And after that, here we have the another button, right? So using this button we can close the mobile menu. You can see set open menu and make it false, and here we have the icon. Using that we can display the mobile menu, set open menu true, right? After that, here you can see we have this background image. So let it be, save the changes, and now we have to mount our navbar component. So let's open the app.tsx file. Here you can see we have added the routes. So we will mount the navbar before this routes. So here let's add opening arrow navbar, imported from the components folder. So we have mounted the navbar component, save the changes, and come here in the web page. So here you can see we have the navigation bar with this logo, then menu items, right? Then we have the get started button. If I click on pricing, it will open the pricing page. If I click on community, it will open the community page. If I click on projects, so we are in this my projects page. Here also you can see this navigation bar. Now Let's see the UI design. So in this UI design, you can see we have to add this title called My Projects, and in the right side, you can see this button Create New. And after that, we have to display the products card, right? So to create it, I'll just come back to the VS Code. Then we will open the sidebar and open the pages and myprojects.tsx file. Here we have this title in H1, so we can remove this. After that, here we will create the state where we will store the project data, and we will also add the loading state. So here we'll add const loading, and the setter function name is setLoading equal to use state and initialize it using true. By default, the loading will be true. And after that, we'll add the next state variable, that is projects. And the setter function name is setProjects equal to use state. Now in this use state, we have to add the data type. So let's add the angle bracket like this. And in this one, we have to add the project data that we have added here. You can see we have the types folder. In this types folder, we have index.ts file, and here you can see we have this project, and it is exported from this file, right? So I'll just come here in the my projects, and here let's provide project and import it from the types. You can see it has been imported from the types folder. And after that, here we'll add the array like this. And after that, let's add this parenthesis and initialize this value with empty array. So we have added the projects state where we will store the project data, right? And after that, here we will add the function. So let's add the function called fetch projects, and it will be asynchronous arrow function. And in this one, we will add the code that will fetch the product data, right? And after that, here we have to add the use effect. And in this use effect, let's add the arrow function, and then we'll add the dependency array like this. And in this function, we will call the fetch projects function. So whenever the component gets loaded, it will execute this function. Now let's come here in this return. Here we have the div. So let's change it to fragment, and here let's add one div, and here we'll add the classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes. Then we have to add the loading state. So just add curly braces loading question mark. So when the loading is true, so in this case we'll add parenthesis and we will add a div, right? And after that, suppose the loading is false, right? So here we'll add the colon. So in this case, we'll check the project's length. So let's add the projects dot length is greater than 0, right? So when the project's length is greater than 0, then we'll add this parenthesis. Here, let's add one div, correct? And if the project length is 0, so in this case, we have to add the another div, right? So here we'll add this colon, we'll add this parenthesis, and in this one, let me add a div, and here we will add the message, you have no projects yet, like this. So let's start with the first one, right? So in this first div, let's add the classes. So we'll add the class name property, and let's provide these classes. And after that, we have to add the loader icon. So let's add the opening arrow, loader to icon, and import it from the Lucid React. Then we have to add the classes for this icon. So here we will add the class name property and provide these classes. So it will be displayed when the loading is true, right? And after the loading becomes false, it will check for the project's length, right? And if the project's length is greater than 0, then it will display the title and add project button. So in this div, let me add the class name, and here let's add the padding Y, then we'll add the minimum height ATVH. After that, here we'll add title in H1, and let's wrap this title inside another div like this one. So here in this H1 we'll add the text called my projects, and in the right side we'll display the button. So we'll add the button tag, and the button text is create new, and before this text we'll add the icon also. So let's add opening arrow plus icon and import it from the Lucid React, and then we'll set the size for this icon. So I'll write size 18. Now let's add the classes for this div that contains the icon and button. So we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. So it will align the text in the left side and this button in the right side. After this 0, we have to add the question mark so that it will be a ternary operator. Now it is correct. After that, let's add the classes in the title also. So in this H1, we'll add these classes. After that, let's come to this button, right? So in this button, we will add the class name property, and here, let me add these classes. Now in this button, we have to add the on-click property so that it will navigate the users on other page, right? So here, before this return, here we'll add const navigate equal to use navigate. Now just copy this navigate and paste it here. In this button, we'll add the on-click property, create the arrow function, and call this navigate function. And here we have to add the path. So let's add the path, that is slash. For now, we have added path slash. It will open the home page, right? And after that, let's come to this last div that will be displayed when the project length is 0. So in this one, first we have to add some classes like this, and after that we have to add the title. So we'll add the title in H1 with these classes, and the text is you have no projects yet. Then we'll add the button here. So let's add the button, and the button text will be create new. Then we'll add some classes in this button. So we'll add the class name property, and let's provide these classes. Then we have to add the on-click property here also. So same we will add in this button, that is on-click, arrow function, navigate, and home path. That's it. After opening the web page, you can see here we have the loading animation. It is because you can see we have added this loading state true. So by default, the loading state is true. Now we have to hide the loading after few seconds, right? So here, let's add the comment, simulate loading, and here we'll use set timeout, create the arrow function, and then we'll add the time, that is 1 second. And after that, in this one, simply call set loading and make it false. So after 1 second, the loading will be removed. Save the changes and come back here. So you can see if I refresh it, we have the loading, and after that we have this text, you have no projects yet, create new, correct? Because we have not added the data in this project's state. So we will add it using the assets. We have added the dummy data in the assets, right? So before this comment here, let's add set projects setter function, and here we'll add the dummy projects. You can see the dummy projects has been imported from the assets folder assets file. Save the changes, come back here. So now you can see here we have this title my projects, and in the right side we have this create new, right? After that we have to display the cards like this. For that, I'll just come back to the VS Code and let's come here. We have added the title and button in this div, right? So just after closing of this div, here we'll add another div that contains all the card, right? So let's add the class name here and provide flex wrap, and we'll add the gap. After that, here we'll add curly braces. We will use the projects that will be one array. Then we'll add the map method, and here let's create the arrow function. Here we'll get individual project in the parameter, and it will return this parenthesis, and here we'll add a div, right? Now in this div, we will add the key property. So in this key, simply add the project dot ID so that there will be unique ID, right? And after that, here we have to add some classes also. So let me add the class name property, and in this one we will provide these Tailwind classes. Now in this div, we have to display the website preview. So let me add the comment here. We will add desktop like mini preview, and here we'll add a div, and let's add some classes here. So I'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Now in this one, we will add curly braces, project dot current code. So if the current code is available, we will generate the preview using this current code, right? We have added ternary operator. Then in this one, we will add the iframe, right? And let's use this self-closing tag. Now after this parenthesis, here we'll add colon and add another parenthesis. It means when the current code is not available. In this case, we'll add one div, and in this div we'll add the text called no preview, right? Now we'll align this text. So in this div, we'll add the class name property and provide these classes, correct? Now come to this iframe. Here we have the src and frame border. Let's remove it. So in this iframe, first we'll add src doc, and let's add curly braces, then provide the project dot current code. After that, we'll add some classes. So just add the class name property, and here we will add these classes. After this class name, here let's add sandbox. In this one, we'll add allow a scripts, allow same origin, and after that, here we'll add the style property. In this style property, we'll add this curly braces, then we'll add transform scale, and let's add 0.25. Save the changes. After adding it, save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the preview of all the projects that is available in the assets, right? Now we have to add the other details in this card, correct? So I'll just come back. Here you can see we have this div that contains the preview. So after closing of this div, here we will add the comment, that is content. Now let's add the div where we'll display the content that will display the details of this project. So first we have to add some classes in this div. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes. And after that, we'll add another div. In this one, we have to add the title and button, right? So let's align it using this classes, that is flex item start justify between. And here we'll add the title in h2 tag, and the title will be our project dot name, right? And after that, we have to add the button here. So we have added the button tag, And after that, in this button, let's add the text called website. Right? Now we'll add the classes in the h2 tag. So let's add the class name property, provide these classes, and then we have to add the classes in the button. So we have added class name and provided these classes in the button. Now we have to add the text in p tag. So after closing of this div, we will add the p tag. Here we'll add curly braces, our project dot initial prompt. So here we have displayed the initial prompt that is used to display or create this project or website. So in this one, we'll add the class name and provide these classes, right? After adding it, save the changes and come back here. So here you can see we have this project name, then we have the initial prompt, and in the right side you can see this button called website. After that, let me see the UI design. So in this one, you can see next we have to add the date, then preview button and open button, right? So to create it, I'll just come back to the VS Code. And here we have added the content. In this content, we have added this text in p tag, right? So just after this text, here we will add a div. In this div, we have to add the date and buttons. So let's align everything using this classes. So we have added the class name property and provided these classes, right? In this one, we'll add one more property, that is on click. And here let's add the arrow function. And then we will get the event in this parameter. And here we'll add e dot stop propagation, right? Now within this div, let's add the span tag, and in this span tag we have to add the date. So let's add curly braces, new date, and provide the project dot created at, and after that we'll add dot to local date a string, like this. Now we'll add some classes in this span. So here let's add the class name property and provide these classes. Now after this span, here we will add two buttons. So let's group the button in a div like this, and to align the buttons side by side, here we will add the class name and provide flex, gap, text white and text small. Now we'll add the first button here. Now in this button, let's add the text called preview. Similarly, we'll add one more button, and in this one we'll add the button text called open. Correct? Now let's add some classes also. So in the first one, we will add the class name property and provide these classes, and let's add the classes in the second button also. So in this second button, we'll add the class name property and provide these classes like this. Now in the first one, we'll add the on click property. So we'll add the on click arrow function, and here we will add the navigate function and provide the path. So let's add the backticks here, then forward slash preview slash, and then we'll add $, curly braces, and insert the project ID using this project.id like this. Now let's just copy this on click property from here and paste it in the second button. In this one, we have to update the path. It will be slash projects slash $, curly braces project.id. That's it. Now we have to add the on click property in this div, that is the card, right? Here we have added the key property. So let's add the on click also. In this on click, again add the arrow function and provide the navigate function, and here we will add the backticks. Then we will add slash projects slash $ curly braces and provide the project dot id. So it will open this path, right? After that, you can see here we have two buttons and it is closing here. And after that, here we have this parenthesis and closing curly braces. Before that, we have this closing div, and just before that, we will add another div that is inside the card, right? So in this one, we have to add the delete icon or trash icon. So here, let's add opening arrow, trash icon, and import it from the Lucid React. And in this icon, we have to add some classes. So let's add the class name property and provide these classes. Correct? Now in this one, we have to add the onClick also. So I'll write onClick property, and here we'll add the arrow function, and it will call a function using that we can delete the project, right? And in this div, we have to add the onClick. In this onClick, just add the arrow function with the event in the parameter, and here we'll add e.stop propagation. Correct? And after that, let's create that function using that we can delete the project. So let me add it here, delete project, and here we will provide the project dot id. Correct? And we have to create it. So let's scroll up, and before this use effect, we'll add const delete project equal to async arrow function, and here we'll get the project id, and the type will be a string. Correct? So we have created this delete project and connected it with the delete icon. After that, save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the details like date, preview button, open button, and when we hover it, we have this delete icon. Correct? After that, we have to add the footer also. So we will just come back here. Let's scroll down. So you can see we have added this fragment, right? That is closing here. So just before that, we have to add the footer. So let's create the separate component for the footer. So I'll open this sidebar. Then we have the components folder. In this components folder, create a new file and write the file name footer.tsx, right? And here we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure. And after that, remove this import. Here we have the return statement. So in this one, let's add the classes. So we have added these classes in this div, and after that we'll add the copyright message in the p tag. So let's add copyright at 2025, AI website builder, GreatStack. And after that, let's just come here in the my projects, and here we will import or mount that footer component. So let's add footer imported from the components folder, and we have mounted it here. Save the changes and let's open the web page. So at the bottom, you can see we have this copyright message. So we have completed our my projects page. Now we have to create the community page. Let me just click here. So this is the community page. If I open the UI design, you can see this is the my projects page and this is the community page. In this community page, we have this published projects title, and in the right side, we don't have that button. Then we have the similar card, but in this one, we have to add only one button at the bottom right side. That is the creator name, right? In the previous card, we had two buttons like preview and open, and in this one we have one button. So let's just create this community page also. For that, I'll just come back to the VS Code. Now just copy everything from this my projects. I'll just copy the complete code, and after that we will open community.jsx file and let's paste everything here. Just clear it and paste it here. Here at the bottom we have this export default my projects, so let's remove it. Here we'll add export default community, right? And scroll up. Here we'll write const community. That's it, right? Now let me save the changes and come here. You can see here we have the same content on the community tab, right? Or the community page. So now we will update the content here. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, and first you can see we have the loading state, then projects, then we have the navigate function and fetch projects function. It will be same. Here also we are using the dummy projects from the asset. Then we have the set timeout, and here we have delete project. So we can remove this delete project. After that you can see we have the use effect that will call this function. It is correct. Now just come here. You can see here we have the div. Then we have the loading. When it is true, it will display the loading animation, and when it is false, it will check for the project's length. If it is greater than 0, then this div will be displayed, and if it is false, it will display the text like there is no project. Let me scroll down. Here you can see this div that will be displayed when the project length is 0. So in this one, the div is same. Then we have the title in H1. Here we have text, you have no projects yet, right? And then we have the button and navigate home. So it will open the home page, right? Now let's see this div that contains the title and button, correct? So here we have this div. In this one we have the title in H1, and then we have the button. So we will simply remove this button. We need only title, right? So in this title, let's add the text called published projects. I'll update the text here, published projects, and the classes will be same. Then we have this div that contains the cards, right? So here we have the projects.map, and then we have the arrow function. And here in the parameter, we are getting individual project, right? Then we have this div. So instead of this div, let me use the link tag. I have added link and import the link from React Router DOM. You can see we have the link tag here, and at the bottom we have this closing link, correct? Now in this link tag, we have to remove this on click, and let's use the key property. So the key property is there. It will be project.id, and after this key we have to add two property, and in this one we will add backticks, then add the path, that is /view/ $curly braces, and provide the project.id. Then we have to add the target. So let's add the target underscore blank. So it will open the link in new tab. Then we have the class name here, right? So let me remove this relative and group. We will simply add width, then these classes. In this one we have this shadow medium. So I'll remove this shadow medium. We have overflow hidden, then group, and then we have the hover, then shadow. Let's remove this hover shadow also. Then we have hover, border, indigo, 800/80, then transition all, duration 300. It is correct. Then we have to add the preview using this div, correct? So here we have added this iframe. In this iframe we have added this project dot current code. So it will display the project preview here, and when the preview is not available, it will display this text. And after that we have this content. In this content we have the div that contains the project name. Then we have the button called website, right? And after that, here we have the initial prompt in the p tag, right? And then we have this div that contains the date using this span. And after that, here we have the on click stop propagation. So I can remove this one like this. So first we have the span tag, and after that we have this div, and in this div we have two buttons, right? So let me remove one button from here. There will be only one button. In this button we have the on click property, then navigate function, then preview slash $ curly braces project ID. Then we have the class name, right? So here we have padding, then background white 10, then hover background white /15. Then we have the rounded medium and transition all. After that we'll add transition colors, then flex item center gap 2, and instead of this transition all we have added transition colors, so we can remove this transition all, right? And here we have the button text called preview. So let me remove this, and here we'll add the span tag. Now in this span tag, let's add curly braces, provide the project dot user question mark, then we'll add dot name question mark dot slice, and here we'll add 0,1. So it will give the first character of the user's name. And after this span tag, again add this. Let me just copy this, paste it here. Here we'll add project.user.name. That's it. And now in this span we'll add some classes. So here we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. So it will create one icon using this first character. Correct? Now after that, let me just open the web page. You can see here we have the div that contains the trash icon. So let me remove this div. So after adding this, let me save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have the date, and in the right side we have the user's name with one icon, right? And here we have the text called published projects. So we have created our community page also, where we'll display all the projects that is shared in the community. After that, let me just come back here in the VS Code. Here you can see in this button we have added the on click. So we can remove this on click from here. Save the changes and come back here. Still we can click here and it will open this view page in the new tab, right? Next we have to create our other page like pricing. I'll just click here, so it will open the pricing page, and let's see the UI design. So you can see this was the community page. Then we have this project builder. We will create it later. And after that we have this pricing page. So let's create our pricing page. I'll just come back to the VS Code, and here we will open the sidebar. In this sidebar we have the pages and pricing.tsx file, right? So here let me write this interface plan, and here we'll add the ID. So in the ID we will store a string. After that we will add the name. So let's add the name. It will be a string. After that we have to add the price. Price will be a string. Then we have to add credits. So the credits will be number. After that we'll add the description. So the description will be a string, and after that we have to add the features. So it will be a string array. Right? Now let's come here, and before this return we will add the variable. So just add const. In this array we will add the plans equal to react dot use state, and here we'll add this angle bracket and then this parenthesis. In this parenthesis let's provide the plan data from the asset, and before that in this angle bracket simply add the plan, and here we have this plan from here, from this interface, and here let's add the array. Now in this one we have to add the initial value, so it is available in the assets, so simply add app plans, and you can see the suggestion. Just click here, so you can see the app plans has been imported from the assets file in the assets folder, right? And after that let me just come here in this div. So just remove this title and convert this div in fragment. After that let me add one div here, and in this one let's add some classes. So we have added the classes like this, and after that within this div we have to add another div that contains our website or this page title and description. So here we'll add the h2 tag. In this h2 tag we'll add the class name and the text called choose your plan, like this. Then we'll add the description in p tag, and the description will be this one, and for this description we have to add some classes. So we have added the classes for this description like this, and now we'll add the class name in this div so that it will align the text in the center, and we have added the margin from the top. Now we will save the changes, and let me open the web page. So here we have this pricing page, and here you can see the title and description. Correct? After that let me just come back here, and here we have to add another div. After closing of this div we will add a div, and in this one we will display the pricing card. To create the pricing card we are going to use the pre-built UI again. So we will open this prebuiltui.com. Let's come to home page and click on this search. Here we'll add the pricing card. So it will display all the components for creating the pricing card. So let me scroll down. Here you can see we have this UI design that we can use in our project, pricing card dark. So let's click on this code button, so it will display the code, right? Here we have the plans array, then we have this handle purchase button, then we have this div. Let me see the preview again. So in this preview you can see we have 3 cards and it is aligned horizontally. So in this one we have to copy this div from this one, that is padding top, then padding y and padding x. Let's just copy this div. Copy and come back here, and let me remove this and paste it here. So we have added this div. You can see it contains this class name, and after that we have this another div that contains grid classes so that it will align all the cards. Then we have the plans array, right? So we have to use this plans from here, and it is imported from this assets, right? And after that let me review this code. So here we have this plans array dot map, and here we will get the individual plan and index number. Then we have the div, and the key property will be index number. Then we have the title in h3, that is plan name. Then we have the div that contains the plan price and credits. Then we have the text called plan description, and after that we have the UL and LI. Here we will map all the features, right? And after that, let's come here. We have the button called buy now. So in this one we have the handle purchase function. So let's create this function. For that, I'll just scroll up and paste this one. Let me just copy this and paste it here before this return a statement. We have handle purchase async, and in this one we'll add the plan ID, and with that we'll add colon string. Correct. Next we have to add some text also at the bottom after displaying the price. So here, before closing of this div, let me add one text in p tag. Correct. And here I'll write project, then we'll add the span tag, and in this span tag we'll add creation/revision, then we'll add space and provide consume, and again provide the span tag. In this span tag we'll add the 5 credits, right? And after that we'll add other text. So we'll add dot and provide the you can purchase more credits to create more projects. Now let's add the classes in this p tag. So we'll add the class name property here and provide these classes, and after that we'll add the classes in the span tag. So here we'll add the class name text white. Correct. And in the second span also we'll add the class name text white. Save the changes. Now we have to mount the footer also. So before this closing fragment, we will mount the footer. Let's click here to import it from the components folder. Save the changes and let's open the web page. So here you can see on this pricing page, we have all these pricing table, right? And after that, here you can see this text. Project creation revision consume 5 credits. You can purchase more credits to create more projects. And at the bottom we have this copyright message. Now we have completed our pricing page. After creating this pricing page, we have to create our next page, that is project builder. So let's see the UI design. I'll open the Figma file, and here you can see the UI design for the project builder page. In this one you can see we have to create this navigation bar where we'll add the icon, then we will add the prompt and the latest version, and after that we'll add these icons to change the layout of preview so that we can view the website in small screen, in tab view and in desktop view. Then we have the right side of this navigation bar where we'll add 4 buttons, that is save, preview, download and publish or unpublish, right? After that we have to divide the content in 2 parts. In the left side we'll add the chat box where we can enter the prompt, and after that we'll get the response from AI, and in the right side we will display the preview of the generated website. To create it, I'll just come back to the VS Code. Here we will open sidebar. Then let's come to pages folder, and here we have the projects.tsx file. So in this one we'll create the project builder design. Correct. Now here we need the project ID from the params, right? From the URL we will get the project ID. So before this return a statement, I'll write const curly braces and provide the project ID equal to use params, right? And after that, let's create the navigate function also. Using that we can navigate the users on other pages. So I'll write const navigate equal to use navigate. You can see the use navigate and the use params has been imported from React Router DOM. Correct. After that we have to create the states where we will store the project data. So I'll write const project and the setter function name is set project equal to use a state. And here let's add null. We will initialize it using null, but before that we have to set the type also. So let's add this angle bracket, and in this one I'll write project, and let's import this project from the types folder index file. You can see project has been imported from the types. After that, here we'll add null like this. Next we have to create another state variable, that is loading. So let's add loading. Setter function name is set loading equal to use a state. So by default the loading will be true. So whenever the component gets loaded, it will set the state loading true, so that it will display the loading animation before fetching the project data. After that, we will create some other state variable. So if I come back to the UI design, you can see here we have this chat box, and in this one we have this send button. So we will disable this send button whenever it is generating the reply from AI, right? So for that we had to set one state. So here we'll write const is generating, and the setter function name is set is generating equal to use a state, and let's initialize it using true. After that we'll add the next state variable. So let me duplicate it. Here we'll add device, and the setter function name is set device, so that we can preview the output, that is the website, in different screen size. So here we'll add use a state, and let's initialize it using desktop, right? So by default the view will be desktop view, and after that here we'll add the angle bracket like this and provide phone, then we'll add tablet, then we'll add desktop. So we can store these values, either phone, tablet or desktop, and let's initialize it using desktop, right? After that we'll create one state variable so that we can display and hide the menu in mobile screen. So here we'll add is menu open, and the setter function name is set is menu open equal to use a state, and initialize it using false, right? Now duplicate it. Here we'll add is saving, and the setter function name is set is saving, and here also we'll add use a state, initialize it using false. After that, here we have to create a function that will fetch the project data. So I'll write const fetch project equal to async arrow function like this, and after that we have to call this function whenever the component gets loaded. So we'll write use effect, and in this use effect we'll add the arrow function and dependency array, and in this function we will call the fetch project function. So this function will be executed whenever the component gets loaded. So here we have not added anything that will fetch the project data. Simply we have created this function and created this state also, where we have to store the project data. So right now we don't have the project. So let's come here. After this use effect, we will write the if statement. Let's add if loading. So when the loading state is true, so in this case we will add return parenthesis, and here we'll add the fragment like this. In this one we have to add one loading animation. So I'll create one div here with these classes, and after that here we'll add loader to icon and import it from the Lucid React. Then we have to add the animation classes in this icon. So we have added size, animate a spin, text, violet, 200. Save the changes. So you can see the default value for this loading state is true. So when it is true, it will display this loading animation. If I open the web page and let's open the projects and slash, we will write any ID like this. So you can see here we have the loading animation. Let me come here and in this my projects we have these projects, right? So I'll just click here. So it will also open this project's path with this ID. So here also you can see we have the loading animation because here we don't have the project data till now, right? And the loading state is true. After that, I'll just come back here and come to this return. In this one, we'll write project and then we'll add the ternary operator. So just add question mark. So when we have the project data, it will display this div, correct? And after that, here we'll add colon and then we'll add another parenthesis. So in this one, we'll add the div that will be displayed when the project data is not available. So here, let's add a div. And for this div, we have to add some classes. So I'll add the class name property, provide these classes, and then we will add the text in p tag. So the text is unable to load project like this. And then we have to add some classes also for this p tag. So in this one, we have added these classes, correct? So here we have added this text that will be displayed when the project data is not available. But right now, still we are getting the loading screen because this loading state is true, right? Now, if I make it false, you can see here what we are getting. We are getting unable to load project. Because this loading is false, then it will come to this return statement. It will check for the project and the project is also null. So it will execute this and display this message unable to load project. Now let's load the project data also. So I'll just come here. First I'll make it true. By default the loading will be true and then come to this function fetch project, right? So in this one, let's add const project equal to dummy projects and let's import the dummy projects from the assets. Then we'll add dot find, right? And after that, here we have to add the arrow function with individual project in the parameter. So let's add this arrow function with this project in the parameter. And after that, here we'll add project.id is equal to this project ID that we are getting from the use params. So it will return the project here. And after that, here we'll add the set timeout. We will add this function in this set timeout and add the time 2000 milliseconds. And in this function, we will add the if statement if we have the project. So when the project is available, so in this case, let's use the setter function called set project, right? And in this one, we'll add object, a spread operator, project, and then we will add the conversation property. And in this one, let's add the dummy conversation imported from the assets. You can see the dummy conversation and dummy projects are imported from the assets, right? And after that, here we'll add set loading and let's make it false. After loading the project data, it will set the loading false. And after that, here we'll add set is generating, and in this one we will provide the project dot current code. If it is true, then we will provide false, and if it is false, then we'll add true. So in this line we have added comma, so we can remove it or we can add semicolon like this. Now save the changes. So this will fetch the project data and it will add the project data in this project state, right? So now we have the project state. So if I open the web page, here you can see we don't have that message like unable to load project, right? Earlier we were getting the loading animation and after that we were getting the unable to load project, and now we don't have any message because we have successfully loaded the project data. If I refresh it, it is displaying the loading animation, and after loading the data it will display this blank screen because we have the project data that we can display on the web page, right? So after getting the project data we will display the builder navigation bar. So I'll just come back to VS Code, come here, and here we have this ternary operator project. When it is true, this div will be displayed. So let's add some classes in this div. Here we'll add the flex column, then height will be full screen, then width full, then we have added the background and text white, correct? After adding it, save the changes and come here. So you can see here we have this text called projects, right? Now just come back here and I'll remove this text from here, and here we have to add the navigation bar for this builder page. So I'll add the comment here, builder nav bar, and create a div here, and in this div we will add these classes to align all the items, right? And in this one we have added one class name called no scroll bar. It means we have to hide the scroll bar. For that we will set the properties in the CSS file. So I'll open index.css file, and here let me write dot no scroll bar colon dash webkit scroll bar, and for this one we will add display none. So the scroll bar will be hidden, correct? After that I'll just come back here in the projects page, and here we have to add the content in 3 column. If I come back here in the design, you can see we have first column that contains this icon and text. In the second one we'll add this 3 icon, that is phone, tablet and laptop. And in the right side we'll display these buttons. So I'll just come back here and let's add the comment called left and create a div, right? Now we'll add the next comment, that is middle, and create another div. Then we'll add the next comment, that is right. In the right side we have to add the buttons. So we have added another div for right side. So let's start with the first one, that is the left. So in this one let's add some space and we have to add one icon. So I'll add the img tag. In this image src, simply add path, that is slash favicon.svg. This file is available in the public folder, so we can simply use this favicon.svg file, right? And after that here we'll add the alt text, that is logo, and then we have to add some classes. So I'll add the class name property, provide height and cursor pointer. Then we have to add the onClick property here. So we'll add onClick, and then we'll add the arrow function and then call the navigate function so that we can navigate the users on home page. So let's provide the path, that is slash, correct? Now in this div we will add some classes also. So we have to align all the content. So we have added the flex item center gap 2, and then we have added sm minimum width 90 and text wrap. After this image we have to add one div. In this one we have to provide the text in p tag, so the text will be project name. So we'll add curly braces project.name. Then we have to add another text. So in this one we'll add the text called previewing last saved version, right? And after that we will add some classes also. So start with this div, provide these classes. Then we have to add the classes in this p tag. So we have added these classes, and then we'll add the classes in the next p tag. So we'll add the class name property, provide these Tailwind classes. Now just come here, after closing of this div, we will add another div. In this one we have to add the icon. Using that we can display the menu items or we can close it, right? So we will add the class name property and provide sm hidden. So it will be hidden for other device, it will be displayed on phone only, right, or mobile only. So here we'll add the state, that is menu open. For that we have to add the curly braces and provide is menu open question mark. So when it is true, in this case we have to provide the message square icon. So let's add message square icon, import it from the Lucid React, and then we have to add some classes in this icon. So let me provide these classes, right? Now after that here we'll add the colon and provide the next icon, that is X icon, import it from Lucid React, and in this one also we have to add the classes. So we'll set the class name, that is size and cursor pointer. Now we will add the onClick property also. So let me move it here, and in this first one we'll add the onClick, then create the arrow function, and it will call the setter function set is menu open and make it false. So it will close it, and just copy this one and paste it in the cross icon. So we will make it true. So it will close the mobile menu. Save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have this favicon icon, then we have this project name or title, and then we have this text called previewing last saved version. And when we will open it in small screen, here you can see we are getting this cross icon. If I click here, it is displaying this message icon, so that it will display the chat box to enter the prompt. If I click again, it will display the cross icon, right? After that, let me just come back here, come to this div, that is for middle. In this one we have to add the icons, correct? So I'll add smartphone icon, import it from Lucid React, correct? Now in this one we have to add the onClick property. So I'll write onClick, then we will add the arrow function and call the setter function called setDevice. So when we'll click on the mobile phone icon, it will set the device name called phone, correct? After that we will provide the classes also, right? So when the device is phone, the color will be different, and when the device is other than phone, then the color will be different. So here we'll add curly braces and backticks, right? And after that let me set the size, padding, border radius using this rounded and cursor pointer. Then we will add $, curly braces, and we will check for the device state if it is equal to phone. When it is true, in this case we will add the background gray 700, else we will add colon and empty string. That's it, right? Now just duplicate it. You can see we have added 3 icons. In the second one we'll add the icon called tablet icon. Then we have to set the device name tablet, and here we'll check for the device equal to tablet, right? After that, come to the third icon. In this one, we'll add the laptop icon, import it from Lucid React, and then we will set the device name desktop, and here we'll check the device name desktop. Save the changes. Now we'll add the classes in this parent div that contains all three icons. So here we'll add these classes. Now we'll save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see we have three icons: phone, tablet and laptop. We can click here like this. It is changing the background color. I'll just come back to the VS Code and come to this right div. In this one, we have to add multiple buttons, right? So to align these buttons, we have to add the classes, that is flex items classes, right? After that, let's create the first button. And in this one, we will add the text called save. Using that, we can save the project, right? After that, here we will add the link tag. Let's import the link from React Router DOM. It has been imported. And after that, in this link tag, we will add the text. So instead of this self-closing, we will use the closing tag like this. And within this, we will add the text called preview, so that it will directly open the new page, right? After that, we'll add the next button, and in this button we'll add the text called download like this, and then we'll add the next button, and in this button we'll add the text called publish, right? Now let's add the icons also in each button. So here we have the save, so we'll add one save icon. So I'll add opening arrow, save icon from Lucid React. Set the size here, that is 16. Now come to this link. In this link, we'll add the target and underscore blank, so that it will open this preview in new tab. After that, we have to add the to property. In this to property, we'll add the backticks slash preview slash and provide the ID. So I'll add $ curly braces, then project ID, right? Now in this preview button, we'll add the icon. So let's add opening arrow, full screen icon. It has been imported from Lucid React, and then we'll set the size 16. Now come to the next button. Here we have to add the arrow icon. So I'll add opening arrow, arrow, big, down dash icon. Import this icon, and we will set the size here 16. Then we'll add the icon in this last button, that is publish. So here we have to add two different icon and two different text. It could be either publish or unpublish, right? So here let's add curly braces and provide the project.isPublished property when it is true, right? So in this case, we have to add the I of icon, correct, and set the size 16, and then we'll add the colon if it is false. So in this case, we'll add opening arrow, I icon, and provide the size 16, right? And just after that, we'll again add curly braces. And here also we'll add the project.isPublished property. So when it is true, then we'll add the text called unpublished, and if it is false, then we'll add the text called publish, like this. Now we will save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see in the right side we have save icon, then preview, download and unpublish. Correct. Let's add the CSS properties for these buttons and links. So let me just come back here. We will start with the first button. So in this first button, we will provide the class name property and provide these classes. And this button will be disabled. So I'll write disabled, and it will be disabled when the each saving is true. So we'll add is saving. After that, here we will add the loading animation when the is saving is true. So let's add curly braces, is saving state question mark. When it is true, then we'll add loader to icon, and after that we will set the classes for this icon and set the size also like this. And if it is false, so we'll add the colon and provide the save icon. So it is already here. Let me move it here. Now you can see the structure. First it is checking is saving is true, then it will display the loading animation and this text called save, and if it is false it will display the save icon and this text save. Save the changes, come back here. You can see it is aligned side by side. I'll just come back here and come to the next link. So in this one we have to provide the classes, so simply add the class name property in this link and provide these Tailwind classes. After that, come to the next button, that is the download button. So in this one we'll add class name, provide these classes. Then come to the next button, that is the fourth button. Here also we'll add the class name and provide these classes. After that, if I save the changes and come back here, you can see here we have these buttons. Correct. After that, we have to add the on-click properties on these buttons. So if I come back here, you can see we have this button. Using that we can publish or unpublish the project. Right. For that we have to create a function, that is toggle publish. So let me scroll up. Before this use effect, let's add const toggle publish equal to async arrow function. Right. Now we'll add one more function, that is download code. So here let's add const download code equal to arrow function. So here we have created one toggle publish and download code function. Now we can link this function with our button. Let me add one more function, that is save project. So let's add const save project, and it will be one async arrow function like this. After that, come here in these buttons. Start with the first one. So in this first button, I'll add on click, then add the function name save project. Then come to the third button. In this one we will add on click, and here we will add download code function. After that, let's come here in the last one. We will add on click and provide the toggle publish function. That's it. Now after that, scroll down and you can see this is the div for builder navbar, right? So just after closing of this div, here we will add another div where we'll add the content in two columns. In the left side we have to add the sidebar, and in the right side we have to display the preview, right? So in this one we will add the classes and provide flex 1, then flex overflow auto, right? And after that, here we have to add the left sidebar. So let me add the comment here, or we will add a div like this and provide sidebar, correct? And after that, here we will add a div. In this div we have to display the project preview, so just add project preview, correct? And this project preview will use the entire space available in the row, so we'll add the class name and provide flex1, then we'll add some padding like this. Save the changes, and after that we will open the web page. So here you can see we have this sidebar and then we have this project preview. Now from this page we have to remove the main navigation bar, because this is the project builder page. From here we will remove this main navigation bar. So I'll just come back here, open the app.tsx file. Here you can see we have mounted the navbar. So we have to disable this navbar on some pages. For that, let me create one variable. So before this, return, let's get the path name from URL. So I'll write const curly braces path name equal to use location, and the use location has been imported from React router DOM, right? And after that, from here we can remove this import React. Now let's come here, and in this one we have the path name, and then we'll create the variable called const hide navbar equal to this path name dot starts with, and provide the path name here, that is slash projects slash, and with that we'll add the AND operator and provide the path name not equal to projects. Then we'll add the OR operator also. So here we'll add OR and provide the path name dot starts with view. So when the path name is starting with view, so in that page also we have to hide the main navigation bar. Again add the OR operator. Here we'll add this and provide the next path, that is preview. So when we'll open the preview, here also we have to hide the navbar. So now just copy this and come here, and let's add curly braces not of hide navbar, and then provide this navbar component like this. So it will be visible on other pages except this project builder page, view page and preview page. Now save the changes and open the web page. So you can see that main navigation bar is hidden. If I go to home page, here we have the navigation bar. If I go to my projects, here also we have the navigation bar. But if I open this particular project, here we don't have that navigation bar. We have different navigation bar for this builder, correct? Now let's create the sidebar for our project builder. To create this sidebar, we will come back to the VS Code, and here we will open this components folder, and in this components folder we will create a new component. So I'll create a new file with the name sidebar.tsx. Here we will add the component structure using RAFCE. And after that, in this sidebar component, we need the data from props. So here let's destructure the props. I'll add curly braces, and here we'll get is menu open, so that we can open and hide this sidebar on phone screen. After that, we'll add the project. Then we will add setter function set project. Then we will add is generating, and after that set is generating, right? And now we will define the type. So here we'll add colon, and let's add the sidebar props. And here we will define the sidebar props. So let's add the interface, sidebar props, and here let's add is menu open from here. And in this one we will store the boolean data. After that we will add the project. So here let's add the project from this types. So this project type has been imported from the types folder, right? And after that we will add comma, and here we will provide the setter function set project. In this one let's add we have added arrow function, and it will simply return void. And after that in this one let's add the project as parameter, and in this project we will add the project from types, this one. After that here we'll add is generating, that is here, so let's add it here. And in this one we will add the boolean data, so define the type boolean. And after that let's add setter function set is generating, and here also we will add this one. Let me just copy and paste it here and provide is generating, and then provide boolean. That's it. And after that let's come here within this return a statement. In this one we have a div, so we will add the classes here, so just add the class name. And here let me add the height for small and above a screen size. We will add the max width, then border radius, then background color and border color and transition all. After that we have to set the width of this div, and it will be different for is menu condition, right? If it is open then we will add the width full, and if it is false it means the menu is closed. So in this case we'll set the width 0. For that we have to add the template literal, so just remove this quote, and here we will use the backticks like this. And after that let me wrap it inside the curly braces, right? After that here we can insert the variables, so just add $, curly braces, and use this is open, right? So when it is true, let's add question mark, and then we'll add max sm, width 0 and overflow hidden, so that the sidebar will be hidden. And then we'll add colon, and again provide width full. So using this classes we can hide or display this sidebar. After that here we will add another div. In this one we will add the content in two parts. In the first part we will add the messages, in the second part we will add the input field, right? So let's add the classes here and provide flex, then flex column, and we will add the height will be full, right? Now in this one let me add the comment, that is message container, and create a div. So in this div we will display the messages. After that we'll add the comment input area, and here we'll add the form. So let's add form tag. Now let's start with this message container div. Now in this div we have to display the messages, and with that we will also display the option to roll back to the previous version. And if the current version is displayed on the web page, then we will display the text called current version. For that in this div let me add some classes, and here we will add the flex layout. So we have added these Tailwind classes. After that we'll add curly braces, then create one array, and here we will insert the project, and in this project we will get the conversations, right? After that we'll add comma, and here again we will use the spread operator project, and in this project we will also get the versions. So now we have the conversation and version. After that we have to sort this data so that the version will be displayed just after this conversation. For that, here we'll add dot sort, and for sorting we have to add the arrow function, and we'll get two parameters here. So let's add a and b, right? And after that let's add the new date, because in the conversation and version both have the timestamps property. So let's add new date, and let's add a dot timestamp dot get time, and then we'll add minus. Then let me just copy this one and paste it here and make it new date b dot timestamp dot get time, right? Then it will return an array. So again we can use map method, and in this map we will add the arrow function again, and here we will get the individual message, right? And it could be version also, right? So we have to detect whether this is message or version. So here let's add curly braces and provide const is message equal to, and we will check for content in this message. So if this message has this content property, it means this is message, right? After that, here we'll add if statement if is message is true. So when this is message is true, so in this case let me write const msg equal to this message as message, and let's import it from the types. You can see the message has been imported from this types, and after that let's add const is user equal to this msg dot role equal to user. So if the role is equal to user, it means this is the user prompt, right? So in this case we will add the return statement and provide this parenthesis and provide a div. So it will return a div here, right? Now in this one let's add the key property first. So we will add the key and it will be msg.id. After that we have to add the classes here. So we have to differentiate the user prompt and the response. So let's add the curly braces here, then backticks, and here let's add the Tailwind classes like flex, item center, gap 3. After that we'll insert the variables. So just add $, curly braces and use is user, right? It means when it is the user prompt. So in this case we have to add justify end. So it will be displayed in the right side, right? And if it is false, so in this case we will add justify a start. So it will be displayed in the left side. It means the response will be displayed in the left side. Now let's come inside this div, and here we'll add curly braces not of is user, and it means it is the AI generated response. So in this case we'll add this parenthesis and provide a div. Now in this div we will add the icon. So I'll add opening arrow, bot icon, and import it from the Lucid React. And we have to add the size and color, so we'll add the class name property and provide size 5 and text white. Then we'll add some classes for this div that contains this icon, so we have added these classes, right? After that, here let's add another div, and in this one we will add the message content. So just add curly braces, msg dot content, so the message content will be displayed, right? Now let's add the classes also. So we'll add the class name property, and again we will add the dynamic classes. So just add curly braces, backticks, and provide these classes. And after that we'll add $sign curly braces and provide is user. So when it is the user generated content, in this case we'll add question mark, and here we will add the background, that is linear to right, indigo 500 to 600, then text white and rounded tr none. So top right will be none. And after that we'll add colon, and here we will add the other classes for the AI response message. So here we have added this classes, where you can see we have added text gray 800 rounded, top left none, then background gray 800 and text gray 100. Here we have added the text color 2 times, so let me just remove it. We will simply add background, that is gray 800, and text color gray 100. Now after closing of this div, that is the message content, here we will add curly braces is user. So when the is user is true, so in this case we have to add the user icon also. So just add this parenthesis, then we will add a div here, and in this div we'll add the icon. So let's add the user icon from Lucid React, and then we'll add some classes here, that is size and text color. Then we'll add the classes in this div that contains this icon. So we have added these classes for this div, and after that you can see we have added if statement is message. It means the element in this array is a message content, right? Now we'll add the else condition when the array in that element is the version, right? For that, let's come here after closing of this curly braces. So let me just fold it. Here it is. Here we'll add the else statement. After this, if. So in this else statement, we have to get the version, right? So I'll write const var version equal to the message as version, and import the version from types. And after that we will add the return statement, and in this return let's add the div. Within this div we will add the key property. So let's add the key, and it will be this version dot id. Then we have to add the classes also. So in this one, let me provide these classes, correct? After that we will add another div, and in this one let's add the text. So I'll write the text code updated, right? And then we'll add the br tag, and after that we will add the span tag. Now within this span we have to add the timestamp. So let's add new date and provide the version dot timestamp dot to local string and call this function. Now let me add the classes in this span tag. So here we'll add the class name property, and in this one we will provide the text gray, then text extra small and font normal, and we'll add the classes in this div also that contains this code updated and time. So we'll add the class name and provide text extra small, font medium. After that, I'll just come here after closing of this div. Here we will add another div, and in this one also we will add the flex layout. So we have added the Tailwind classes here, and then we'll add curly braces. Here we will add the project dot current version index is equal to this version dot id. If it is true, then we'll add this question mark, right? So we have added the ternary operator. So if it is true, in this case we'll add one button like this, and if it is false, here we'll add colon and parenthesis. Here also we'll add another button like this. Now in the first button we'll add the text called current version, and in the second one we'll add the text called roll back to this version, right? Now we have to add the classes also. So in this first button we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Now come to the second button, and in this one let's add the class name property and provide these classes for the second button. After that we have to add the link here. So after this curly braces we'll add link and import it from the React router DOM and close this link tag. Now within this link we have to add the eye icon. So let's add eye icon from Lucid React, and then for this icon we have to add some classes. So we have added class name property and these classes. Now come to this link tag, and here we'll add the target property, and in this target we'll add underscore blank. So it will open the link in new tab, and then we'll add the to property. In this to property we have to add backticks and provide the path, that is preview. Then we'll add slash $sign curly braces and provide the project dot id, and after that we'll add slash, and then we'll add $sign curly braces and provide the version dot id like this. So we have added this eye icon and added this link tag so that it will open the preview of that version in new tab. After that, just come here, just before this closing div, here we will add curly braces like this, and in this one let's add this is generating and when it is true. So in this case we will add a div. Now in this div we have to add the loading animation, right? It means we have submitted the prompt and the AI is generating the response. Till then we will display the loading animation. So here let's add the classes in the first one. So we'll add the class name property, provide these classes, and then we will add another div. And in this div we have to add one icon. So let's add bot icon. It is already imported. And after that let's set the size and color for this icon. So we have added these classes. Then let me add the classes in this div also that contains this bot icon. After this bot icon we have to add 3 dots, and these dots will be animated. So let me add the comment here, and then let's add a div that contains 3 dots. Right, and to align it we will add some classes also. So we have added the class name, and then we will add the span tag for the first one. right? So in this first one, we have to add the animation. So instead of using this closing a span, we will use the self closing like this. And let's add the class name and provide these classes, and then we'll add the style property. In this style property, we'll add curly braces and then provide the animation delay, and let's add the delay 0 seconds like this. So we have added the animate bounce, right? So it will be animated and the delay is 0. Now just duplicate it. And in the second one, we will increase the delay. So let's add 0.2 seconds. Now in the third one, we'll add 0.4 seconds. Let me just add 4 here, and here we'll add 0.2 like this. Then save the changes, so it will display the bot icon and animation when the content is generating. After that, we have to scroll the sidebar or this message area whenever the new message comes, right? So here, before closing of this div, here we will add a div like this, and in this one we will add the reference. So let me add the self closing div only, and here we will add the ref tag, and let me add the name message ref, correct? After that, let me scroll up, and here we will define one use ref. So let's add a space before this return statement, and here we will add const message ref equal to use ref. Import the use ref from React, and after that, here we'll add null. Now in this one, we have to define the type also. So let's add angle bracket, and here we'll add HTML element like this. So here we have created the message reference, that is the reference of the HTML element. We have added use ref and defined the type HTML div element. So after creating this message reference, we have to scroll the web page or the sidebar to this particular element. To scroll it, here we'll add use effect. In this use effect, create the arrow function and then add the dependency array. Now in this function, we will add if statement, and let's write if the message reference dot current is true. So in this case, we will add the message reference dot current dot scroll into view, and after that we'll add the behavior. So the scroll behavior will be smooth. After that, come to this dependency array, and in this array we will add the project dot conversation dot length. So whenever the conversation length is getting changed, then it will again execute this function. After that, we'll also add is generating. So when this is generating is changing, then it will execute this function, right? Now after that, we have to create a function. Using that, we can roll back to the previous version. So let's add const, and here we'll add the function name handle rollback equal to async and create the arrow function, right? Here in this parameter, we will get the version ID and it will be a string type. So let's add a string, right? Now let's link this rollback or handle rollback function with our element. So I'll just scroll down. You can see we have created the buttons here. So the button text is rollback to this version, right? So in this one, we'll add the on click, and in this on click, create the arrow function, and it will simply call this handle rollback function and provide the parameter here, that is this version.id. That's it. After that, scroll down. So here we have added the content in the first div that display the messages, right? After that, come to this div, that is the form tag. In this one, we have to display the input field so that we can submit our prompt to generate the website. So here we'll add class name and let's provide margin and relative. Then in this one, we have to add a div. In this div, we have to add the class name called flex item center and gap 2. Then we have to add the input field and button. To create the input field, we are going to use the text area. So let's add text area and use this closing tag. Now in this one, we will define rows. So just add 4. After that, we'll add the placeholder. So in this placeholder, I'll write this text. Describe your website or request changes. Then we have to add the classes also. So just add the class name property. And in this one, we will add these Tailwind classes. Then we have to add the disabled property. So this field will be disabled when this is generating is true. It means the AI is generating the response. So in this case, this field will be disabled. After that, we have to store this text area data in a state variable. So let's create that state variable also. So I'll scroll up and here let's create const input and the setter function name is set input equal to use a state. And here we'll add this empty string. After that, I'll just come here in the text area. In this text area, we will add the onChange handler so that we can store the data in the state. So in this one, we'll add onChange. In this onChange property, let's add the arrow function and we'll get the event. And after that, let's use the setter function, that is set input, and provide the e.target.value. And then we have to add the value property also. So in this value property, simply provide our input state. That's it. So it will become the controlled input field. After this input field, we have to add a button. So we will add the button tag. And in this one, let's add curly braces and use is generating. So when it is generating the response, in this case, we'll add the loading. So let's add opening arrow, loader to icon, and in this one, let's set the animation, color and size. So we have added the class name property and provided these classes, right? Then we'll add colon when the is generating is false. So in this case, we'll add the send icon. So let's add send icon, import it from the Lucid React. And for this send icon also, we have to add the size and text. That is the text color, text white. Save the changes, right? After that, let's mount this sidebar in our projects page. So I'll open projects.jsx file. In this one, you can see we have added this div with the text called sidebar, right? So let's remove it, and here let's add sidebar and import it from the components folder. So the sidebar component is mounted here. After that, we have to provide the props. So let's add is menu open and provide is menu open. Then we will provide project, and in this project provide the project. Then we will provide set project, and here we will add arrow function, provide the P in this parameter and it will return the set project and provide P. After that, here we will add is generating, and in this one let me provide is generating state. After that we'll use the setter function set is generating, and in this one let me provide set is generating. After that, let's save the changes and open our web page. So in this project page you can see we have this sidebar, and whenever we will reload this web page you can see it will open this page and scroll this sidebar so that you can see the latest response messages, right? So here we have the messages and this input field. Now in this messages we don't have the timestamp or date time, right? So let me add it. I'll just come here, scroll up, and you can see here we have added the setter function set project, and in this one we have the project, then conversation, and here we'll add comma versions. And in this one let's provide the dummy data from the asset. So let's add dummy versions from the asset. Save the changes and come here. Now if I scroll this, here in this one you can see we have this timestamp, right? And here we are getting the message rollback to this version. So in our dummy data we have added only one timestamp, that's why we are getting only one timestamp here. Now let's decorate our input field and this send button. So I'll just come back to the VS Code. Let's open the sidebar and scroll down. So here you can see we have this button. So in this button we have to add some classes also. So I'll add the class name property, and let me provide these Tailwind classes in this button. After that we have to disable this button, so just add disabled, and here let's add is generating. So when this is generating is true, then it will be disabled. Then we'll add OR operator, or not of input dot trim. It means when the input field is empty, then also this button will be disabled, right? And after that let's save the changes, open the web page. So you can see this send icon at the bottom right side of this input field, and in this input field we can enter the text that will be the prompt to generate our website. After that, in this form we have to add the handler function. So here we have the form, right? In this form tag we'll add on submit property and provide one function name, that is handle revisions. And after that we have to declare this function. So scroll up, and here after this handle rollback we'll add const handle revision equal to async arrow function, right? And in this one we will get the event and define the type. It will be react dot form event, like this. And now let's come here inside this arrow function. We will add e dot prevent default. Then we will add the setter function set is generating and make it true. So after submitting it, the is generating will become true. After that we'll add the timing function set timeout and create the arrow function here. And after that here we will add the time 3000 milliseconds. And within this function we will use set is generating, and let's make it false. Save the changes and let me just come back here, and after that let me just add anything here in this input field and click on send button. So here you can see this loading icon or animation, and after 3 seconds it will be removed. Let's click again. So you can see the 3 dots and dots are animated. It is working fine. So we have completed the sidebar of our project builder. After that, we have to preview our website in the right section, right? So let me just come back here in the VS Code, and here we have to create a new component, that is project preview, right? So let's open this sidebar. In this components, we'll create a new file and write the file name projectpreview.tsx. Here we'll add RAFCE to create the component structure. Now in this project preview component, we have to get the data from props, right? And we will also pass some data or function from this component to the parent component. For that, here we are going to use the forward ref. So let's wrap this complete function in this parenthesis, and here let me write forward ref, and you can see the forward ref has been imported from React like this. And after that, here we'll add angle bracket, and in this one let me provide project preview reference, and then we will provide comma project preview props like this. And let's define this project preview reference. So I'll add export interface project preview reference. It will be one object, and here we'll add get code, and it will be one arrow function, and it will return the string. Then we'll add or undefined like this. And after that, here we have the project preview props. So we have to define this project preview props also. So before that, let me just come here in this arrow function. We will add the curly braces to destructure the props. So we will get the project. After that, we will get is generating, then we will get device, and let's set the device default value. So the default value will be desktop, and after that we'll add comma provide the show editor panel. So the default value will be true, right? And after that, here we'll add comma and provide the ref. Now let's copy this project preview props and create it here. We'll add interface project preview props, and in this one, first we are getting the project. So in this project, let's add project from the types. So project has been imported from types. After that, we'll add is generating, and in this is generating we'll set the data type boolean. After that, we'll add the device. Let's add question mark, and here we'll add phone, then we will add tablet and desktop like this. And after that, we'll add show editor panel question mark, and for this one let me write boolean. After that, let's come here in this return. In this return we have a div, right? So let's add the classes for this div, and in this one we'll add the relative and other Tailwind classes. Now here we have to add the preview, right? And if the code is not available, then we'll add the loading, right? So just add curly braces. We will add the project dot current code. question mark. So when it is true, it means the current code is available. So we'll add this parenthesis, and here we'll add this fragment, right? Then we'll add the colon here and provide another parenthesis. So in this one we have to display the loading. So after this colon, we'll add is generating state. So when it is true, then we'll add AND operator, and here we will add the loading. So let me add the text only. We will create the separate component for this one. So just add the div loading, right? And after that, let's come here in the first fragment. So in this one, we have to display the preview of our website. For that, we are going to add the iframe. So we will add the iframe tag. In this iframe tag, let me just clear it. And here we will use this self-closing iframe like this. And after that, here we have to add the reference. So in this reference, we have to add the reference that we have to create using useRef, correct? So I'll just scroll up, and here before this return statement, let's add const iframe ref equal to useRef and import the useRef from React, and let's initialize it using null. After that, here we'll add angle bracket, and in this one we will add the HTML frame element like this. And now let's come here, and here we have the ref, so we can provide the iframe ref, correct? Now after that, let's add a space, and here we'll add the src doc. So in this src doc, we have to provide the HTML of the current code. For that, we are going to create a function. So here let's add const and write the function inject preview equal to one arrow function. Now in this parameter, we will get the HTML, and then we will add the type a string. After that, here let's add the if statement if not of HTML. So in this case, we will simply return empty string. After that, here we'll add if statement if not of so editor panel, right? So in this case, we'll add return and simply return this HTML. So if this edit panel or editor panel is false, then simply display the HTML. Now suppose the editor panel is true, it means we have to display the editor panel also. So here we'll add if HTML dot includes, and in this one we will check for the closing body tag. So if this body tag is included in the HTML, so in this case we have to replace it. So let's add return, and then we'll add the HTML dot replace, and after that we will add the body tag, right? Then add the comma, and here we will add a script just before this closing body tag. So let's add iframe a script, and let's import it from the assets. You can see iframe a script has been imported from the assets, and then we will concatenate our closing body tag like this. Now let's add the else statement also. Suppose this HTML does not include the closing body. So in this case, simply add return, and we will return the HTML and then plus iframe a script. That's it. Now we can use this inject preview in this src doc. So I'll write curly braces, inject preview, and after that here let me provide the project dot current code. So it will provide the HTML code in this function. After that here we have to add the classes also. So I'll write the class name property, and then we'll add curly braces, backticks, and here we will insert the height and width, that is the full, right? That is the max width, correct? After that we have to define the width for different screen size. So let's create one object. So here let me add const resolutions equal to one object, and in this object we'll add the property name phone. So when the phone view is selected, we will set the width of 412 pixel like this, then add comma. After that we'll add the display type or device type tablet, so the width will be 768, and when the device type is desktop, then we'll set the width full like this. Now we can use this to add the dynamic classes here. So in this one we'll add $, curly braces, and provide the resolutions. Then we will check for the device. So we will provide the device here. You can see we are getting the device from this props that is passed here. So for this device we will get the particular width. After that we will add margin X auto and transition all. Here we are getting some warning in this device, so let me scroll up, and here you can see we have added the space in this phone. So let's clear this space, save the changes. Now it is correct. After that let me mount this project preview component in our projects page. So I'll open the projects page, and in this one we have added the sidebar, and just after this sidebar we have added a div where we have to display the preview. You can see we have this div, and here we have to add the project preview, right? So let's add this component project preview, import it from the components folder. Now here we have to provide some data in props. So we will provide the ref, and we have to create one reference using the use ref, correct? So let me scroll up, and here let me write const preview ref equal to use ref, and import the use ref from React, and let's initialize it using null. Now we'll add this angle bracket, and in this one we will add the project preview ref. Let me write project preview ref. So you can see the project preview ref has been imported from this components and in this project preview component, right? And after that let me just come here, and in this ref we can simply provide the preview ref. After that we'll provide the project also. So let's add the project. Then we have to provide is generating, and in this one provide this same is generating setter function. After that we'll provide the device. So let's add device. So we have provided the props here, that is reference, project, is generating, and device. After that, we will save the changes and let's open the web page. So here you can see in the right side we have the preview of the website. So we can scroll this preview and here we have the complete template generated using AI, right? But right now this is the dummy code available in the assets. When we'll create the backend, then we can generate the code using AI. So here we have added the preview functionality. We can also change the device. Let me just click on this tablet icon so you can see the width is changing. If I click on this one, you can see it is reducing the width. Let me just come to the home page. Then we will open my projects and from here let me open any other project. So let me open this one, create a web developer portfolio website. Let's open it. So here we have the sidebar with these conversation and in the right side we have the project preview, right? If I scroll down, you can see it is the complete template. So you can create the website and see the preview on the same project builder page. We can also change the screen size like this. And after that, we have to add the edit functionality. Using that, we can manually update the content. We can click on this title and we can add our own title. So we have to display the edit panel, right? For that, I'll just come back to the VS Code. Here we have to create a new component that is editor panel. So I'll open the sidebar, come to the components folder, create a new file, editorpanel.tsx. Then create the component structure using RAFCE. And after that, here we'll get the data from props. So let's destructure the props. We'll add curly braces and here we'll get the selected element so that we can edit that particular element content. Then we'll add on update and after that we'll get the on close, right? Now we'll define the type here. So just add colon and here let's add editor panel props and let's define this editor panel props interface. So let's add the interface, editor panel props and create the object. Now here we'll add the selected element. So this selected element will be one object. In this one we'll add the tag name and the tag name will be a string. After that we will add the class name. So the class name is also a string. After that we'll add the text. So the text is a string. Then we'll add the style property. So in this style, let's add the object and here we'll add the padding string, then margin string, then we'll add the background color a string. After that we'll add the color, it is also a string. Then we'll add the font size a string, right? After that, here let's add null. Then we'll add on update. In this on update, we will add the function and return void, correct? And in this function parameter, we will add updates and any, correct? Now just duplicate it and here we'll add on close. So it is also add a function and return void. So we have created this interface to define the types of these props, right? And after that, here let's create one state. So before this return a statement, I'll write const values and the setter function name is set values equal to use a state, and let's initialize it using the selected element, right? And after that, here we'll add the use effect. In this use effect, create the arrow function and add the dependency array. Now in this arrow function, we will use the setter function set values, and now let's provide the selected element, correct? And after that we will provide this selected element in this dependency array. So whenever we will select the different element, it will update this values state, right? After that, here we'll add the if statement, and in this one we'll add not of selected element or not of value or values. So in this case, simply add return null. So when the selected element or values are null, then we will return null, right? After that, just come here in this div. So in this div, we will add the class name property, and we will provide these classes. After that, we have to add a div where we'll add the title and close icon. So create a div here, and within this div, we will add the title in S3 tag. So the title is edit element, right? And after that, we have to add the button, and in this button, we'll add the X icon. So import the X icon from Lucid React. Now we will add the classes for this div that contains the title and icon. Now we'll add the classes for the title that is written in the H3, and then we will add the classes in the button tag. So in this button we have added these classes, and then we have to set the width, height and color of this icon. So let me add the class name property and provide these classes. Now we'll add the onClick property on this button so that we can close this editor panel. So I'll write on close. That's it. Now after closing of this div, here we will add another div, and in this one let me add the class name property, and we will provide a space y and text black. Then we have to add a div where we will add the label called text content, and then we'll add the text area. So let me add the label tag. In this label tag, we have to add some classes. So we have added these classes, and then we'll add the text here, that is text content. And after this label tag, we'll add the text area, and it will be self-closing tag like this. Now in this text area, we have to add the value. So the value will be values.text. After that, we have to add onChange, and in this onChange we will add the arrow function, and here let's add the event in the parameter, and then we'll add the function called handle change. So we have to create a handle change function, and in this handle change, let me provide the text, and after that we will provide e.target.value like this, and then we have to add some classes also. So let me provide the class name property and provide these classes for this text area where we can enter the content. Now let's create this handle change function. So before this return a statement, I'll write const handle change equal to arrow function, and here we'll get the field name. So just add field, and the type will be a string, and after that we'll add the value. So the value is also a string, right? Then we'll add const new values equal to object a spread operator values, comma, then we'll add the field here, and for this field we will provide the value, right? And after that we will add the if statement. If field in values dot style, right? So in this one we'll add the new values dot style equal to object and provide a spread operator values dot style. We have added styles. Then we'll add comma and provide the field here, and again for this field we have to provide the value, right? Now after that, here we'll use the setter function, set values and provide the new values, and then we'll add on update, and in this on update create the object and provide the field and value. We have added the field and value, right? So we have created the handle change function so that when we enter the content here in this text area, it will update it in our web page, right? And after that, let's create another div. So after closing of this div, we will create another div. In this one also we have to add the label and input. So I'll just copy this one, paste it here. In this label, we will keep the same classes and we will update the text. So the text is class name, right? And after that we have the text area. So instead of this text area, we will add the input like this. So it is self-closing input tag. Now in this one we'll add the type also. So the type will be text, and after that we have to add the value. So it will be values dot class name or empty string. Then we have to add onChange property. So in this onChange we have added the arrow function, and then we have provided the handle change. In this handle change, we have to provide the field name called class name, and then we will provide the value using e.target.value. Then we have to provide the classes here. So in this one, let me update the classes like this. Now after that, here we will create another div. So after closing of this one, let's create one div. And in this one, let's add the class name property called grade columns 2 and gap 3, right? So here we have to add two other div that will be displayed side by side. So let's add the div here. Here we have to add the label. So I'll just copy this, paste it here. In this one, we have the same classes, and then we'll add the text called padding like this, and then we have to add the input. So after this label, we have to add the input field. So let me add the same input field from here. I'll just copy and paste it here. And from this one, we have to change this function, that is handle change. So instead of this handle change, we'll add handle style change, right? Because we are using the input field to change the padding. So let's create that function first. So I'll just come here and create a new function called handle style change using const. It will be arrow function, and in this one we'll get the style name and the type will be string. Then we'll get the value and the type will be a string. And after that, in this one, let's use const new styles equal to curly braces. We'll add a spread operator values dot styles comma, and then we'll add the style name from here, and for this style name we will provide the value. right? And after that, let me add the setter function set values, and in this one we'll add the object and provide a spread operator values, and then we'll add the styles, and in this styles we will provide the new styles. Let me correct it, it will be values. And after that, let me write on update. In this on update, just add curly braces, styles, and in this styles we'll add the object and write the style name, and for this style name we will add the value. That's it. Now link this function here. In this onChange property we will use this handle style change, right? And after that, here we have already added the class name. So instead of this class name, let me provide the padding, right? Because we are changing the padding. So I'll write the padding here, and here also we'll add values dot styles dot padding. Remove this empty string. Let me move it in the new line like this. So here we have the input type text, then value, it is values, styles, padding, and then onChange property, handle, style change, padding, and value. And then classes will be same. In this one we have added the border. So let's set the border color also. So I'll write border gray 400. Let's provide the same classes here. I'll just copy and paste it here. In the previous one we have this border, so after this we'll add border gray 400, and in the first one also, that is the text content, we'll add border gray 400 like this. Now just come here. So now I will duplicate this div. In this second one we will add the margin. So here we'll add the margin, then we'll add the input type, and in this one we'll add value property. It will be values dot styles dot margin. Then we'll add the field name here, that is margin. Then everything will be same. After that, let's create another div like this one. So I'll just copy this and paste it here, and in this one I'll just paste this div, just copy and paste it here. So here we have to add the label tag. In this label tag we'll add the font size. So let's set the font size here, and here we have the values dot styles dot font size. Then here also we'll add the font size. Then everything will be same. And after that again create this div. So just copy this one and paste it here, and within this let's just copy and paste this div. In this one we have to provide the label text called background, and after that here we have to add the values dot styles dot background color equal to, and provide RGBA 000 and 0. Then we'll add question mark. We are adding the ternary operator. So in this case let's add this white color, and after that we'll add the colon, and here we will provide the values dot styles dot background color. So when the background is transparent using this RGBA, then it will change it to white, else it will set the selected background color here. And after that let's change the field name. So I'll write background color in this onChange. It will be e.target.value, right? And then we have the class name here. So let me change the class name. Here we will simply set the width and we will set the height and then rounded, cursor pointer and border none, padding 0. Or from this class name we can remove this rounded and we will only keep this width, height and cursor pointer, right? And after that you can see here we have this input field. So let's wrap this input field inside a div. So after this label, let me write a div. And within this div, we will paste this input field. Now in this div, we have to add the class name property. And here we'll add the flex, item center, gap 2, border color and rounded medium, then padding 1, like this. So we have added the input field to change the background, right? Similarly, we will add the another input field. So let's duplicate this div. And in this one, we will add the label text, that is text color. Correct? After that, let's come here in the input. Type is text. So instead of text, we will add the type color. And in the previous one also we'll change the type. So the type will be color in this background. Correct? After that, let's come here in the value and here we'll add the values dot styles dot color. Remove this one. It will be simple like this. Then we'll add this color in this field name, and after that this class will be same. And after that we have to add the text also. So here you can see we have this input field, right? So after this input field we will add the span tag. In this span tag we have to add curly braces and provide the values dot styles dot background color. And for this one, let me provide the class name and provide these classes. Now just copy this one and paste it here in this second div that contains input color. And here let's provide the span tag. Here also we will use the same classes, and after that we will add values dot styles dot color. Save the changes. So we have created this editor panel component. After that we have to mount this component. So we will open the project preview. So let's open it, project preview.tsx file. In this one you can see we have mounted this iframe, right? So just after this iframe we will add curly braces, and here we'll add show editor panel when it is true, and with that we will also add AND operator selected element. So I think we have not declared the selected element state, right? So let's scroll up. And here we don't have the selected element state, so just create it. Let me write const selected element, and the setter function name is set selected element equal to use state, and initialize it using null. And here we'll add angle bracket and provide any, right? Now after that we have to add one use effect that will insert the element in this selected element, right? So here let me add the use effect, create the arrow function in this use effect like this, and after that here we'll add the dependency array. Now in this use effect we'll add const handle message equal to one arrow function, and here we'll get the event, and let's define the message event. Let's import the message event. So we have created the arrow function. In this parameter, let's get the event and define this event. So here we will type message event, right? And after that we'll add the if statement, and here we'll add the event dot data dot type equal to element selected, right? So in this case we will use the setter function set selected element and provide the event.data.payload. After that we'll add the else if statement, and here we'll add event.data.type equal to clear selection, right? So in this case we will again use the setter function set selected element and provide null. That's it. And after that, here we will add window dot add event listener, and then we'll add the listener name message, then add comma, and here we'll add this handle message, right? Here we'll add return, and then we will create the arrow function, and then we'll add window dot remove event listener and provide the event name message, and then we'll add comma and provide the handle message, right? And after that, let's come here. We have the show editor panel, then we'll add and selected element, right? Then we'll add and operator and provide this parenthesis, and in this one we will mount our editor panel component like this, and here we have to provide the props. So let's add the selected element, and it will be selected element. Then we will provide on update. Here we have to provide the on update function that we will create right now, and after that we'll add the next function, that is on close. And in this on close, let's create the arrow function here, and let's use the setter function set selected element and provide null. And after that we'll add the if statement, if iframe ref dot current question mark dot content window. If it is true, in this case we'll add iframe ref dot current dot content window dot post message, and here we'll add the object and define the type property, and let's add clear selection request. Then we will add comma here and provide string star like this, and after that let's create this handle update function. So I'll just scroll up, and here let's add const handle update equal to arrow function. Now in this function we'll get the parameter updates and provide the type any. Then come here in this function and provide the if statement, if iframe ref dot current question mark dot content window. If it is true, then we will add iframeref dot current dot content window dot post message, and in this one we'll add the type. So let's add the type update element, and after that we will provide the payload, and in this payload let's provide our updates, right? And after that let's come here, add comma and provide string and provide this a star in this string. That's it. And after that we have mounted this editor panel. After that, if I open the web page and click on this title, you can see it is opening this editor panel where you can see the current title, classes, padding, margin, font size, and background and text color. Let me just click on this button. So here you can see we have this button text, get in touch, then classes, and padding, margin, font size, and colors, right? After that, let me just click on this text about me. Here we have this text about me and all these properties. So we can also update this. So let me change it. I'll write about us. You can see it is updating this on the web page also. You can see this content has been updated. You can see the text, hello, I am your name. So let me change it. I'll just click here and write, hello, I am Avinash. So you can see we can update the content on the web page. We can also change the classes, padding, margin, font size, and colors. So we have completed this editor panel and it is working fine. Now we have to create the loader, right? When we'll create the website using prompt, then it will display the steps in the right side, like it is analyzing the request, then generating the layout, then assembling UI components, and finalizing the website. So it will display the steps one by one. For that we have to create a separate component. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, and here we have to create a new component called loader steps. So in this components folder, create a new file, loader steps.tsx. Then write RAFCE to create the component structure. And after that, here let's define all the steps. So let me write const steps equal to an array. In this array, we will add the icon, and in this icon, we'll add snack line icon imported from Lucid React. Then we'll add comma, provide the label. In this label property, we will add the text that is analyzing your request, right? Now add comma and duplicate it. Now we'll add the next icon, that is a square icon imported from Lucid React, and then we'll add the text called generating layout structure. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add next icon. So I'll write triangle icon and import it from the Lucid React, and then we'll update the message here, that is assembling UI components. After that, duplicate it. Here we'll add the next icon, that is circle icon, and import it from Lucid React, and then we will add the text that is finalizing your website. After that, we will add the duration. So I'll write const step duration equal to 45K, right? And after that, let's come here. In this return, we have a div. So first we'll add the classes in this div. So we have added these classes, and after that we'll add another div here. In this one, we will add some classes only. So let me write the class name property, provide these classes for the div. After that, we'll add another div. So here, just add a div, and in this one, let me provide class name property, provide these classes, and within this, just add another div, and I'll make it self-closing like this. And here we will add the class name property and provide these classes. Now just duplicate it. Now in the second one, we will update the classes. So here we have added these classes. Now duplicate it. And in the next one, we will update the classes. So here we have added these classes: width, height, text white, opacity, animate, bounce. Right? After that, here we have to add the comment. So after closing of this div, let's add the comment. A step label, fade using transition only, no visual, start. So here let's add the p tag, and in this p tag we'll add curly braces. Then we will use steps. Then we'll add current dot label, right? And in this p we will add the key, and in this key we will provide the current, right? And after that, in this p tag we have to provide some classes. So let me write the class name property here and provide these classes. So after this p tag, here we'll add another p tag, and in this one we will add the message called this may take around 2 to 3 minutes. And now we'll add the classes for this p. So I'll write class name property, provide these classes. Here we have added the current state. So let's define this state. So I'll scroll up, and before this return, I'll write const current, and the setter function name is set current equal to use a state, and let's initialize it using 0. And after that we'll add the use effect. In this use effect we'll create the arrow function, and then we'll add the dependency array. Now in this function we'll add const interval equal to set interval, and after that create the arrow function here. And after this arrow function, let's add comma and provide the step duration, right? And now just come back here in this function. Let's add set current, and in this set current create the arrow function, get the parameter here, and after that it will return this parameter s plus 1, then percent steps dot length, like this. And just after this, let's add return and provide the arrow function, and it will return the clear interval, and in this one just provide this interval. That's it. And after that we have to set the icon also. So after this function we'll add const icon equal to steps and provide current, and then we'll add dot icon. Now here you can see we have added this div and another one, and then we have added third div. So instead of this third div, we will use the icon. So remove this div, we will add icon like this. So for this icon we have added the width, height, and this opacity and animate bounce. Just save the changes. So whenever the content is generating, then it will display this steps where it will display these messages with different icons, right? And after that I'll just come here in the project preview, and from here we have to pass the get code functions. so that we can download the code using this button. You can see at the top we have this download button. For that we have to create a function get code, and we have to pass this function from this component. In this project preview, you can see we have this project preview reference, and here we have this get code, and it is the arrow function returning a string, right? And after that, let's just come here, and after this resolutions, here we will add use imperative handle, and in this one we'll add the ref, and after that we'll create the arrow function here, and then we'll add this parenthesis and object. Here we'll add get code, and in this get code property we will create the arrow function like this, and then we'll add const doc equal to iframe ref dot current question mark dot content document. Then we will add if statement if not of doc. So in this case simply add return, and we will return undefined, right? And after that let me add the comment here, that is remove our selection class attributes outline from all elements. So we have to remove our classes. If I open the web page, you can see if I select any element, I'll click on this title, you can see it is displaying this outline. If I click on any one, it is displaying the outline here. If I click on this paragraph text, here we have the outline, so it is displaying the selected element using this outline. So we have to remove these classes when we will download the code. For that I'll just come back here, and here let's add this doc dot query selector all, and after that let's add the class. So just add dot AI selected element comma, then we'll add this square bracket. In this one we'll add data AI selected, and after that we'll add dot for each. Now in this one we'll create the arrow function and get the element in this parameter, and after that it will return element dot class list dot remove, and from here we have to remove the class name called AI selected element. After that let's remove the attribute, so we'll add element dot remove attribute, and from here we will add data AI selected, so it will remove this attribute also, and after that here we'll add this parenthesis, then write element of, or we'll add element as HTML element dot style dot outline, and here we'll set empty string. That's it. So it will remove that classes inserted by selecting the element, right? After that we have to remove the script. Using that script we are able to edit these title and text, right? So we have to remove that script from this code. So I'll just come back here, and here let's add the next comment. I'll write remove injected style plus a script from the document. So let's add const preview style equal to doc dot get element by id, and after that we will provide the AI preview style. Then we'll add the if statement if preview style is true, right? So in this case we'll add the preview style dot remove, so it will be removed, and after that we have to remove the script also. So let me write const preview script equal to our document dot get element by id, and here we have to add the id AI preview script, and after that let me write the if statement if preview script is true. So in this case we'll add the preview script dot remove, so this script will be removed. After that here we will write third comment, that is serialize clean HTML. So here let's add const HTML equal to document dot document element dot outer HTML, and after that simply add return, and it will return this HTML. That's it. So we have created this use imperative handle. Using that we will pass this get code function. After adding it, now we will open the project file. So let's open the projects.tsx, and in this one we have to create a function. Using that we can download the code. So you can see here we have the function called toggle publish, and with that we have this function save project, and then we have this function download code. So let's complete this function download code. So here we'll add the comment also like download code, and it will be downloaded in index.html file, right? So here let's add const code equal to, then we will add the preview ref dot current question mark dot get code. Then we'll add OR operator and provide the project question mark dot current code, like this, and after that we'll add the if statement if not of code. So in this case let me write if statement if is generating. So when this is generating is true, we will write return, right? And after that here also we'll add return, correct? Now let's come here and we'll add const element equal to document dot create element, and here we'll add the a tag. Here we'll add const file equal to new blog, and in this one let me provide this code in this square bracket. Then we'll add the object and provide the type, and here we'll add the type in double quote, that is text/html. After that here we will add element dot href equal to url dot create object url, and in this one we will provide our file. Then we have to add the element again and provide dot download equal to provide the file name index.html, right? And then we'll add document dot body dot append child, and in this one we will append the element. Then we will add element dot click like this. So we have created this download code function, and if I scroll down, we have added this button, and in this button we have added this download code, correct? So let's save the changes and open the web page, and after that let's click on this download button. So it is downloading index.html file. Let me open this file in new tab. So you can see here we have this complete website. So we can download the code in HTML file, right? It looks fine. Let me close it and open any other project. I'll go to projects, then I'll open this create simple landing page. So this is the one page website created using AI, and after that here we have this download button and we have the preview button also. If I click on this preview, it will open this in new tab. Right now we have not created this preview page, we will create it, but before that let me check this download. I'll just click here and you can see it gets downloaded, and if I open it in new tab we can see this complete web page. So we have completed the download functionality. Next we have to create our view and preview page. Before creating our view and preview page, let me add the animation in this editor panel. If I click here, you can see it is instantly opening this editor panel. So we will add the fade in animation. So I'll just come back here and let's open the editor panel.tsx file, and here you can see we have added this first div that contains this class name fade in, and then we have this class name animate in. Let me just correct it. We'll add animate fade in and fade in. Let me remove this slide in from right. Let's remove it. Now we have to define the CSS properties for these classes. So I'll open the index.css file, and here we will define these classes. So let's add dot animate fade in, and for this one we have to add the animation, and let's add the animation name called fade in, and then we'll add 0.8 seconds ease out. And after that here we'll add keyframes also. So let's define the keyframes and let's add fade in, and for this one we will set the opacity 0 at 0%, and then we'll add the opacity 100% at 100%. It means opacity 1. Save the changes and come here. So now if I open this web page again and let's close this editor panel and click on any element. I'll just click here. So you can see it is opening this editor panel with some fade in animation. Let's close it and click on any other element. You can see it is opening the editor with smooth animation, right? So we have created the animation for the editor panel. After that, let's create our preview page and view page. So I'll just come back to the VS Code. Here we will open this view.tsx file. In this one, let me get the project ID from the parameter, right? That is the URL. So here, let's add const curly braces project ID equal to use params, and the use params has been imported from React Router DOM. After that we'll create the state. So let's add const code, and the setter function name is set code equal to use a state, and initialize it using empty string. After that we'll add const loading, and the setter function name is set loading, and let's initialize it using use a state and true, right? After that we have to create a function using that we can fetch the code, right? So let's create a function here, const fetch code equal to async arrow function. Now in this function we'll add const code equal to, and here we are going to use the dummy data. So let's add dummy projects, import it from assets. Then we'll add dot find method, and in this one create the arrow function and get the individual project in the parameter. And after that we will write project.id equal to project ID. Then we'll add question mark dot current code, right? And after that here we'll add set timeout. Then create the arrow function in this set timeout, and here we'll set the time 2000 milliseconds. Now in this function we will add the if statement if code. So when the code is true, so in this case we will use the set code setter function and provide the code. After that let's add set loading, and we will make the loading false like this. Now we have to execute this fetch code whenever the component gets loaded. So here we'll add use effect. In this use effect create the arrow function and then add the dependency array. Now in this function simply call this fetch code. So now we have the code data that we can use to preview our website or view our website. So let's come here, and after this use effect we'll add the if statement if loading. So when the loading is true, so in this case we have to display the loading animation. So let's add the return, and in this return we will provide a div. Now in this div we will add the loader to icon and import it from Lucid React, and for this icon we will set some classes. So we have added these classes, and after that we'll add the classes in the div that contains this icon. So we have added flex item center, justify center, and height full screen. So it will be displayed in the center. After that let's come here in this div. Within this return we have a div and we have the text. So remove this text, and here we'll add curly braces code, then end. So when the code is available, so in this case we will simply mount our project preview component imported from the components folder, and here we have to provide the props. So let's add the project, and in this project let's add the current code, and it will be code as project, and import this project from types, right? So you can see here we have the project from types folder. Now after that in this one we have to add other props. So let's add is generating, and let's add equal to false. After that let's add show editor panel, and here also we'll make it false. That's it. So we have created the view page. Next we have to create our preview page. So I'll just open this sidebar and open preview.tsx file. Now in this one again we have to create the state. So I'll write const code, and the setter function set code equal to use a state. Import the use state from React and initialize it using empty string. After that we'll use the loading state. So we have added loading, set loading, and by default it will be true. And after that, here also we need the project ID from the use params. So let's add const curly braces equal to project ID and version ID equal to use params. And here we have the use params imported from React Router DOM. Next we have to add the function. Using that we can fetch the code. So let me just copy from the previous file. I'll just copy this one and paste it here in this preview.tsx. So you can see here we have added fetch code. It will be asynchronous arrow function, and we have added code, right? So let me move it inside the set timeout. So in this set timeout, we will move this statement. So first we have the set timeout, and in this one we have const code equal to dummy projects. Let's import the dummy project from the assets. Then we'll add find project and then project.id equal to project ID, right? Question mark dot current code. After that, here we have the if statement. If code is available, then we'll add setter function set code, and set loading will be false, and then time is 2000 milliseconds. Then we have the use effect. So import the use effect from React, and then we will call this fetch code function, correct? Then we have this if statement. If the loading state is true, then we will display the loading animation. So let's import this loading icon from Lucid React. Now just come here in this div. So here let's add the class name and provide height a screen like this. And after that we have to add the same component that is added in this one, that is editor panel. No, we have added it in the view.tsx, right? And here we have added this div. So in this one also we have to add the classes in this div. So let's add the class name property and provide the height a screen like this. Save the changes and just copy this statement from this view page and paste it in this preview page. Let's paste it here, correct? Now here we have the code, then we have this project preview component. So import this component from components folder. Then we have the project. It will be current code and code as project. So let's import the project type. So I'll just click on the suggestion, so it will get imported. Then we have is generating false, and then so editor panel false. That's it. Save the changes. After that, let me open our web page. So now if I click on this preview button, it is opening the new tab, and here we can preview our website. You can see this is our website, and this is the URL /preview and the project ID. Let me just close it and open the home page. Then go to community, and here we have the website list that is shared in the community, right? Anyone can see this website using this community. So when we click here, it will open the view page. I'll just click on this first one. So you can see the URL localhost /view/project ID. So this will be the public URL, correct? And here we have this complete website. Let me just close it and open any other website. So I'll open this dashboard. Let's click here and you can see the URL view/project ID. So this dashboard is open in new tab. Anyone can see this web page because this is the public URL. Let's close it. So now we have completed the front end of our AI website builder. Next we have to create the backend server where we'll create the APIs, and then we will link those APIs with this front end to make it fully functional AI website builder. Now let's see our third chapter, that is creating backend, where we will create the basic Express server using TypeScript. For that, let me open new tab, and here we will open the GreatStack GitHub profile. You can see the URL github.com/greatstackdev. Here you will find this notes folder. Let's open it. And in this one, you will find this documentation, that is MD file, basic express with TypeScript. Let's just open it. So here we have the step-by-step guide to create the basic Express server using TypeScript. So the first step is to create the server directory and initialize the node package manager. So let me just come back here in the VS Code and I'll close this files. I'll right click and select close saved. After that, here we have the client folder, just collapse it, and here we will create our next folder. If I open the terminal, you can see the front end is running here, right? Now let's come here in this site builder, and in this site builder we will create a new folder and write the folder name server, right? Now right click on this server and select open in integrated terminal. So now you can see we are in this terminal where you can see we are in this server folder. So here we have to install the Express, but before that we will initialize the node package manager. So just copy this command npm init-y. Let's just copy and paste it here. Press enter. After that, I'll just come here, and before that, let's see this server folder. In this one we have package.json file, right? After that, let me just come here and you can see the next step. So we have to install the dependencies. So first we'll install Express. Let's just copy this and paste it here. npm install Express. After that, let's see the next command, that is installing the dev dependencies that will be used in the development server, where we will install TypeScript, then tsx, then types/node, then we'll add tsnode, then types/express and nodemon. Let's just copy this and paste it here. Press enter. So it is installing all these dependencies. So let's see the next step. So the next step is to create this tsconfig.js file. It will be created when we execute this command. So let's just copy this. npx tsc-init. Copy this one and come here, paste it in this terminal. Press enter. It has been executed, right? And after that, if I open this sidebar, here you can see we have this tsconfig.js file. Let's open this file. And here you can see these configurations in this tsconfig.json. So let's see the next step. So we have to add the basic setup. So let's just copy this one and we will paste it in the tsconfig.json file. So I'll just come back here. Let's just clear everything from this tsconfig and paste the code that we have just copied like this. After that, let's see the next step. So the next step is to create a file, that is server.ts. So I'll just copy this and here in this server folder create this file server.ts, and in this one let's just paste this code. I'll copy this and paste it here. So you can see we have imported Express and also imported the request and response from Express. Then we have created the instance of Express using this app. Then we have added the port number and created the first route. When we hit this route using get method, we will see the response server is live. After that, we have added app.listen that will start the server on this port, and it will display this message in console: server is running at localhost : port number. Save the changes. Now let's see the next step. So the next step is to modify our package.json file. In this one we have to add the start script, server and build. So let's just copy this one and come here in the package.json file. In this one you can see we have the scripts where we have test script. So just clear it. Here we will add a start, server and build. Save the changes. After that, let's come here and you can see we have to add the type module. Let's just copy this and here we'll add a space, provide the type module, add comma, save the changes. Now let's see the next step. So we can start this server using npm run server. Let's just copy this, open the terminal and type npm run server. Now you can see the message server is running at localhost 3000. Let's open this link. So when we open this URL localhost 3000, you can see the message server is live. So our basic Express application is successfully running. Now we'll add some other dependencies also that will be used in this project. For that, I'll just come back here in the terminal. In this terminal, the project is running, so I'll write Ctrl+C to stop this. And after that, here we will install the CORS package. So let's add npm install CORS. And with that, we will also add .env. So we'll add .env and press enter. Next, we have to add the development or dev dependencies for the CORS type. So let's add npm install -d and then we'll add @types/CORS. Press enter. Then now we'll start the project using npm run server. So again the server is running. Now we will hide it and after that we'll set up the CORS and .env in our main file, that is server.ts. So in this one, here let's add import and we will import .env/config, right? After that we'll add import and we will import CORS and let's import the CORS from CORS package like this. And after that we have to set up this CORS as middleware. So before this route, let's add app.use and in this one we will provide the CORS like this. Now here we have to define the trusted or allowed origin because in this project we will pass sessions. So here we'll add const CORS options equal to object. In this object we'll add the origin and here we can add the URL that will be allowed, right? And after that here we'll add the credentials and make the credentials true, right? Now in this array we can add multiple URLs or links. That will be the front-end URL. Right now our front-end is running at localhost 5173, so we can allow that URL like this. If I just copy this URL and paste it here, so this URL will be allowed. Let's add it in double quote and remove this /. Similarly, we can separate the URLs using this comma and add next URL. So instead of adding it here, we will add all the trusted or allowed URLs or origin in the environment variable. So here we will create the environment variable file also. So I'll open this sidebar. In this server folder, we'll create a file called .env. Now in this file, let's create one environment variable with the name trusted origins. And here let's add the origin, that is the front-end URL. So we have added this URL. After that we can add the comma and we can add the next URL also, right? So let me keep only one URL for now, and after that we will come here and let me just clear this one. And here let's add process.env dot, then we'll add trusted origins that we have added in environment variable, right? Then we'll add question mark dot a split. So if we have added multiple origins, then we will split it using the comma. So just add this comma, and here we'll add the OR operator. If it is not available in the .env file, then this empty array will be added in this origin. So we have provided this course options, and after that we have to provide it in this course function like this. Save the changes. So we have completed the basic setup of our Express application. After that we have to connect our backend server with database. To store our data, we are going to use Neon database. Neon is a fully managed serverless Postgres database built for modern application. Neon helps developers to build a scalable and reliable app faster. It comes with powerful features like branching and auto-scaling that simplifies development and management. With Neon free plan, you can create up to 70 projects and store up to 500 MB of data at no cost. So just click on the link given in the description to sign up and start using Neon for free. So I'll log in with my existing account. I'll click on this login button and log in with my Google account. After sign up, it is asking to create a project. So let's add the project name. I'll write site builder. And then we'll add the region. We have to choose the region from this drop down. So choose the nearest region. I'll choose this one and click on this create button. After that, you will find this button connect. You can see the message connect to your database. So click on this button, and after that you will get this connection URL, right? So we have to add this URL in our environment variable that will be used to connect our project with Neon database. So just copy this one, and let's come back to the VS Code. And in this one, we will open .env file, and here let's create one environment variable. So I'll write database underscore URL, and here let's paste this connection URL or connection string like this. After that, we have to connect our backend server with Neon database. For that, we are going to use the ORM, that is Prisma. So let's open this Prisma. To connect our project with Neon database, let's use this Prisma ORM. So we will open the Prisma website and go to docs. And after that, here we'll click on this icon, that is PostgreSQL. Inside this, bring your own database. Let's click here. And after that, in the left side, you will find Prisma ORM, and then we have the quick start. So I'll just click on this link, quick start. And after that, scroll down. Here you can see the steps. So first step is to create a new project. So we have already created the project. After that, you can see the next step, install required dependencies. So let's just copy this one. Copy the first command and paste it here. Let me just open the terminal. So I'll open this terminal. You can see the backend is running. So I'll write Ctrl C to stop it and paste this command. Press enter. It is installing the Prisma dependencies. After that, come back here and copy the second command and paste it here. First, we will wait for this installation to be completed. So now the first command has been executed. Let's paste the second command, press enter. And after that, let's see the next step. So you can see the next step is to configure ESM. So we will skip this one. We have already created the tsconfig JSON file. After that, let's see the fourth step. So we have to use this command npx prisma, and then we have to use this command npx prisma init db output and generated prisma. So let's just copy this one and come here in the terminal, paste this one, npx prisma. Then let's just copy the next command, copy this one and paste it here. Here it is asking, would you like to authenticate? So I'll press N, enter, and I'll just come back here. By mistake, we have selected this Prisma Postgres. So here we will choose this PostgreSQL from this left sidebar. Just click here. So after selecting this PostgreSQL, let's scroll down. And in this one, you can see this command is different. So let me just copy this one. And let's paste it here. Press enter. So after executing this command, let's just come back here and you can see the next step. So after completing this command, you can see it will generate this prisma config.ts file, and in this one it will add this configuration, right? And after that it will also create this schema.prisma file and it will be added there. Then we have to create the database URL variable, that is the environment variable. So we have already added it in the environment variable file and provided our database URL, correct? And then we have to add our models in this schema.prisma file. So let me just come back here in the VS Code. Let me hide this terminal. If I open this sidebar, here you can see we have the Prisma folder. In this one we have the schema.prisma file, right? And here we have the prisma.config.ts. In this one we have these configuration, and here we have the database URL from environment variable, right? And we have already added the database URL environment variable in this .env file, as you can see here, right? Now let's come here in the schema.prisma, and after this one we have to provide our schema. For that we have already created and provided the schema in assets. So if I open the client, then src assets folder, here you will find the schema.prisma file, right? So let me just open it. In this one you can see we have this generator and data source db, right? After that we have all the models. So let me just copy all the models from here. You will find it in the asset that you have downloaded from the video description, right? So let's just copy all the models and open our server folder, Prisma folder, schema.prisma file, and paste it here just after this data source. So we have provided the model here. Now let's see the next step. So we have defined the model. Let's scroll down, and after that you can see the next step, create and apply your first migration. So I'll just copy this command and come back here in the VS Code. Open the terminal and paste this command. Press enter. Now this command has been executed. After that, just come back here and copy this second command, npx prisma generate. Let's just copy this and paste it here. Press enter. That's it. Now let's see the next step. So now we have to initiate the Prisma client. But before that, let me open our Neon database. I'll just come here, close it, and if I open the tables, here you can see we have all the models, right? We have the account, conversation, session, transaction, user, verification, version, and website project. And here we have all the properties for this website project like ID, name, initial prompt, current code, right? So we have successfully connected the project with Neon database, right? Now let's initiate the Prisma client. So we have to create a folder called lib, and in that one we will create a file called prisma.ts. So let's just come here and open the sidebar. So in this server folder, let's create a new folder. I'll create a new folder with the name lib, and here we'll create a new file called prisma.ts, right? And after that, let me just come back here and copy this configuration. Simply click here to copy and paste it here. Now in this one, you can see we have this import Prisma client from the generated Prisma client. So let me provide the correct path here. So in this import statement, we will simply provide client.js. That's it. So we have to provide the file name extension also. And after that, here we have the database URL from environment. And after that, here we have the connection string, and then we have this adapter, and here we have export Prisma object, right? So instead of adding this object Prisma, let me add export default and provide this Prisma. That's it. So we have created the prisma.ts configuration. It means we have created the Prisma client so that we can access the models. After that, let me again start the project. So here we'll add npm run server. So you can see the message server is running at localhost 3000. It means the backend server is successfully running, and right now our backend server is successfully connected with Neon database. After connecting our backend server with database, next we have to create the authentication in our project. Now let's start our next chapter where we will integrate the user authentication in our project. For that, we are going to use BetterAuth. So let's search for BetterAuth and open this website, betterauth.com, and after that, let's go to this docs. And here you will click on this get started and then click on this installation from this left sidebar. So you can see the first step, that is installation of the package. So just copy this command and come back here in the VS Code. Let's open the terminal. In this terminal, the front end is running. So let's go to second one. You can see this is the terminal for backend server, right? Now let's add Ctrl+C to stop the project, and here we will add this command npm install BetterAuth. Press enter. So it is installing these packages. So let's see the next step. So in the next step, we have to create the environment variable file, and in that one we have to add the secret key. So we have to create a variable with this name auth secret or BetterAuth secret. Let's just copy this and open our VS Code. You can see this installation has been completed. So I'll hide this terminal and open the .env file of our server folder. Here we'll add this BetterAuth secret, and here you can add any secret key, or you can also generate the secure key from here. I'll just click on this button, generate secret, and it will generate the key here. So let me just copy and paste it here. After that, let's see the next step. So the next step is to create the auth.ts file, and we will create it inside a folder called lib, or you can also create it in utils folder. So let's come here in the sidebar, and we have the lib folder. So here in this lib folder, create a file called auth.ts. Now here we have to add the configuration. So you can see first we have to import the BetterAuth and create the BetterAuth instance and export it from this file. Then we have to connect the database also. You can see configure database. So we are using Postgres database. So let's just click on this one, Postgres, and here we have the configuration for auth.ts file. Let me scroll down, and to use this Postgres we are going to use the Prisma ORM. So I'll just click here, Prisma, and here we have the final configuration for this auth.ts. So let me just copy this one. I'll just click on this icon, copy it and paste it here. So in this one we have imported the BetterAuth. Then we have the Prisma adapter from this BetterAuth adapters Prisma. So here you can see we have this import statement, that is import Prisma client, and after that we are creating the Prisma client using this Prisma client instance. So we have already created the Prisma client that we can import here. So let me remove this line from here and remove this import statement and comment. And here you can see we are using the Prisma. So let's import this Prisma from our Prisma client, that is prisma.js file. So just click here and you can see the Prisma has been imported from this prisma.js file. Correct. And after that here we have the provider. So in this provider by default the value is SQLite. So let me update it. Here we'll add this PostgreSQL because we are using the PostgreSQL by Neon. Let me remove this comment. So we have added the database, and after that let's see this documentation. So in this one you can see we have missed this part. We have added the BetterAuth secret key, but after that we have to add one more environment variable, that is BetterAuth URL. And here we have to provide our application URL, that is the backend server URL. So let's just copy this one, open.env file, and paste it here. So we have added BetterAuth secret and then BetterAuth URL like this. And after that I'll come back here in the documentation. We have completed this auth.ts file. After that you can see the next step, create database table. So we have already created the database table using Prisma, and we have the models also, right? So using that models we have created the table. So we'll skip this fifth point and after that come here in the next one. So here we have the authentication methods. So in this one you can use the email and password authentication. You can also use other social media authentications using this property social providers. You can provide the GitHub and then provide the client ID and secret like that. So we are going to use only email and password, right? Let me just copy this one, and after that I'll just come back here in the auth.ts file, and just after this database we will provide this email and password, and in this one we'll write enable property, it will be true, right? After that here we are going to use the sessions for authentication, and to use the sessions, so here we have to add the trusted origins also to use the sessions for authentication. So we have already created it in the server.ts file. You can see we have this process.env.trustedorigins, right? So let me just copy this one and I'll just come back here in the auth.ts file, and here before this auth let's add const trusted origins equal to process.env.trustedorigins.split, and then we have added or empty array, and here we are using .env, so we have to import the .env config. So in the first line let's add import .env/config. Now we have the trusted origins here that we will add it in this auth. So after this comma we will provide the trusted origins. Then we have to add the base URL also. So let's add the base URL property, and in this base URL let's import the base URL from the environment variable. So I'll write process.env and let's copy this name BetterAuth URL, right? And at the end, we'll add this exclamation sign so that it will not give an error when it is missing. After that, here we'll add the next property, that is secret. And here we have to provide the better auth secret key, right? So let me add process.env dot and provide this better auth secret. And at the end, again we'll add exclamation sign and comma. After that, we'll add the next property called advanced. In this advanced, we will add the object, and here we'll add cookies. In this cookies, again add the object, and here we'll add the session token. In this session token property, we will add the object and provide the name. So let's add the name here, that is auth_session. Then we have to add the attributes property, and in this one let's add HTTP only and make it true. After that, we'll add secure property, and it will be true when the environment is production, right? So we have to set the environment in the .env file. So here let's add node_env equal to, and here we'll add the development. Right now we are creating it on localhost, so it is in the development environment, right? So we have added node env development, and after that, let's come here. Here we'll add this process.env dot node_env equal to production. So when it is production, then it will be true, and right now it is on development, so it will be false. After that, we'll add the next property, same site, so let's make it none, and then we'll add the path. So I'll set the path / that is the home. So we have created the configuration of our auth.ts file. After that, let's see the documentation again, and here you can see we have to mount the handler, right? So to mount the handler, here we have different project type, right? So let me scroll it, and here we have the express project, right? Let's just click here, and you will get this statement. So we have to add it in our main file, that is server.ts file. So just copy this and open our VS Code, then server.ts file, and we will add it here. After this, app.use course. So we have added app.all and provided the path /api/auth/any, and here we have added to node handler auth, and after that we have to import this to node handler. So let me write to node handler and click here. So you can see it has been imported from the better auth/node, correct? So after that, we have to import this auth also. So let's type this auth, and we will import it from the lib folder. Let me just click here. You can see it has been imported from lib folder auth.js file that we have created here. You can see we have created this auth and exported it, right? So after that, I'll just come back here in the documentation. So you can see next we have to set up the authentication in the client project. So we have completed the authentication setup in our backend server. After that, let's come to the client project. To implement this authentication in client project, first we will install the package. So let me just copy this command again and open our VS Code. Now we'll open the terminal. So this is the backend terminal, that is the server, right? So we will start the backend server also. So here we'll add npm run server, so it will start the backend server, right? Now let's come to the client terminal. So this is the client project and it is running. So here we'll add Control C to stop the front-end project. And then we'll add this command npm install better auth. So it will install this package in client also. After that, we will start the project using npm run dev. So it will start the client project. It is running. Now let's hide it and I'll close all these files. And then we will open the sidebar, and in this one we have the server and client. So let's fold this server and open the client folder. And in this client folder we have to create a configuration file like this one. If I come back to the documentation and see this step, create client instance. So we have to create the auth client.ts file in the lib folder when we are creating the project in React, right? So let's copy the file name auth client.ts and let's come here. Here we have the client folder, and in this one we will come to src, and in this src we will create a lib folder. Now in this lib folder we will create a new file and write the file name auth client.ts. Now just come here and see the next step. So we have to add this configuration. So I'll just copy this one and paste it here in this auth client.ts file. You can see here we have the import create auth client from betterauth/react, and after that we have created the instance of this create auth client and exported it, right? Then we have to provide the base URL of our server, that is the localhost 3000. So let me add it in the environment variable because it will be used in other places also. So here let me open the client folder. In this client folder we have to create one environment variable. So let's add a new file here and write the file name .env. And in this .env file we will add the environment variable name called wheat_base URL. We have created this project using wheat, that's why we have added wheat_base URL, and then we'll add the backend URL, that is localhost 3000. Save the changes, and after that I'll open this auth client, and here we will import the base URL from the environment variable. For that, let me just remove it, and let me remove the comment also. Here we have the base URL, and let's add import dot meta dot env dot and provide wheat_base URL. So it will import the backend server URL from environment variable. After that, here we have to add one more property, that is fetch options, and in this fetch options we'll add the credentials, and in this credentials let's set include. So we have added this fetch options because we have created our backend server using Express. And after that, let's see the documentation. So we have to export this sign in, sign up and session from this file. So let me just copy this one and paste it here. And instead of adding this create auth client, we can simply use this auth client like this. So we have created this auth client.ts file in the client project. So now you can see we have completed this step to create this auth client file, and after that you can click on this link basic usage. So here you will see the documentation to use this better auth for creating the authentication component, right? So here we have the steps using that we can implement the authentication manually. We have to create these functions for sign up. Let's just click here. You can create this one to create the sign-in functionality, right? So instead of creating this manually, we are going to use the component. For that, let's search for BetterAuth UI. Open this website, betterauthui.com, and here let's click on this Get Started and then click on Requirements. So to use this BetterAuth UI, you should have SADCN UI setup on your project. Then you need to set up Sooner, then Tailwind CSS and BetterAuth. So the Tailwind CSS and BetterAuth is already implemented in the Frontend or client project. So let's set up the SADCN. So I'll just click on this link. And after that, let's click on this Docs. In the top left corner, you will see this Docs. So let's click here and then click on this Vite, because we have created the client project using Vite package. So let's click here. And after that, from here, you need to choose this NPM. So we have created the Vite project. And after that, we have added the Tailwind CSS. And after that, we have added this one also. And then we have to configure the tsconfig.json file. In this one, we have to add this compiler option, right? So let's just copy this one and open the tsconfig.json file. So open the sidebar, then tsconfig.json file is there. And in this one, let's add comma and provide compiler options. After that, let me just come back here and see the next step. So we have to open the tsconfig.app.json, and in this one we have to provide this one, base URL and paths. So I'll just copy this and come back here. In this tsconfig app.json, and in this one, let's find the compiler options. So in this compiler options, we have this object, right? So here, let me write comma and provide base URL property and paths property. And after that, let's see the next step. We have to open vite.config.ts file, and so you can see we have to update the vite.config.ts file, where we have to install this type node that is already installed, and after that we have to update this file where we have to add this plugins, then resolve alias and provide this add path. So we have already added it, so we will skip this one also. Let's see the next step. So here we have to install the SADCN, right? So let's just copy this one, copy this command and open the VS Code. Now we'll open the terminal. In this terminal, we'll add Ctrl+C and then add this command. So here we will add this command npx sadcn at latest init. Press enter. So it will install this. Let's press enter. And it is installing this package. Till then we will see the next step. So you can see this is the command that we have added, and after that it will ask some questions like we have to choose the base color, and then we can add the components. So we will skip this one also, that is adding the button component. So let me just come back here, and you can see it is still executing this command. Now it is asking to choose the base color, so we will select neutral and press enter. It is done. After that, let me just come back here and we will open this requirements again, and you can see next we have to configure the sooner. So just click here, and in this sooner, just below this text you will see this link docs. So just click here, so it will open the docs for sooner. So we have to install it, so I'll just copy this command and paste it here in this terminal in the client project npm install sooner. It will install this package, and after that let's see the next step. So we have to import the toaster from this sooner, and we have to add the toast component. So I'll just copy this one and open our main file, that is app.tsx. And here let's add this import statement, import toaster from sooner. We can remove this toast for now, and after that we will add this toaster component in this return. So in this return we have a div, so just after this div we will add this toaster. That's it. Now let's see the next step. So we have configured this toaster also, and we can display the toast notification anywhere in the application using this toast. We have to import the toast also to display the toast notification. So we have configured the sooner and this sad cn. After that, let's click on this installation in the left sidebar, and here you can see this step. We have to install the package for better auth UI. So let's click here to copy it and open the VS Code terminal. Paste this command here, press enter. After completing this installation, let's see the next step. So we have to configure our CSS. So in the global CSS file, we have to add this import statement. So I'll just copy this one and open our index.css file, and in this one let's add this import statement like this. After that, now we will come back here and scroll down. So here you will come to this integrations, and here we will choose for React. Let's click on this React. So on this page you can see the text setting up auth provider. So we have to create a provider file in the src folder. So just copy this file name, providers.tsx file. Let's come here and we will come to this src and create a new file and write the file name providers.tsx, and in this one let's just paste this configuration. So copy this one, paste it here. Now in this one, here you can see we have this nav link. So instead of simply providing this nav link, here we will provide the props like this. We will add the arrow function and get the props here, and after that it will return this nav link tag. We will use this self-closing nav link, and after that here we'll add curly braces and provide the props here. So just add a spread operator and props. Then we'll add the to property. In this to property we'll add the props dot href. That's it. Now save the changes, and after that let's see the next step. So you can see the next step. We have to wrap our application using this providers, correct? So let's just copy this import statement and open the VS Code, and we will open our main file, that is main.tsx. Here we'll add this import, that is import providers from providers. So here you can see we are importing the providers from this file providers. So you can see we have created this file with small p providers.tsx. So let me write dot slash providers.tsx. That's it. And after that we have to use this to wrap our application. So after this browser router, let's provide the providers component, and within this we will mount our app like this. Now save the changes. After that let's see the next step. So in the next step you can see we have to create the auth pages. It means we have to create the authentication pages. For that we'll create the folder. In the pages folder we'll create auth folder and write the page name auth page.tsx. To To create the authentication pages, let me just copy this file name authpage.tsx and open our VS Code. And let's open the sidebar. We will open the pages folder, and in this pages folder we'll create a new folder and write the folder name auth. And in this auth folder, let's create a new file and write the file name authpage.tsx. Now in this file we have to add the code from here. So just click on this icon to copy it and paste it here. So in this one you can see we have provided this auth view component and imported it from here. Next we have to update the classes so that it will match with our theme. So we will remove all these classes and here we will add our own Tailwind CSS classes like this. Now in this auth view also we will add some classes. So here we'll add the class name property, and in this one let's add curly braces, and again we'll add the curly braces and provide the base. And in this base property let's add the background black /10, then we'll add ring indigo 900. Let me change this class name, it should be class names. Just correct this one, save the changes, and we have completed this authpage.tsx file. After that we have to mount it. So you can see in the app.tsx file we have to add this route. Let me just copy this line and open our app.tsx file, and here we have added these routes. So in this one let's add this one also, that is route path auth /path name then element, and in this element we have to provide auth page. So let's import it. We'll add this auth page, and you can see it has been imported from the pages folder, auth page. Save the changes. After that let's see this document, and now we can access the authentication pages using these paths. So I'll just come back to the VS Code, and first we'll start the client project also. You can see it is stopped. So let's write npm run dev, press enter, so it will start the client project. Now we can hide it and open our project. So right now we are on the home page. Let me refresh it. Now let me write the path here /auth /sign-in or sign in. So it will open this sign in page. Right now you can see these texts are not visible. We have to configure our page for dark mode. Let me change it. Here if I write sign up, so it will open the sign up form. You can see this is the sign up form. It is working fine. So let's fix this colors for the dark mode. I'll just come back here in the VS Code and we'll open the index.html file, and here we have the HTML tag. In this HTML tag we'll add the class, and in this class let's add dark. That's it. Save the changes and come back here. So now you can see these components are visible, right? Let's just click on this sign in, so it will display the sign in form. Click on sign up, so it will display the sign up form, right? And after that we have to implement the sign up feature. For that we have to add the components. So let's just come here, and in the left side you will find this components. Let's open it, and here we have the user button. Let's just click here. So when we will mount this user button, it will display this type of icon where you can go to settings and you can also sign out from the account, right? So let's implement it in the navigation bar. So let's open the components. In this components we have the navbar.tsx file. Now in this navigation bar, first we need the user data. It means we have to check the user is logged in or not. That we'll get from the use session. So here let's add const curly braces and we will get the data session. Let's get it from the auth client, and the auth client has been imported from the lib folder auth client. After that we'll add dot use sessions and call this use session function. So now here we'll get the session data, and after that let's come here where we have added this button. Get started button is there, right? So let's wrap this button inside a curly braces like this, and here we'll add the ternary operator. We will write not of session question mark dot user, then question mark. So we have added the ternary operator and add this first parenthesis. In this first parenthesis we will provide this div. It means when the user is not logged in, it will display this button, right? Then we'll add the colon here and again add this parenthesis, and in this one we have to add the component. Using that we will display the user's profile icon, right? So we have to get it from the library, that is the Better Auth UI library. So let's add import curly braces from and provide at so we have added the package here, and from this package let's import the user button like this, and after that let's mount this user button in this second parenthesis. So let's add the user button here. Now in this one we can set the size also, so let's add the size and we will add the icon. Save the changes and let's open the web page. Let me come to home page, refresh it, and after that click on this get started button, so it will open the sign in page. So right now I'll try to sign in. We have not created any account, so I'll just add the dummy email ID test@gmail.com, and here we'll add any password and login. So you can see the notification invalid email or password because we have not created any account. So it is working fine. Let me just click on this sign up and let's create our account. So here we'll add the name, then we'll add the email ID. So let's add any email ID, and then we'll add the password here and click on create account. So you can see we have created our account, and after creating the account it should display the user button here, but it is not reflected. So let me fix it. To fix it we will come back to the VS Code, but before that let me check our database also, because we have just created an account, right? So I'll open the Neon database and come to tables and open user. So here you can see the account has been created. Here we have the user ID, email, name, and then we have the total creations 0 and available credits 20, right? And let's scroll here, and here we have the other details like accounts, session, transactions, and website projects. Email verified is false, right? So the user is getting saved in the Neon database, right? So user sign up is working fine, but after sign up it should display the user button here. For that let me just come back here and I'll open the server project, that is the backend server, Then we will open lib and open auth.ts file. In this one you can see we have added the same site none. So the same site none will be added for the production only when we will deploy it online, and for local server we have to add lakhs. So here let me just copy this statement, paste it here, then we'll add question mark. So when it is true, it means when the node environment is production, then we'll add none. Then we'll add colon here, and here we'll add lakhs. It means when the environment is development, it will add lakhs. Now save the changes and again open the web page. So I'll open this web page, click on get started. It will open the sign in form, and we have already created the account, so we can sign in. So I'll enter the same email ID and enter the password. Click on login button. So now we are successfully logged in, and after login you can see here we have the user button, right? Let me just click here and it will open the name, then email ID, and here we have the setting page also. I'll just click on this setting page or setting menu, so you can see it will display the setting page. So we have to configure this page where user can update their profile. And before that, let me just click on this sign out, so you can sign out from the account. So after sign out, it will display this sign in page or sign in form. So let's configure our setting page also for the user profile. So again we will open the Better Auth UI documentation, and in the left side you will find this settings. Let's just click here, so you can see we can create the settings page like this. Right, for that I'll just click here, account settings cards, and here you will find this import statement. We have to import the account settings card and we have to mount this component. So let me just open the VS Code, and here we'll create a new page. So let's open the sidebar, then pages folder. So here we have the pages folder. In this pages folder, let's create the file called settings.tsx. Then add RAFCE to create the component structure. And after that, here let's add this import statement. So we have added this import, and after that we have to mount this component, right? So within this div, let's mount this component. Now let's add some CSS also. So in this div we'll add the class name property, and here let's provide these classes, and in this mounted component we have to add the class names property. You can see we have added class names like this, and after that here we'll add one object and provide the card. Now for this card, let's add the object, and here we will add base property, and in this base property let me provide these Tailwind classes, then add comma and provide the footer property. So let's add the footer property here, and for this footer let me add these classes. Now we will save the changes, and after that we have to mount this settings page in our app.tsx file. So let's open sidebar, and here you can see we have this app.tsx, and here we have to mount that component. But before that I'll just come back here in the web page and I'll log in using my account, and after login I'll open the settings. So you can see the path, it is /account/settings, correct? So we have to use this path. Let's just come back here and create a new route. So just duplicate it. Here we'll add the path. It will be /account/settings, and here we have to add the element. So in this element we will mount the settings page. That's it. You can see the settings page has been imported. Now let's save the changes and open the web page. So you can see here we have the settings page where we can update the name, email, and we can also save the changes, right? After that, we have the logout functionality also. Now in this settings page, we will also enable the change password and delete account feature. For that, let's just come here in this documentation, and here in the left side you will find this change password card. Let's just click here. So it will add this type of card. So for that, we have to import this one from the same path, and we have to add this component. So let me just import it. I'll just copy this and come here, and here we'll add comma and provide this change password card. And now we will mount this one. So just copy this div and paste it here. Just before this closing div, we will mount this within this div. Now in this one, let's update the classes. So here we'll add width full. That's it. And after that, here we have to add the same base and footer. So here let's add the class names, and in this class names again add the object, and after that simply provide this base and footer like this. Save the changes, and now let me open the web page. So here you can see we have this change password component also, but it is aligned in the right side. So just come back, and here in the first div, let me provide the other classes. So at the end here we'll add flex call, that is flex column. Then we will provide the gap also. So let's add the gap 6. Then we will add the padding y 12. Save the changes, and now you can see it is aligned vertically. So here we have the change password option where we can change the password, and after that we have to add the delete account card. So let's come here and click here delete account card, and here we have to display the card like this. So let's just copy this, import, paste it here. We will import this component delete card or delete account card, and after that we have to mount it. So just copy this div and paste it here just before this last closing div. In this one also we will set the width full like this, and after that here we have to add the class names, and in this class names just add this curly braces and provide this base. That's it. Copy the base and paste it here. Save the changes, and after that you can see here we have this delete account also, right? But right now this delete feature will not work because it is disabled from the backend, right? So let me just come back here in the VS Code, and we will open our backend. So here we have the server folder. In this one we have the lib and auth.ts file. So in this auth.ts file we have added this database, then we have added the email password enabled. After that here we will add the user, and in this user property let me add the object and provide the delete user property, and here let's add the object and provide enabled and make it true, and here we'll add the comma. That's it. Save the changes, and after that if I just come here and let me change the password first. So here we'll add the current password and add a new password. Click on save. So you can see the notification your password has been changed. So the change password is working fine. After that let's try to delete the account. I'll just click here delete account, and here we'll add the password and click on delete account. So now your account has been deleted. You can see the notification and we are logged out. After that let's refresh our Neon database. So you can see that user data has been deleted. So this delete account is also working fine. So we have configured the user authentication in our project. Let me log in again. So first we have to create the account. So I'll add the name, email ID and set any password. So after sign up we are logged in. So we have completed the user authentication in our full stack website builder project. Now we will start the next chapter, that is building API for AI website creation. Here we'll create the APIs in the backend server. Using that we can create the website using AI. For that, let's come back here in the VS Code and we'll close all these files. So right click and select close saved. Now open the sidebar and we will fold this client folder and come to this server folder. Now in this server folder, let's create a new folder and write the folder name controllers. Now in this controllers folder, we will create the file called user controllers. So create a new file and write the file name user controller .ts. Now in this one, we have to create different controller function for different functionality. So let me add the comment here, that is get user credits. So first we'll create the controller function. Using that we will get the user credits and the credit data is stored in the database. So here let's add export const get user credits equal to async arrow function. In this one we'll get the request and let's add the type. So here we'll add request from the express. So let's add import curly braces from express, and from this express let's get the request and response, right? After that, let's provide this request here. Then we will add comma and provide res, that is a response, and provide this response here as a type. Now within this controller function we will add the try catch statement, and in this try block first we need the user ID. So let me write const user ID equal to request dot user ID. But right now this user ID property is not available in the request. So we have to insert this user ID using a middleware. That middleware will be executed before executing this controller function. To create that, let me open this sidebar. Here in this server folder, we'll create a new folder called middlewares. And in the middlewares folder, we will create a file called auth.ts. Right? So it will be used to authenticate the user. Now in this one also we'll create a function and export it. So let's add export const protect. So we have added the function name protect, and then we'll create the asynchronous arrow function. So let's add async arrow function. And after that, here also we will import the request and response from express like this, and here we'll also get the next function, and in this parameter let me provide request and the type is request, then add comma, provide res, that is response, and type is response, and then we'll add comma, provide next, that is the next function, right? After that, let me add the try catch statement, and in this try block we have to get the session. So I'll write const, we have added const session equal to await, then we'll add the auth and import the auth from the lib folder auth.js file. Then we'll add dot API dot get session method, and in this one we have to provide the headers, and in the headers property let me write from node headers, and you can see the from node headers has been imported from the better auth / node, correct? Now in this one we will provide the request dot headers. So here we will get the session, And after that, here we have to add the if statement. If not of session, if the session is false, or not of session question mark dot user. It means when the session is not available, or in the session we don't have the user. It means the user is not logged in. So in this case, we'll add return and provide the response dot a status, and let's send the status code for not 1. And after that, we'll add dot JSON method, and here we'll add the object and provide the message that is unauthorized user, like this. And suppose the user is available in this session, and in this case we have to add the user ID property in the request. So let's add the request dot user ID property equal to, we will use the session dot user dot ID, like this. And after that, we have to call the next function. Right now, come to the catch block. In this catch block, we'll add error and any. And after that, let me write console log and provide the error in this console log. Then we'll add response.status for not 1, and we'll add the JSON object and provide the message, like this. Now here you can see we have added the request.userid, but this user ID type is not defined, right? For that, we have to open the sidebar, and in this server folder, we have to create a new folder called types. So let's create a new folder, types. And in this types folder, we will create a new file and write the file name, that is express.d.ts. You can see the file name express.d.ts, that will define the data types, right? So in this file, we will write import and curly braces from express, and from this express we will import the request, correct? And after that, let me write declared global, and in this global object, let me write namespace express, and in this express object, I'll write interface, and here in this interface, let's add the request, and then we will add the user ID question mark colon and provide a string type, like this. After that, let me just come here. You can see there is no error in this line, that is request.userid. So using this middleware, we will insert the user ID, and after that, let me just come back here in the controller file, that is user controller.ts. So here you can see we are fetching the user ID from the request, correct? And after that, we'll add the if statement if not of user ID. Suppose the user ID is not available. So in this case, we will simply add return. So let's add return response.status, and the status is for not 1. Then we'll add .json method and provide the message called unauthorized. Now suppose the user ID is available. So using this user ID, we have to find the user from the database. So let's add const user equal to await, and then we'll add Prisma and import the Prisma from lib/prisma.js file, right? And after that, here we'll add user model find unique, and let's add the object here. In this object, just add the where property, and here we'll add the ID, and the ID will be user ID. So using this user ID, we will find the user, correct? After that, let me write response dot JSON, and here we will add the object and provide the credits property, and in this one just provide the user dot credits. So from this user we will find the credits value from the database. Now come to this catch block, and here we will add error and the type will be any, and after that here we'll add console log, and in this console log we'll provide the error.code or error.message. After that we will add the response also, so let's add the response.status 500 and then JSON and provide this message error.message. Correct? So we have created this controller function. Using that we can get the credits of the particular user. Now we'll create our next controller function. Using that we can create a new project. For that first we'll add the comment here. So let's add the comment controller function to create new project, and after that let me just duplicate this controller function. Let's copy and paste it here. Now we will change the name. So the name is create user project, right? And here we have added async arrow function with request and response. Now we have the try catch statement. So let me move this user ID before this try block. So before this try block, let me write const user ID equal to request.user ID. Then we have added the try catch, and in this try block we will get the prompt. Using the prompt we will create the project, right? So let's add const curly braces initial prompt and equal to the request dot body, like this. After that we are checking for the user. If the user ID is not available, then we have added this response, that is unauthorized, and when the user ID is available we will find the user from the database. And after that let's add the if statement. After finding the user we have to check the credits. So here we'll add if user then AND operator, provide the user dot credits. We will check the credits property, and if it is less than 5, so in this case user cannot create the project because the credit is less than 5. Minimum 5 credit is required to create a project. So here we'll add return response dot status 403. Then we'll add dot JSON, and here we'll add the message. So let's add the message called add credits to create more projects. Now suppose the credit is equal to 5 or more than 5. So in this case we can create a new project. So first we'll add the comment here, create new project, and here let's add const project equal to await, and after that we will use the Prisma. So just we will add Prisma dot website project model, right? Then dot create. So it will create a new data in this website project. Now here we'll add the object and provide the data, and in this data object first we'll add the name, that will be the project name, and after that we have to add the next property, that is initial prompt. So in this name also we will store the initial prompt, that is here. So just copy and paste it here. We have added the initial prompt in the name. Then we will add the initial prompt like this, and after that we will add the user ID also, like this. So we have added name, initial prompt and user ID. Now if the initial prompt is too long, then we have to make it short. For that here we'll add initial prompt dot length, and if the length is greater than 50, right? So just add ternary operator. If it is greater than 50, then we'll add this initial prompt dot substring, and in this one just add 0 to 47. So we have added 0, 47, and then we will concatenate the dots. So in this quote we'll add triple dot, right? Then we'll add the colon here, and if the initial prompt is not greater than 50, then we can simply provide the initial prompt in the name like this. So we have created a new data in the website project, correct? And after creating this project, we have to update the user's data. So let's add the comment here, update users total creation, and then we'll add the await prisma dot user model dot update method. In this update method, we'll add the object and provide where property, and let's add the ID. So the ID is user ID, and then we'll add the data that needs to be updated. So in this data property, we will add the total creation, and in this total creation, just add the increment, and let's add the value 1. So it will increase the total creation by 1, right? And after that, we have to create the data in conversation also. So here we'll add await prisma dot conversation model dot create, and in this one, let's add the data. Here we'll add the role. So let's add the role called user, because we have added the prompt. So it will start the conversation, and we have added the role user. Then we'll add the content, and in this content, let's add the initial prompt, and after that we'll add the project ID. So the project ID will be this project that is here, right? So let's add the project dot ID. So we have added the conversation data also in the database. After that, we have to update the user data. It means we have to reduce the total number of credits. So here we'll add await prisma dot user dot update, and in this one, let's add where property. In this where property, provide the ID, and the ID will be user ID. Then we have to add the data that need to be updated. So in this data, let's add the credits property, and here we'll add curly braces decrement, and let's decrease the credit by 5. So after starting the conversation, after adding the initial prompt, it will deduct 5 credit, right? And after that, let's add the response. So just add response.json, and here we will provide the project ID. So let's add the project ID property, and in the project ID, simply provide the project.id, right? After that, here we have to enhance our given prompt using AI, right? We have added the simple prompt to create any website. Then the AI will enhance this prompt. For that, we are going to use the OpenAI package. So let's open the terminal. So this is the backend terminal, right? Let's add Ctrl C, and here in this backend terminal, we will add npm install OpenAI. After installing this package, we have to create the configuration, and here we are going to use the Open Router API key, right? So I'll just open the web browser, and before that, we will start this project using npm run server. So it will start the backend server, and then let's hide this terminal, open the web browser, and here we will search for Open Router. Let's open this website openrouter.ai, and here you need to create an account, and after login you will find this keys. Just click here, and then you can create a new key here using this button, create API key. Just click here, and you can add the name. So let me add site builder, and then click on create button. So it will create a new key. After that, you need to add this key in the environment variable. So I'll come back here, Open the server folder .env file, and here let's add a new environment variable called API key, and we have added AI API key, right? And after that, let's insert this key here. Just copy this one and paste it here. So we have added our AI API key in the environment variable, correct? After that, just come here, just close it. So after adding our API keys, in the top menu you will find this models. Just click here. It will open this page, openrouter.ai/models, and here we can filter the models. So in this search box, let's write GLM and scroll down. Here you will find this GLM 4.5 air free, right? So this is the free model. Let's just click here. So it will open this page, and here you need to click on this quick start. Let's click here, and after that scroll down. Here we have these codes. So in this one, let's click on this button that is OpenAI TypeScript, because we have used the OpenAI package and we are using the TypeScript. So just click here, OpenAI TypeScript, and here you will get this code, right? So let me just copy this one and open our VS Code. Let's open the sidebar, and here we will create a config folder. So in this server, let's create a new folder called configs. In this configs folder, let's create a new file called openai.ts. And just paste the code that we have just copied. So here we are importing OpenAI from OpenAI package. After that, we have added the instance of this OpenAI using this new OpenAI. In this one, we have to provide the base URL, then API key, and then we have this default headers. This is optional, so let me remove it like this. Now here we have this base URL. So base URL is already added, that is openrouter.ai/api/v1. We don't have to change it. We will simply come here in the API key. So we will provide this API key from the environment variable. So let's add process .env and write the environment variable name, that is AI API key, correct? After that, we have to export this instance of OpenAI. So just add export default OpenAI. That's it. So we have created this OpenAI instance and added the configuration, that is the API key. After that, let's see the documentation, and here you can see we can create any function and we can call this OpenAI instance.chat.completion.create. And here we have to provide the model name, and then we can add the messages, and here we have to define the role. So the role will be user and then content, right? So we can send our prompts like this using this OpenAI.chat.completions.create. So let me just come back here and open our controller file. User controller is there. So after this response, here we have to enhance our prompt, right? So let me write the comment, enhance user prompt, and let's add const prompt enhance response equal to, let's use await, then we'll add the OpenAI and import the OpenAI from the configs. You can see OpenAI has been imported from this configs folder openai.js file. After that, let's come here, and now we have to add dot chat dot completions dot create, and in this create method we will add the object and define the model, right? And here let's add the model name. So I'll just copy the model name from here and paste it here. After this model, we have to add the messages. It will be array, and here we will add the object, and here we will add the role. So the role will be system. We will give the system prompt. After this role, we will add the content. So let's add the content, and here let's add backticks. In this one, we have to provide the system prompt. So let me provide this prompt here. Like this. You will find this prompt in the assets file. I'll create a file called prompts, and in that one we will add all the prompts that we will use in this project. You can download it from the video description, right? In the video description, you will find the assets folder, and in that one we have all the images, assets, and these prompts also. After that, here we'll add comma and add another object. So let's add another object. Here we'll add the role, and the role will be user, correct? And then we'll add the content. So let's add the content, and in the content we will provide our initial prompt. So the initial prompt will be sent, and we have added the system message for the AI. Role is system, and after that it will provide this enhanced prompt response or prompt enhanced response, right? From this one we have to get the exact enhanced prompt, right? So let's come here. Let's add const enhanced prompt equal to prompt enhanced response dot choices index 0 dot message dot content. So here we'll get the enhanced prompt. After that, let's add this enhanced prompt in the conversation. So I'll write await prisma dot conversation model dot create. So it will create a new data, and in this one we'll add the data property, and let's provide the role. So the role will be assistant. Then we will add the content. So in the content, let's add backticks, and here we'll add I have enhanced your prompt to, and then we'll add $, curly braces, and let's add it in the double quote like this. And here let's provide the enhanced prompt. So it will be added in the chat. Then we'll add comma here, and here we have to provide the project ID also. So in this project ID, simply provide the project dot ID. That's it. After that, we'll add a new entry in the conversation. So let me just duplicate it. Here we'll add await prisma dot conversation dot create. Then provide the data, and the role will be assistant, and then we'll add the content. So in the content, let's add now generating your website like this. Let me add the code, and then we will add the project ID. It is project.id, correct? After that, we have to generate the code using AI. So here we'll add the comment generate website code, and then we'll add const code generation response equal to await. Then we will add the OpenAI dot chat dot completion dot create. In this create, we will add the object and provide the model. So again we will add this model, and after this model we have to add the messages array, right? So we have added the messages array, and let's add the object. Now here we have to add the role. So the role will be system, and then we will add the content. So in this content we'll add backticks, and then we have to provide the prompt here, that is the system prompt, and you will find this system prompt in the asset. Let's correct it Here we have the backticks and here also backticks, right? After that, here we'll add the comma and provide another object. Here we'll add the role. So the role will be user, and then we will add content, and then we'll add enhanced prompt. Then we'll add or and provide empty string. If the enhanced prompt is false, then it will provide empty string. So here we'll get the response in this variable. So let's come here and we will write const code equal to code generation response dot choices index 0 dot message dot content, and if it is not available, it will insert the empty string like this. And after that, we have to create the version of the project. So let's add comment create version for the project. Here we'll add const version equal to await and provide the Prisma dot version model dot create method, and here we'll add the data. So in this data, let's add the code, and the code will be this one. Just copy and paste it here. Then we have to add dot replace, and in this one let me provide this /, then we have added backticks, then A to Z star \n !/gi, then comma, and provided this empty string. After that, again add dot replace. So just add dot replace, and in this one we will provide this, then comma, and provide empty string. Then again add dot and provide trim, and here let's add comma, and after that we have to add the description. So let's add the description property, and in this one let's add initial version. Then we'll add comma and provide the project ID. So in this project ID we will provide the project.id. So we have created a new version and it is stored in the database. After that, we have to add the conversation in the conversation database. So let's add await, then provide the Prisma dot conversation dot create, and here we'll add the object and provide the data. Now in this data, let's add the role. So the role will be assistant, right? And then we will add the content, and in this content let's add the message, that is, I have created your website, you can now preview it and request any changes, right? It means after creating the code and adding the version in the database, it will display this message in the chat box, right? And then we'll add the project ID, and the project ID will be this project.id property, correct? After that, we have to update the data in the website project table. So let's add await Prisma dot website project dot update. Now in this one, let's add the object and provide where. In this where we will add the ID. So the ID will be project dot ID. Then we'll add the comma, provide the data that will get updated. So in this data, let's add current code, and in the current code let's add the code. Just copy this one, paste it here. After that, here we have to add the current version index. In this current version index, let's add the version.id. So we have used this version here. After that, let's come here in the catch block. So in this catch block, we have added error, type is any, and after that here we'll add await prisma.user.update, and in this one let's add where, and then we'll add the ID, and in this ID we'll add the user ID, correct, and then we'll add the data, and in this data let's add credits, and in this credits let's add increment and provide increment 5. It means if any error occurs while creating this website, it will execute this catch block and it will again return the deducted credits, right? And after that we have added console log and provide the error, and then we have added the response.status 500, and then we have added the message, that is error.message. So we have created the controller function. Using that we can create a new project by adding the prompt. So this is the controller function. Now we have to create our next controller function. Using that we can get a single project. So let me just fold this controller function. This is too long. And here we will add the comment, that is controller function to get a single user project, right? For that, let's just copy the previous function, that is the first function, paste it here. In this one we will update the name. So let's add the name called get user project. It is async arrow function, and here we have the try catch block. In this try block we will find the user ID from request.userid. Then we will check for the user. If it is not available, we will send response, that is unauthorized. After that we have to find the project ID from the params. So let's add const curly braces project ID and equal to request.params. Now we have the project ID, and using this project ID we have to find the project. So let's add const project equal to await, then we'll add the prisma dot website project dot find unique, and in this one we'll add the object provide where, and then we'll add the ID. So the ID will be project ID, and with that we'll also provide the user ID, and after that we'll add the comma, provide include. In this include, let me write conversation, and in this conversation just add order by. In this order by, provide timestamp ascending. After that, let's come here, and after this conversation we'll add the version also. So just add the versions, and here we'll add the object provide order by. So let me just copy this, paste it here. We will add order by and provide the timestamp ascending. That's it. So here we'll get the project, and after that we have to provide this project in the response. So here we have response.json, and in this one simply provide this project. That's it. And then we have the catch block, and in this catch block we have this code, right? So we have created this function. Using that we will get the single project of any user. After that we have to create the next controller function. So let's add the commit here, controller function to get all users project. So just copy the previous function, paste it here. Here we will update the name. So let's add the name get user projects. Here we have added s. In the previous function the name was get user project, and this is the get user projects. Then here we have to get the user ID from request.userid. Then we will find the user using this user ID, correct? After that we will find the projects. So let's just remove it. Here we will add const projects equal to await prisma.websiteproject.findMany. Right? In this find many, let's add where and provide the user ID. That's it. So for this user ID, it will find all the projects. Then let's just clear this. Here we will simply add order by, and in this order by, let's add updated at descending. That's it. And in this response, we will provide this projects. So we have created this controller function that will provide all the projects of the particular user. Now we have to create the next controller function. So let's add the comment here. Controller function to toggle project publish. Right? So let's just copy this one. Paste it here. Now in this one we have to update the name. So the name will be toggle publish. Now in this one we have the try catch. First we'll get the user ID from request.userid, and after that we'll find the user, and then we'll add the project ID so that we can update the data of that particular project. So let me just copy the statement from here. Here we have the project ID from request.params. Right? So let's add it here. Const project ID and get it from request.params. After that we have to find this particular project. So let's add const project equal to await. Then we'll add prisma.websiteproject.findUnique. And in this one, let's add where property and provide the ID. And in this ID, let's add the project ID and comma user ID. Like this. And after finding this project, let's add the if statement. If not of project. Suppose there is no project available with this project ID available in the params. So in this case, we will send the response. So just add return response.status for not for, and the message is project not found. Now suppose the project is available, then we have to update it. So again, add this one, just copy and paste it here. We will add await prisma.websiteproject.update. In this update, we will add where property, provide the ID. So the ID is project ID. Then we have to add comma and provide the data that will get updated. So just add the data property, provide is published property, and in this one, let's add not of project dot is published. So if it is published, it will make it unpublished, and if it is unpublished, it will make it published. It means it will convert true to false or false to true. After that, we have to send the response message, right? So here we will add response.json and let's add the message. So here we will add message property. It will be project.isPublished. If it is true, then let's add the message project unpublished. Else we will add the message called project published successfully. Like this. Then we have this catch block and provided this code in the catch block. After that, we have to create another function. So let's add the comment here, controller function to purchase credits, right? So for now, let me create this function only. We will not write the logic for this function. So here, let's add this function called purchase credits. Let's add the function name purchase credits and we'll clear this function. We will not add any logic in this function for now, because to create this purchase credits we have to set up the stripe also, so we will do it later. And till now we have created the controller function. Using that we can publish or unpublish the project. Then we can get all projects of the user, we can get single project of the user, we can create a new project and we can also get the credits. Now using these controller function, we have to create the APIs. For that we have to create the routes. So let's open this sidebar, and in this server folder we will create a new folder called routes. Now in this routes folder we have to create a new file. So create a new file here and write the file name userroutes.ts. Now in this one we have to create the router. So let's add import express from the express package, and after that let's add const user router equal to express dot router. Now in this user router we have to define different endpoints. So let's add the user router dot get, and here we have to add the path. So let's add the path called credits, right? Then we'll add the comma here and provide the controller function, that is get user credits. So you can see get user credits function has been imported from this controllers folder user controller.js file, correct? Now in this one we have to add our middleware also, that is protect, so that this route will be protected. Only logged in user can access this route. So here let's add protect and import it from the middleware folder. You can see protect has been imported from the middleware's auth.js file, and here we'll add the comma like this. Save the changes. So we have added the first route. Now just duplicate it. Here we will add the type. So the type will be post. You can see we have added the type post. Then we'll add the path. So the path will be project. We have to add the slash also. So just add slash project, and in this one also we'll add the slash credits. Then we'll add the controller function, that is create user project. So create user project has been imported. Now duplicate it. Then we'll add the type get. So let's make the type get, and in this one we'll add the path slash project slash colon and provide the project ID in the path. Then we have to add the controller function, that is get user project. So this get user project has been imported, right? After that let's duplicate it, and here we'll add the type get. Then we'll add the path, it is projects, like this. Using that we will get all the projects of the particular user. So here we'll add the controller function, that is get user projects. Let's click on this suggestion. So get user projects has been imported. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the type get, and then we'll add the path, that is publish toggle, right? Then we'll add slash colon and provide the project ID, so that we can toggle the publish property of that particular project. Then we'll add the protect middleware, and here we have to add the function. So just add toggle publish function, it has been imported. Now just duplicate it, and in the last one again we'll add the type post, right? Then we'll add the path, that is purchase credit slash purchase credits, and then we'll add the protect, and here we'll add the controller function called purchase credits, and you can see the purchase credits function has been imported from this file. Save the changes. Next we have to export this user router. So let's add export default user router. After that we have to add this user router in our main file, that is server.ts file, right? So let me open our server.ts file. In this one, here we have this first route, correct? So after that let me add app.use, and in this one we will define the path, it is slash API slash user, right? Then we'll add the comma and provide the user router. So user router has been imported here from this routes user routes.js file, correct? Now after that, here we have to add one more thing in the middleware. So you can see we have added this app.all. So just after that, let's add app.use. In this app.use, let's add express.json. So all the requests will be passed using JSON, and in this one we'll add one more thing. So just add the object and provide the limit. And in this limit, let's add 50 MB. That's it. After that, we will save the changes. So we have created our APIs to create the project and get the project list, and we can also get the single project, and we can also get the credits of any user. Now we will create our next controller file, that is project controller, where we will create the controller functions to update our website. We can add the functionality like make revision, roll back to different version, then we'll add the delete project, then get project preview, then we'll also add the controller function to get the published project for the community, and we'll also add the controller function to get the project by ID so that we can get the single project, and we'll also add the functionality to save the project. Whenever we will make any changes, then we can save that project and it will update the code in database. For that, let's create a new controller file. So here we have the controllers folder. So in this controllers folder, create a new file and write the file name projectcontroller.js. Now in this one, we have to create the first controller function. Using that, we can make the revision, right? So let's add the comment here, controller function to make revision. It means we can revise our code by adding a new prompt. So to create this function, let me just copy the controllers from here. I'll open the user controller and let me just copy the first one. Copy and paste it here. Now in this one, we will update the function name. So let's write the function name, make revision. Then we have the asynchronous arrow function where we'll get the request and response. And we have to import this request and response type from Express. So let's import it. Let's add import curly braces request and response, and let's get it from Express package. And after that, here we will get the user ID from the request.userid property. So let's add it here before this try block. We have added const user ID equal to request.userid. And after that, here we need to find the project ID. So we will provide the project ID in the URL or params. So in this try block, let me provide const curly braces project ID, and let's add equal to the request.params, right? So in the API path, we will insert the project ID and we will find it here. After that, we have to get the new prompt or message from the request body. So let's add const curly braces and provide the message equal to request.body, correct? And after that, we have to find the user using this user ID. So let's add this code here. So here we have added const user equal to await, and then we have prisma dot user. So first we have to import this prisma. So let me import it manually. I'll open this previous file. Here you can see we have the import prisma and OpenAI. Let me just copy this import and paste it here in this file. So we have imported prisma from this path and then OpenAI from this path. After that, we can use this prisma dot user model dot find unique and provide where ID is user ID. Correct? Now after that, here we'll add the if statement. If not of user ID, then we'll add or not of user. So in this case, we will return the response with a status for not one and the message is unauthorized. After that, we will check for the credits because you need at least 2 credits to make the revision, right? So let's add the if statement. If user.credits is less than 2. So in this case, user cannot make the revision. So here we'll add the response. So just add return response.status for not 3 and then we will add the message. So the message is add more credit to make changes, right? After that, let's find the message. So here we'll add the if statement. You can see we are getting the message from the request body, correct? So if the message is not available, so in this case we'll add this if statement message, or let's add the message dot trim. So it will remove the extra space from start and end equal to empty string. So in this case, we will again return the response. So just copy and paste it here and provide a status 400 and then we'll add the message in this JSON object. So let's add the text called please enter a valid prompt. Now after that we have to get the current project, right? So let's add const current project equal to await and provide the prisma model, that is prisma dot website project dot find unique. And after that, here we will add the where property, then provide the ID and provide the project ID that we are getting from the request body, and then we'll provide the user ID also, right? Then we will provide the include property. In this include, let's provide the version and here let's add true. So it will find the current project and version. After that, let's add the if statement if not of current project. So in this case, we can send the response. So I'll just copy this, paste it here, and in this one we'll add the status for not 4 and then we will add the message called project not found, right? Now after that, here we will update the conversation because we have added the message to update the website, right? So we will add that message in the conversation. So let's add the await, then prisma dot conversation model dot create. In this create method, we will add the data that will be added in the database. So here we'll add the role. So I'll add the role user and then we will add the content. In this content, we will provide the message that we are getting from the request body, and with that we'll also provide the project ID, right? After that, we have to update the user data, right? So here let's add await prisma dot user dot update. And after that, first we have to find the user using this where and provide the ID. So let's add the user ID. So it will find that particular user data. And in this one, we have to update the credits data. So just add data curly braces credits, and here let's add curly braces, and here we'll add the decrement because we have to reduce or deduct the credit after updating the website. So in this credits, let's add decrement, and let me deduct 5 credit only, because in the revision also it will use the same credit, that is 5 credit. And let me change this one. Instead of checking the user credits less than 2, I'll make it 5. So if the credits is less than 5, then user cannot make the revision. Here we have updated the if statement. We have added user.credits less than 5. And after adding this conversation, it will deduct the credit by 5. Correct? And after deducting this credit, we have to enhance the user prompt. We have already added the user prompt, right, to update our website. So let me add the comment. And after that, let's add const prompt enhanced or enhance response equal to await. And then we'll add the OpenAI. OpenAI is already imported. And then we'll add .chat completions .create. In this create, let's add the object and provide the model. So we'll add the same model that we have added in the previous controller functions, and then we'll add the messages array. In this messages array, let's add the first object. Here we have to define the role. So the role will be system, and after that we have to add the content. So in this content, let me provide the backticks, and here we have to provide the system prompt. So you will find this system prompt in the asset. I have added it here, and after providing this system prompt, here we will add comma and provide the next object. In this one, we'll add the role user, and for this role user we will provide the content. And in this content, let's add the backticks and write user's request, and then we'll add double quote $ curly braces, and here we'll insert the message that we are getting from the request body, right? So it will enhance the prompt to update the website. And after that, let's find the exact enhanced prompt from this response. For that, let's come here and we will provide const enhanced prompt equal to prompt enhanced response dot choices index 0 dot message dot content. So now we have the enhanced prompt, and we can send this enhanced prompt to update our website. So let's add await, and then we'll add the prisma dot conversation dot create. And in this one, we will store the data. So just add the data, and here let's add curly braces. We will add the role. So the role will be assistant, because this enhanced prompt will be added in the chat box. Then we have to add the content. So in this content, we have added the backticks and added the text. I have enhanced your prompt too, and this is the enhanced prompt. And after that, we have to provide the project ID. After that, here we have to create another conversation. So let's add this again. Here we'll add prisma.conversation.create. Then data, it will be object and provide the role assistant, and then we will add the content. So in this content, let's add this message, now making changes to your website, and then project ID. After that, we have to generate the website code according to the new prompt. So I'll write the comment here, and again we will add this const code generation response equal to await, and provide the openai.chat.completions.create. And in this one, I'll add the object and provide the model. And after this model, we have to provide the messages array. In this messages array, we'll add the first object and provide the role. So the role will be system, and then we have to add the content. And in this content, again we have to add the system prompt. So I have added this system prompt. You can find it from the assets. And after that, let's add the next object. So provide comma and create another object. Here we'll add this one. Let's just copy this role and content, paste it here. So we have added the role user, and in this content, let me update the text. So we have added backticks. In this backticks, let me provide, here is the current website code, and let me provide $, curly braces, and we will insert it in double quote. And here just add the current project dot current code, correct? And after that, we'll add space here and provide the user wants this change. And after that, we have to provide our enhanced prompt to change the website. So just add this double quote, $, curly braces, and provide the enhanced prompt from here. Let's add it here. So we have added the enhanced prompt, and after that we will get this response, right? And from this response we have to find the code. So let's come here and write const code equal to code generation response dot choices and index 0 dot message dot content, and if it is not available, then we'll add empty string, right? After that, we have to update the version. So I'll add const version equal to await, and here we'll add the Prisma dot version model dot create method. In this one, we will add the data, and let's add the code. So in this code, we will provide this code from here, and then we'll add dot replace. So we can copy it from the previous function. Let's come here. We have this create project. So let me copy the code from here. You can see we have added this version. I'll just copy this and paste it here. In this data, we have provided code. It will be code.replace, and we will replace this with empty string, then again replace this with empty string, and then trim. Then we'll add the description. So in this description, we'll add the new text, that is changes made. And after that, we have to provide the project ID. So we can simply provide the project ID here like this. Save the changes. So we have added the version also, and after that we have to add the text in the conversation. So let's add await Prisma dot conversation dot create, and in this one we will add the data And in this data, let's add the role. So I'll add the role assistant, and after that we'll add the content, and in this content we will add a message. So let's add the message called I have made the changes to your website, you can now preview it. And after this content we will add the project ID. So this conversation will be added in the chat box and in the database. And after that we have to update the website project, right? So let's add await and provide the Prisma dot website project model dot update method. And in this one let's add the object, provide where, and provide the ID. So the ID will be our project ID, and then we have to provide the data. So in this data let's provide the current code, and in this current code let's store this one. Copy this one and paste it here. That is code dot replace this one, then again replace, then trim. After that we have to remove this, and here let me provide the current version index, and in this one just add the version dot ID. That's it. After that we can send the final response. So here we have response.json, and in this one let me provide the message called changes made successfully. And after that here we have the catch block. So in this catch block we will add the error any, and then we'll add console log error dot code error dot message, and then return response 500, and then JSON and the message, it is error dot message. And before that we have to increase the increment. Suppose any error occurs while updating the website using the new prompt, then we will return back the deducted credit. So I'll just copy this one where we have deducted the credit. This one, just copy it and paste it here in this catch block. Let's provide await prisma dot user dot update, where ID is user ID, then data and credits. And instead of decrement here we will add increment, so it will return back the deducted credit. Here you can see we are getting this warning in this error type. We have added the type any because we have added the file name JS by mistake. So let's rename this file. You can see we have added project controller.js. So let's rename it. I'll right click and rename, and we will rename it as project controller.ts. That's it. Now there is no error here. So we have created this controller function. Using that we can update or make the revision of our website using the prompt, right? And after that let's create our next function. Using that we can roll back to the previous version. So let's add the comment here, and we have added controller function to roll back to a specific version, right? After that let me just copy the previous function from here. This is too long. Let's copy, and I will fold this function, paste this code here, and let's clear everything from here. Here we have the try block, and then we have this catch block. So let's clear it. Now in this one again we'll add the try catch, and in this try block we will get the user ID from request.userid, and here we have to update the function name also. So the function name will be rollback to version, right? And after getting this user ID, here we have to add the if statement if not of user ID. Suppose the user ID is not available, so in this case we will return the response with message unauthorized like this. Now after that we have to find the project ID and the version ID from the request. So we will provide the version ID and the project ID in the request params. It means we will provide it in the API request path. So let's add const curly braces project ID version ID equal to request dot params. After that we have to find the project using this project ID. So let me write const project equal to await then prisma dot website project dot find unique, and in this one just add where and provide the ID. So the ID will be project ID, and with that we will also add the user ID, and after that we will add include property. In this include property let's include the version also, so just add the version true. We have added versions, right? And after that let's add the if statement if not of project. It means we could not find any project using this project ID, so in this case let's add the response. So we'll add return response status 404, and we'll add the message here project not found like this. Now suppose the project is available, so in this case we will find the version. So let's add const version equal to our project dot versions dot find. In this find let's add the arrow function and provide the individual version here, and then we'll add the version dot ID is equal to version ID that we are getting from the request. Now after that let's add the if statement if not of version. So if we could not find that particular version in our project, so here let's add the return statement. We will return the response. So let's add return response status 404, and the message is version not found. Now suppose the version is available, so in this case we will update the current code. So let's add await then prisma dot website project dot update. In this update method let's add the object provide where and provide the ID. So the ID will be project ID, and then we'll add the user ID also, and then we'll add the data that needs to be updated. So in this data we will update the current code. So the current code will become the version dot code, and after that here we will update the current version index, and in this one just add the version dot ID. That's it. And after that we have to add the message in the chat box. So we will add the text in conversation. So let's add await prisma dot conversation dot create, and in this create let's add the data, and after that we will add the role. So the role will be assistant. Then we have to add the content, and in this content we will add the message. So we have added I have rolled back your website to selected version. You can now preview it. And after that we have to provide the project ID like this, and after that we will send the final response. So just add response.json, and the message is version rolled back. After that come to the catch block, and in this catch block we'll get the error. So let's define the type any, and then Here we'll add console log, it will be error.code or error.message, and then we'll add response.status 500, and then the message will be error.message. Right? So we have created another controller function. Using that we can roll back to a specific version. Correct? Now we have to create our next controller function. Using that we can delete any project. So here we'll add the comment controller function to delete a project, and let's copy this previous function, fold it and paste it here. Now in this one, first we'll update the function name. So the function name will be delete project. In this one we have the try catch block. Here we need the project ID from request params, right? And we need the user ID also. So here we are getting the user ID from request params, and after that we will find the project ID. So let me move this line here. We will get the project ID like this. You can see we have added const user ID from request dot user ID, and then const project ID from request dot params. Correct? And after that we have to delete the particular project. So let's just clear everything. Here we have this one. Let's keep it. Then we'll clear other code. So in this try block you can see first we are getting the user ID using this request.userid. Then we are getting the project ID from request.params, and after that we will find the project and delete it. So let's remove this const project. Simply add await prisma.website project model dot delete method. In this delete method, let me just provide the where, and here we'll add the ID. So the ID will be project ID, and with that we'll also provide the user ID. And after that we can send the response. So just add response.json and then message, and in this message simply provide project deleted successfully, and then we have this catch block. So we have created this function. Using that we can delete our project. After that we have to create a next controller function. So we'll add the comment here, controller for getting project code for preview, right? So we can get the code of any created project for the preview. So let's just copy this one and paste it here. And in this one, let's change the name. So I'll write the function name get project preview. After that, here we need the user ID from request.userid, and after that let me get the project ID also. So we'll get the project ID from request.params, right? After that let's add the if statement, if not of user ID. If the user ID is not available, so in this case simply add return, and we will add the message unauthorized, right? And after that let's find this project. So I'll just add const project equal to await prisma.websiteproject.find first. In this find first, let's add the where ID is project ID and user ID, and then we'll add include. In this include, we will include the version, and let's add true. So here we'll get the project, right? And for this project we have to get the code for preview, right? So now we have the project. So in this project we will simply get the current code, right? So let's add the if statement, if not of project. Suppose we could not find this project in the database. So in this case we will add the return and provide the status 404 and the message is project not found. And suppose the project is available, simply add response.json, and in this response just provide this project like this. Save the changes. So we have created this controller function. Using that we can provide the code for preview of any particular project. After that, let's create another controller function. So just add the comment here, get published projects. So using this we will get the all projects where the is published property is true, and we will display this in the community. So here let's add the same code from here, copy this one, paste it here. In this one we have added this function name, so let's add the function name called get published projects. Then we have the try block. In this try block we don't need the user ID because it is the public API. We can get the projects for everyone. If the user is not logged in, still they can see all the public projects added in the community page. So let me remove this one also and this one also. Here simply add const projects. We will get multiple projects, right? So we have added const projects equal to await prisma.websiteproject.findMany. We have added the findMany method, and after that let's add the where property and provide the is published property. So let's add is published and provide true. So when the is published is true, it means it is the public project. Then we'll add the include, and here we'll include the user data. So let's add the user property true, so that with the project we can also display the user's name. And after that simply add the response. So just add response.json, and in this JSON provide this projects. Then catch block will be same. After that we will add the another controller function. Using that we can get a single project by ID. So let me write the comment here, get a single project by ID, and copy this function from here and paste it here. In this one we will update the name. So the name will be get project by ID, and then we'll add the try catch block. Now in this one we need the project ID from the request. So let's add const curly braces project ID equal to request dot params, and after that we have to find this project. So let's add const project equal to await prisma.websiteproject.find first method. We have added find first, and in this one just add where. In this where let's add the ID, and in this ID provide the project ID. That's it. Now here we'll add the if statement. If not of project, suppose we could not find this project using this project ID, or this project dot is published property is equal to false. We are adding it in the response, so let me just correct it. In this if statement we will add if not of project or project dot is published property is equal to false. It means this project is not public. So in this case we will add the response here. So let's add the return response dot status 404, and the message is project not found. And with that here we'll add one more condition. So just add the or operator and provide not of project question mark dot current code. So if the project is available but the current code is not available, right? So in this case also we will add the message project not found. And suppose the project is available and it is published and it is having the current code. So in this case we can send the project data in the response. So let's add response.json curly braces code property, And in this code, let's add the project dot current code. Return the current code here. And then catch block will be same. Now we'll create our next controller function. Using that, we can save the project when we make any changes. So here, let's add the comment controller to save project, and let's copy the previous function. Copy this one, paste it here. In this one, we will update the name. So the name will be save project code. After updating this function name, that is save project code, we will come to this try block, and here first we need the user ID. So let's add const user ID equal to request dot user ID property. It will be added using middleware. And after that, here we will get the project ID also. So just add const project ID equal to request dot params. Correct? And after that, we need the updated code from the request that will get saved in the database. So let's add const curly braces code equal to request dot body. Correct? Now let's add the if statement here. So I'll write if not of user ID. If the user ID is not available, so in this case we'll add return, we'll add response.status for not one, and then we'll add the message unauthorized. Now we'll add another if statement if not of code. Suppose the code is not provided from the body, right? So in this case we'll add the return response, and then a status will be 400, and then we'll add the message also. So in the message, let's add code is required. Then only we can save it in the database, right? Now we will find this particular project using this project ID. So let me write const project equal to await and provide the prisma dot website project model dot find unique. And in this one, let me provide the where and just add the ID. So the ID will be the project ID, and with that we'll also add the user ID. So it will find the project, and after that, suppose the project is not available, so just add not of project. So in this case, we'll add the response. So just add return response for not 4, and then we'll add the message project not found. Now suppose the project is available, code is available, and the user ID is also available. So in this case, we can update the code in the database. So let's add await prisma dot website project dot update. And after that, in this one, simply add where, and then we'll add the ID. And in this ID, just provide the project ID, and then we will add the data, and in this data, let's add the current code, and it will be code that we are getting from the request body. After that, let's add the current version index, and in this one, just add the empty string, right? And after that, let's add response.json. And in this one, we will add the message only. So the message is project saved successfully. Like this. So we have created our controller function. Using that, we can save the updated code in the database for the project. So we have created all the controller functions. Now let's create the API path using these controller function. So in this routes folder, you can see we have this user routes.ts file. Similarly, we'll create one more route file. So let's create a new file in this routes and write the file name project routes.ts. Now in this one, we have to create the router. So let's import the express from express package. After that, let's add const project router equal to express.router, correct? And after that, in this project router, we will add different API path and provide different controller function. So let's add this project router dot post method. First we are using the post method, and then we'll add the path. So the path will be version, so just add slash version slash, and then we have to provide the project ID in the params. So just add colon project ID. Then this route will be protected, so just add protect middleware. So you can see the protect middleware has been imported from the middleware file auth.js. Then we will add comma here and provide the controller function, that is make revision. So make revision function has been imported here from this controller folder project controller.js. Now just duplicate it. In the second one, we will change the type, it will be put. And here we'll add the path called save and then colon project ID, right? And then we have to add protect middleware, and here we'll add the function save project. So save project has been imported. After that, let's duplicate it. Here we'll add the type get, like this. Here we'll add the path rollback slash rollback, and for rollback we need the project ID and we need the version ID also. So just add slash colon and provide the version ID. Then we will add the product middleware and provide the control function rollback to version. It has been imported. Now duplicate it. And after that, here we'll add the type delete. So just add project router dot delete. Then we'll add the path. It will be slash colon project ID. That's it. We will provide the project ID in the params and then protect middleware, and then we'll add the delete project. So it will delete this project. Now let's duplicate it, create the new route. So here we'll add the type get. In this one, we will add the path. So it will be preview slash project ID. So let's add slash preview slash project ID, so that we can get the code for preview of particular project. So here we'll add the controller function get project preview, like this. Now duplicate it. Here also we will use the type get. Then the path will be published. So just add slash published. So it will provide all the published projects. So here we'll add the function get published projects. It has been imported. Now duplicate it. Here we'll add the type get, and here we'll add published, and then we'll add slash then project ID. So just add colon project ID. So we will get the particular project, right? So here let's add the controller function get project by ID. Now in this one, you can see we have added published and published. So these API routes will be public. Anyone can access the public projects, right? So let's remove this protect middleware from here so that user can see the public projects without login. Like this, save the changes. And after that, we have to export this project router from this file. So let's add export default project router. Next, we have to add this project router in our main file. So let's open our server.ts file. And in this one, we have added this user router. So just after that, let's add same thing. So let me just duplicate it. And in this one, we'll add slash API slash project. And then we'll add the router here, that is project router. you can see the project router has been imported from this routes folder project routes.js file. So we have created the APIs. Using that we can get the list of projects, we can save the project, we can delete the project, and we can make the revision. Now we will start the next chapter where we will integrate these backend APIs with our frontend. For that, let me just close all these files. So right click here and select close saved. After that, open this sidebar and we will fold this server folder. Here we have the client folder. So in this client folder, we have to add a new package in this client project. So I'll open the terminal. Let's go to the client terminal. You can see the frontend is running here. So let's stop this using Ctrl C and let's add a new package, that is Axios. So let's add npm install Axios. So it will install this package, and after installation we will again start our client project using npm run dev. So now the project is running at same URL. Now we can hide this terminal and let's come here in the client folder. We have .env file. So in this one we have already added the Vite base URL, that is the backend server URL, right? After that we will come back here. Let's open our src folder, and in this src we will create a new folder. So let's create a new folder called configs. Right now we don't have that configs, right? So create a new folder called configs. In this configs folder, create a new file. So create a new file with the name axios.ts. Now in this one, let's import the Axios from Axios package, and after that here let's create the instance of Axios. So just add const API equal to Axios.create. Now in this one we will add the base URL, and in this base URL we will import the URL added in the environment variable. So let's add import dot meta dot env dot and provide Vite base URL that is available in the .env file. So we have added Vite base URL. Suppose this environment variable is not available, so in this case we will simply provide our backend URL like this in this string. After that here we'll add one more property, that is with credentials, and let's make it true. So we will use this API instance to make any API call using this Axios. Let's remove this semicolon from here. After that we have to export it from this file. So just add export default API. That's it. Save the changes, and after that let me open our web page. So you can see here we have this navigation bar, and right now we are logged in. So when the user is logged in, we have to display the available credit in the navigation bar. For that I'll come back to VS Code, and here we will open the navbar file. So let's open components navbar.tsx, right? And here we have to find the credits. So we will create a function called getCredits. So let's add const credits, or let me add it here, const credits equal to, and create the asynchronous arrow function. And in this function we have to add the try catch statement. Now in this try block we will make the API call. Using that we will get the credits from the database. So let's add const curly braces, data equal to await, and we will provide API. Let's click here to import this API from the configs folder /axios, and after that here we'll add dot get method, and then we have to provide the path only because the base URL is already added in the API, that is the Axios instance. So here we'll add the path only, that is /API /user /credits. Like this, you can see in this one we have added the base URL and provided this backend server URL. That's why here we can simply provide the remaining path, and after that it will make the API call, and here we'll get the response data. So in this data we'll get the credits also, and we have to store this credit in a state variable. So let's create one state variable here. I'll write const credits, and the setter function name is set credits equal to use a state, and let's initialize it using 0, right? And after making this API call, let's use the setter function set credits and provide the data dot credits. So now we have the credit here in this state, correct? But to get this credit, we have to execute this function called getCredits. Before executing it, let me complete this catch block also. So in this one we have this error. So let's add the type any. So here we'll add the toast to display the toast notification, and let's import it from the sonar. And you can see the sonar has been imported. After that, simply add dot error, and in this one we will provide the error message. So I have added this error message in this toast.error. After that we'll also add the error in console. So I'll write console.log error. So we have created this function. Next we have to execute this function whenever the component gets loaded. So let me write use effect. In this use effect, create the arrow function like this. And after that, in this one, we have to call this function whenever the user is logged in. So let's add the if statement, and we will check for the session dot user. So when the user is available, so in this case only we will call this get credits function, and this function will be executed whenever the user changes. So let's just copy this and add it here in the dependency array for this use effect. So we have added this session.user. Now we will save the changes and open the web page. But before that, we have to display this credits in the navigation bar. We have just saved the data in this state. So we have to display it in the navigation bar. So just scroll down, and you can see here we have the user button when the user is logged in, right? So just before this user button, here we will add this fragment, and within this we will provide this user button, and just before this user button we will add a button tag like this, and in this button tag let's add the text called credits, right? Then colon, and here we'll add the span tag. In this span tag we'll add curly braces and provide the credits state. Now for this text we have to change the color. So I'll write the class name property and change this color. After that we'll add some classes in the button also. So in the button tag we'll add the class name property and provide these classes. Let me move it in the new line so that you can see clearly. So we have added this credits in the navigation bar in this button tag. Now we can open the web page, and in this web page you can see here we have the available credits, that is 20. So you can see the available credits when you log in into your account. After that we have to make this input field functional, so that you type any prompt here and click on this generate with AI, so it will start generating your website. For that, I'll just come back here in the VS Code. Let's open the home page. So here we have the pages folder. In the pages folder, we have home.tsx file, right? So in this one, we have added this onSubmitHandler function, right? So in this onSubmitHandler function, let's add the try catch block just after this e.preventDefault. So I'll write try catch statement, and in this try block we will add the if statement if, and here we will check for the user. So let's get the user here. So I'll write const curly braces data session equal to auth client. Import this auth client from the lib/auth client, and in this one we will get the use session method. So here we'll get the session data, and after that let me just come here. In this if statement we'll add not of session dot user. It means the user is not logged in. So in this case we will return the toast notification. So just add toast, import the toast, then we will add dot error, and here let me provide the message text. So I'll write please sign in to create a project. It means the user is not logged in and entered any data in the input field and submit that form. So it will display this notification, please sign in to create a project. Now here we will add else if statement, and in this else if we will add not of input dot trim, right? It means the input field is empty. So here let's add the return. So I'll write this return toast dot error, and here we will add the message called please enter a message, like this. And suppose we have the user also and input text also. So in this case we will set the loading true. So let's move it here, right? It will set the loading true, and after that we will make the API call. So I'll write const curly braces data equal to await and provide API. Import this API from this configs folder, and after that we'll add the type post, and in this one we have to provide the path, that is /API/user/project, and after that we have to provide some data here. So just add curly braces and provide the initial prompt property, and in this initial prompt property we will provide the input. After making this API call we will get the response data, and after getting the response we will set the loading false. So let's add the set loading. I'll just copy this one and make it false, right? And after that we have to navigate the users on next page. So let's add the navigate. Let me see we have the navigate or not. So first we have to import the navigate function. So let's add const navigate equal to use navigate from React Router DOM, and after that let me add it here. In this try block we will add navigate, and then we have to provide the path for navigation. So just add the backticks, then the path will be projects, that is the project builder page, and then we'll add /$ curly braces and provide the data dot project ID. So in the response we are getting this data, and in this data we will get the project ID. So it will open this path, and after that come here in the catch block. In this catch block we will add error and provide colon any. So the type is any, and after that here also we will use the setter function set loading and make it false, right? And then we have to add the toast notification. So let's add toast.error, and after that we'll add error in the console. So just add console.log error like this. Save the changes. So after adding it, we can remove this code. Let's remove this one. That is the timeout function. So here we have added this on submit handler that will create a new project and it will open a new page. So let me just test it. I'll just come back here, and now I'll enter any prompt in this input field. Here we will type the prompt, that is create a developer portfolio website with all sections and animations. And after adding this prompt, I'll click on this button, create with AI. So you can see now we are redirected to a new URL, that is localhost projects, and then we have the project ID, that is the project builder page. But right now it is displaying the loading animation because right now we have added the code in our project builder page that will fetch the projects from the assets. So we have to change that. I'll just come back here, and now let's open the sidebar, and here we have the pages, and in this pages we have the projects.tsx file. Let's open it, and in this one we have to fetch the projects from the database. So let me see the function here. Here you can see we have this function called fetch project, right? And in this fetch project we have added the project from the dummy projects and providing this ID, and using this ID it is not finding any project in the asset. That's why we are getting the loading a screen. So let's replace it. Here let's clear this function, that is the fetch project, and in this one we will make the API call. So just add the try catch statement, and after that in this try block let's make the API call. So I'll write const curly braces data equal to await, then we'll add the API, import the API here. You can see it has been imported, right? After that we can remove this import statement, that is importing the dummy data. And let's come here, we will write API dot get method, and in this get method we have to provide the path. So we will add the backticks here. In this backticks we will add the path, that is API / user / and then we'll add the project / and provide the project ID. So simply add $, curly braces, and use this project ID from here, from this use params. Correct. Now after that we can use the setter function set project, and in this one let's provide the response data, and from this data we will find the project detail. After this set project data.project, here we will use the setter function set is generating, and in this one let me just provide this data.project.current code. It means when the current code is available, in this case the code is already generated, so here we will set the is generating false. So just add the ternary operator, will add the question mark false. And suppose the project data does not have the current code. It means the code is still generating. So in this case, we will set true. Let's understand this line again. Here we have is generating a state. It means the code is generating or already generated. So here we have this data project dot current code. So if the code is available, then the is generating will be false because the code is already generated. And if it does not have the current code, it means it is still generating the code, so it will be true. Now let's add the setter function. Set is loading. We have to create the loading state also. Here we don't have that loading state, I think. Here we have loading. So let me set it. Set loading. And let's make it false. So it will stop the loading and it will display the project. And so here we have added this set loading false, and after that let's come here in this catch block. So in this catch block we'll add the error and define the type any, and then here we'll add the toast notification. So let's import the toast, then we'll add dot error, and after that we'll add the error message like this one. And then we have to add the error in the console log. So here we will add console.log and provide the error. So we have created this fetch project function that will fetch the project, right? But you can see it may take time to generate the code. So we have to again fetch the project after few seconds, right? So let's just come here. Here we have the use effect that will call this fetch project whenever the component gets loaded. But if the AI is taking time to generate the code, then we have to check the database again and again whether the code is generated or not. So here in this use effect we'll add the if statement. If project, when the project is available, so in this case we'll add the AND operator and we'll add not of project, and here we'll add dot current code, and after that here we'll add const interval id equal to set interval, and in this set interval we have to call that function. So let's add the function called fetch project, and here we'll add the time 10,000 milliseconds. It means it will call this function at every 10 seconds. After that here we'll add return, and in this return let's add the arrow function and it will call this clear interval and provide this interval id, right? And let's remove it from here, and after that in this dependency array we will provide the project. So it will execute this whenever the project is changing, right? But it will call this function when the project is available, right? But when we will open the web page for the first time, or we are redirected here by adding the prompt, in this case also we have to call this fetch project. For that let's add another use effect. So let's add another use effect here. Create the arrow function like this, and in this one we'll add the if statement if, and here we have to use the session. So let's get this session from this auth. So I'll write const curly braces data session, and we'll add comma is pending equal to auth client and import it from the lib folder, and then we'll add dot use session, and after that scroll down and let's come here in the use effect. In this use effect, we have added the if statement. So in this if statement, we'll add the session question mark dot user. So when the user is available, we will call this fetch project instantly, and after that we'll add else if. In this else if, we'll add not of is pending and not of session question mark dot user. So in this case, we will add the navigate, and we will navigate the users on home page like this. And after that, we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast, and here let's add the message, that is, please log in to view your projects, right? And here we'll add the dependency array. In this dependency array, let's provide this session.user. So it will call this function whenever the user is logged in, right? And if in this project the code is not available, then it will again and again call this function after 10 seconds, correct? And after that, if I open the web page, here you can see we don't have that loading animation. Here we have this prompt that we have added, create a developer portfolio website, right? And here we have this icon, and right now these are the dummy conversation. We will update this conversation also, and in the right side we will display the preview also. Here you can see the website is not generated, but here we have the message, I have created your website. If I open the database, you can see in this one we have this website project, and here we have the ID, name, prompt, and we don't have the code, right? If I open the version, here also we don't have the code, and if I open this conversation, so we have all the conversation here, but the code is not generated because it is failed due to the free model. We are using the GLM Air free model, right? If I come here in the activity, you can see all the activities, how many tokens are used, and what is the speed. So let me use any other model. I'll just come here in the models, and here let's search for free. You will find this Cat Coder Pro V1. Let me just click here, and I'm going to use this model. So let's click on this quick start, and then click on this OpenAI TypeScript. And here you will find the model name. Let's just copy this, and now let's paste the model in our VS Code. So I'll just come back here in the VS Code, open our server project. In this server project, we have this user controller.ts file. So in this one, wherever we have added the model, we will replace it. So you can see in this code generation response, we have this model name. So I'll replace this one, and after that, here we have one more model name. Let's replace this one also. So this is the user controller.ts file. Using that, we are creating a new project. You can see the function name, create user project. Similarly, we will update the model in this one, that is project controller.ts file. We have this function called make revision. So in this one also we are using the model. So let's update the model name here, and after that update the model name here. That's it. Next we have to add one more thing. The code is not generated and the credit has been deducted. For that, let me add the code here, so that it will return the credit if the code is not generated. So here you can see this code, right? So let's add the if statement, if not of code. If the code is not generated, right? So in this case, we have to add different message. So I'll just copy this, paste it here. Here we'll add await prisma.conversation.create, role will be assistant, and here we will update our message. So the message is unable to generate the code, please try again. right? And after displaying this message in the chat box in the conversation, we will return the credit. So let's just copy this one from the catch block and paste it here within this if statement like this. And after that, simply add return. So it will stop execution of this function. That's it. And after that, just copy this one and we will add it in the user controller also. So just open user controller.ts file. Here we have create user project, and in this one also we are getting the code from AI. So you can see here we have the code. So after that, let's add if statement. If not of code, then we'll add this message, and here we have to add the project ID. So in this project ID property, let's provide the project.id, and here we have this await prisma.user.update that will increment the credit by 5 and then return. That's it. So we have fixed this code, and after that we have also updated the model. Now let's try to create a new project. For that, I'll just come here on the web browser and let's go to home page. So I'll click here, it will open the home page, and here you can see the credit has been deducted and the website was not created, right? So we have already fixed that issue, and now let's try to create a new project. So here we'll write the prompt. Create a landing page website for an app launch, and click on this button, create with AI. So it is opening this project builder page. Here we have our input prompt, and after that you can see the loading animation, and it is generating the new prompt. So this is the enhanced prompt by AI, right? And after that it is generating the code. You can see now generating your website. So it will take some time to generate the code. So just wait for some time, and here you can see we have this text called loading. So instead of this text, we will add different component. So we have already created the component. Just open this sidebar, go to clients. In this clients we have the src components, and we have this loader steps, right? So we will open this project preview and just replace this div. Instead of this div, we will add loader steps component. Just mount this component here, save the changes, and let's come here. You can see we have beautiful animation with this text. So it will display this beautiful animation and text until our website gets generated. So now you can see our website has been generated using AI. So here we have the complete website, correct? We can also change the content in this website, and we can make the changes using AI also and manually also. If I click on this title, you can see it will open this edit panel where we can edit the title, we can change the classes, and we can add other classes like background, padding, margin, text color, and we can save the changes, right? And after that, let me add the functionality in this input field so that we can change the project using AI. We can enter the prompt to update this website. So I'll just come back to the VS Code. And here we will open the components, then open sidebar.tsx file. In this one we have the function called handle rollback, and after that here we have this function handle revision that will update our project, correct? So in this handle revision we have the event.prevent default, and after that we have this set is generating true and this timeout function. So let me just remove it. Here we'll add the variable, so just add let interval, and here we'll set the type. So the type will be number, or we will add undefined. After that we will add the try catch block, and in this try block we will use the setter function set is generating, and let's make it true. Correct. After that we'll add the interval equal to set interval. In this set interval, create the arrow function and provide the time, that is 10 seconds. And then we'll call our function that will fetch the project data. Right? So here we have to create a function with the name fetch project. So just add const fetch project equal to async arrow function, like this. And after that we will call that function here. So simply write fetch project, and after that here we will make the API call. So I'll write const curly braces data equal to await, and provide the API, import the API from the configs folder, then dot post. In this post we'll add the backticks and provide the path. So the path will be /API/project/revision, right? Then we'll add slash and provide the project ID. So just add $ curly braces and provide the project.id here. So we can revise this particular project. After that we have to provide the prompt. So here we'll add the message property, and in this message property we will provide the input data. So just add the input state. That's it. And after that let's call this fetch project function. Then we have to display the toast notification. So let's add the toast, import the toast from Sonar, then we'll add dot success, and here we will add the message that we will get from the API response. So let's add data.message. Correct. After that here we'll add the setter function to reset the input field. So just add set input and provide empty string. After that we have to clear the interval. So let me write clear interval and provide this interval. Then we have to make it false. So just paste it here and write false, that is set is generating false. Now come here in the catch block and provide the error type. It will be any. And then in this catch block we will add the setter function set is generating and make it false. Then we'll add the toast.error and we'll add the error message in the console also. And then we have to clear the interval. So just copy this, paste it here. So we will clear the interval. Next we have to add the functionality in this fetch project function. So in this fetch project we will add the try catch statement, and let's clear this parameter. And in this try block we'll make the API call. So here we'll write const curly braces data equal to await, and here we will add the API dot get method. Here we are using get method, and write backticks and provide the path. So the path will be /API/user/project and provide the project ID in $ curly braces. So just add the project.id. And after that we will use the setter function, that is set project, and provide the data, and in this data we will get the project. So we have added the data.project, and here we have the catch block. So just add the type for this error, it will be any, and then we will add the toast notification and error in the console log, like this. Save the changes. So we have added this function that will be called inside this handle revision, and we have added the handle revision also. So let's create this function also, that is handle rollback, so that we can roll back the current code to any specific version. So here in this handle rollback let's add try catch block, like this. And in this try block first we'll get the confirmation. So we have to display one prompt. So let's add const confirm equal to window.confirm, and here we have to add the message. So let's add the message, are you sure you want to roll back to this version? And after that we will check for this confirm. So let's add if not of confirm. So in this case, simply add return, it will stop executing this function. And if it is true, then we will use the setter function set is generating, and let's make it true. And after that, we will make the API call. So let me provide const curly braces data equal to await and provide the API dot get method. In this one, we have to provide the path. So here we'll add the path, that is /API/project/rollback. Then we have to provide the project ID using this $ curly braces project.id. And with that, we have to provide the version also. So just add /$ curly braces and provide the version ID. That's it. And after that, we'll make another API call. So let me just duplicate it. In this one, we will get the data as data2. And after that, we'll add await API.get method and provide the path. It will be /API/user/project. And then we have to provide the project ID using this $ curly braces project ID and remove this version from here. That's it. So after that, let's display the toast notification. So I'll write toast.success, and here we'll add the data.message property. And then we'll add set project, and in this one provide the data2.project like this. And then we'll use the setter function set is generating, and in this one let's provide false. Now let's come here in the catch block. In this catch block, we will provide this set is generating false. Then we'll provide the toast notification and error message in the console like this. So save the changes, and here let me provide the type also. So the type will be any. Save the changes, and we have completed the sidebar functionality. And after that, let's test it. So we'll come back here and let's add any prompt to update this website. So right now you can see the navigation bar is dark, right? So let me add the text here. So we have added, please change the navbar background color to light. Also change the logo text to GreatStack. Let's send this message. So you can see the loading animation. It is sending this prompt. It is sent, and you can see I have enhanced your prompt to this one, and now making changes to your website. So just wait for the changes. Now you can see the response here in the sidebar. I have made the changes to your website. You can now preview it, right? You can see the navigation bar color has been updated and the text is also updated. You can see the logo text GreatStack. It is looking good. And we can always roll back to the previous version. You can see here we have the previous version, code updated, and click this button, roll back to this version. Let's click here, click OK. So now you can see, we can see the previous version also, correct? After that, if I click on this one, roll back to this version, so we will come back to the latest version like this. It is working fine. Now we have to add the functionality so that we can update the content using this edit element, right? We can update the text, we can update the background color, we can update any classes, right? And right now it is editable, but it is not getting saved in the database. So we'll add the functionality in this save button so that when we make changes and click on this save button, it will update the data in database. For that, let me just come back to the VS Code, and we will open the sidebar, and here we will open pages projects.tsx file, that is the project builder page. And in this one you will find the function called save project, right? And here we have the fetch project that we have already created, and with that here we have this function toggle publish, so that we can publish or unpublish our website. If it is published, it will be added in the community tab, right, or community page. So let's complete our save feature, that is the save project feature. So in this save project, let's add if statement if not of preview ref dot current, then simply add return. So here we have added the if statement that will check for the iframe. In the iframe, if we don't have the data, it will simply add return. We cannot update the code. After that, let's add const code equal to this preview ref dot current dot get code function. So it will return the code, right? And after that, again we'll add the if statement if not of code. Suppose the code is not available, so it will return. That's it. So it will stop executing the function. Now suppose the code is available. So in this case, let me write set is saving and let's make it true. And after that, here we'll add the try catch statement, and in this try block we'll make the API call so that we can update the data in database. So just add const curly braces data equal to await, and we will use the API. Then we'll add dot put method, and in this put method we'll add the backticks and provide the path. So the path will be /API/project/save, and then we have to add the project ID. So I'll add $ curly braces and project ID. Then we have to provide the data that needs to be updated. So just add curly braces and code, correct? And after that, we will simply display the toast notification. So let's add the toast here, then add dot success, and here let's provide the data, and from this data we will get the message property. So it will display the toast notification. Now come to the catch block. In this error, we will define the type any, and after that here we'll add the toast notification and provide the error message in this toast notification. Then we'll add the console log, and in this console log we'll add the error. Then we'll add the finally block, and in this one let's use the set is saving and let's make it false. So we have added the functionality using that we can save the data in database after changing the code or content using the editor panel, right? Now let's add the functionality in our toggle publish function. So in this toggle publish function, we will make the API call. So let me just copy this one. I'll copy this try catch and paste it here. Here we'll add const curly braces data equal to await, then API dot get method, and after that here we have to provide path. It is /API/user/publish toggle. Then we'll add the project ID, correct? And after that, here let me remove this data. We don't have to set any data here. And after that, we will simply display the toast notification. So just add toast.success data.message. And after that, let me write the setter function set project, and here we'll create the arrow function. We'll get the previous data here in this parameter. And after that, let's provide the previous. If it is true, then we'll add this parenthesis, then object, and provide the previous data, comma, is published property, and in this one we'll add not of previous dot is published, right? And after that, here we'll add colon null. Then we have this catch block. It will be same, save the changes. So we have added the functionality for toggle publish, correct? After that, let me open the web page. So now if I make the changes, here we have the text, launch your productivity with Novaflow. So here let me change the text. I'll write GreatStack, and let's reduce the text. It is still long, so let me reduce the size. Here we have the text size 6XL. I'll make it 4XL. It is small, let's make it 5XL. Here we'll add the text your. Now it is good. And after that, let me change the color of this button. So just click on this button, and after that we can update the color here. So let me just click on this element again. Now this button is selected. You can see the text download now, and here we have the classes. So in this one you can see BG primary 500. So instead of this one we can add any other color code. So let me write BG indigo 500. You can see the color has been updated. Now let's click on this save button. After that you can see the notification at the bottom, project saved successfully. And if I refresh this web page, here you can see we are getting the updated code, right? This is the text GreatStack, and here we have the indigo color in the background of this button. It is getting saved in the database. After that, let me just click on this button publish. Now you can see project published successfully. So now it is a public project, so it will be displayed in the community, correct? So after creating this page, let me just come here in the home page, and after that let's come here in the my projects. So in this my projects you can see we are getting the dummy data from the assets. So let's update it. So for that we will come back to the VS Code. In this one we will open the sidebar, open myprojects.tsx file. Here you can see we have added this fetch projects function, and in this one we are fetching the dummy projects from the assets. So let's remove this one, and here let's provide the try catch statement. In this try block we will make the API call. So I'll write const curly braces data equal to await and provide the API, import the API from configs folder, then we'll add dot get method. In this get method we'll provide the path. So the path will be /API/user/projects. Then we have to use the setter function set projects, and in this one simply provide the data dot projects that we are getting from the response of this API call. After that let's use the setter function set loading, and we will make it false. You can see the loading state is true by default, and after loading the project data we will set the loading false. Now come to the catch block. Here we'll add the type any, and then we will add the console log and provide the error in this console log. Then we have to display the toast notification, so import the toast, and after that we'll add dot error, and in this one provide the error message like this one. So we have added the functionality. Using that it will fetch the actual project. Let's just come here. So here you can see we have two projects. In the first one the code was not generated, but we have the project title and other details, and this is the latest project where the website is generated using the new model. Now here we have the delete icon, so let's add the functionality on this delete icon. So I'll just come back here. You can see we have this delete project function, so we will complete this function, but before that let's come here in the use effect. So in this use effect we are simply calling this fetch projects. So this fetch projects will be called whenever the user is logged in, right? So let's scroll up, and here let's add const curly braces. Let's get the data as session, then we'll get the is pending, and let's get it from the auth client. auth client has been imported here from the lib, and after that we'll add dot use session. So here we have the session and is pending, and after that let me just come here in this use effect. In this use effect we'll add the if statement. We will check for the session question mark dot user. It means when the user is logged in, and then we'll add and not of is pending. So in this case only we will call the fetch project, right? And after that we'll add the else if, and in this else if we'll add the condition not of is pending and not of this session dot user. It means the user is not logged in. So in this case we will navigate the users on home page, because user cannot access this my projects until they are logged in. After that we'll add the toast notification, and here we'll add the message in the notification called please log in to view your projects, right? And come here in this dependency array. In this dependency array simply provide this session dot user. So whenever it is changing, then it will execute this function. Save the changes. Just come here in this delete project, and here we'll add the API call. Using that we can delete our project. So let's add try catch a statement, and in this catch block we will paste this code from here, and after that in this try block let's paste this one. In this one we have added const curly braces data equal to await, and before deleting the project we have to give the confirmation alert or prompt. So let's add const confirm equal to window dot confirm, and here we will add the message. So the message is, are you sure you want to delete this project, right? And after that let's add the if statement if not of confirm. So in this case simply add return, so it will stop executing this function, and if the confirm is true then we'll make the API call using const curly braces data equal to await API dot, and here we'll add the delete method API dot delete and provide the path. So in this path we have to provide the project ID, so just add the backticks here and provide slash API slash project slash $sign curly braces and provide the project ID, correct? And after that we will display the toast notification. So simply add toast.success, and in this one we'll add the message that we'll get from the API, and after that we have to fetch the projects again. So simply call this function fetch projects. That's it. And after that here we have to add colon any in this catch block. Save the changes and let's try this delete functionality. I'll refresh this web page, that is my projects, and click on this delete icon. Let's click OK. You can see the notification project deleted successfully at the bottom right side. So this delete feature is also working fine. If I refresh it, you can see here we have only one project, right? So we have created the functionality in this my projects, and after that we have to add the functionality for view project. You can see here we have the link. So if I click on this, it will open this project builder, but if I click on this preview, it will open this preview page, and here we are getting the loading a screen, right? So let's create this preview page. I'll just come back here in the VS Code, open this sidebar, and here you will find this preview.tsx file. So in this one we have to fetch the project. So you can see here we have the fetch code, and in this one we have added the dummy projects, right? So let me just clear this function, and after that here we'll add the try catch statement. In this try block, we'll make the API call to get the code from database. So just add const curly braces data equal to await and provide the API, import the API from configs. Then we'll add dot get method, and here we'll add the backticks. Provide the API path, it will be /API/project/preview, and then we'll add $ curly braces and provide the project ID. Right, and after that here we'll add the setter function, that is set code, and let's provide the data. In this data we will get the project, and in this project we will get the current code. So let's add the current code. Right, now we'll add the if statement if version ID. If the version ID is available, so in this case we will add data.project.versions.for each, and in this for each method we will add the arrow function, and here in this parameter we'll get the version, and after that here we'll add the type. So let's add the type version. It is already defined in the types. You can see it has been imported here from types. Let's remove this dummy projects from asset, and let's come here in this arrow function. We will add the if statement if the version.id is equal to version ID. So in this case we will add the set code, and let's provide the version.code. So here we have added this if statement. Using that we can preview our website for different version also, and after that here we'll add the set loading before this catch block. So just add set loading and make it false, and now come to this catch block. Here we'll add the error and the error type. After that in this catch block provide the toast notification. So let's add toast, import the toast, and then we'll add toast.error and provide the error message like this, and then we have to add the console log and provide the error in console log. Correct. Then come here in the use effect. In this use effect we are simply calling this fetch code. So let's add one if statement also. Here we'll add if, and here we'll get the session. So let's scroll up. We'll write const curly braces, and here we'll get the data from the auth client. Auth client has been imported. Then we'll add dot use session, and from this use session we'll get the data. So let's get the data as session, and after that we will get the is pending. Now come here in this if statement. In this if statement we will write not of is pending and session dot user. It means the user is logged in. So in this case we will call this fetch code. It means when the user is logged in, then only they can preview the website. Here we'll add the dependency. So in this dependency array simply provide the session dot user. That's it. Save the changes, and after that let me open our web page. So here you can see we can preview our website like this. This is the preview page. You can see the URL. Let me just come back here. This is the projects page, and click on this preview. So it will open this preview. Right. Let me just come back here and open this builder. And here you can see we have this previous version, right? And we can roll back to the previous version, and here also we can use the preview. Let's click here. So it will open the preview of previous version. You can see this is the previous version where the navigation bar is dark, right? Let me just close it and come here in my projects. So we have created this functionality. After that we will come here and open this community page. So in this community page you can see we are getting the dummy data. So let's replace it with our actual data from database. For that let me just come back to the VS Code, Open the sidebar, and here we have the community.tsx file. In this one we have created this function called fetch projects, right? So here we have the code, just remove it, and in this one just add the try catch statement. In this try block we need to make the API call, so let's add const curly braces data equal to await and API. Import this API, then we'll add dot get method and provide the API path. So the API path is /API/project/published, right? And after that we will use the setter function called set projects, and in this one just add the data dot projects that we are getting from the API. Here we'll get all the public projects, right? And then we'll use the setter function set loading and make it false. Now come here in the catch block. So in this catch block we have to add the error, so just define the error type, it will be any, and then we'll add console log and error. Then we have to add the toast notification, so just add toast, import the toast, and then we'll add dot error and provide this error message. Then we have this use effect. In this use effect simply we are calling this fetch project. We don't have to check for the user here because this is the community page. Anyone can see the projects without logging in. Let me remove this import statement that is importing the dummy data. After that, let me save the changes and open the web page. So here you can see in this community we have this project, right? And after that, if I click on this card, it will open this view page, and in this view page you can see we have the loading animation, right? So first we have to create the API call in this view page also. So I'll just come back here in the VS Code, open this sidebar, then open this view.tsx file, and in this one you can see we have this fetch code. So let's just clear it, and here we will add try catch statement. In this try block let me write const curly braces data equal to await and import the API dot get method. Then provide the path here, that is /API/project/published / curly braces, and provide the project ID. So it will provide the project details using this project ID, and after that we will use the setter function set code, and in this one simply provide the data dot code. So in this data we are getting the code from the API. After that we will use the setter function set loading and let's make it false. After that come to the catch block, provide the error type any, and then we will come here in the catch block and provide the toast notification. So just import the toast and provide toast.error and provide this error message, and then we have to add console log and provide this error in console log. And after that here we have this use effect that will fetch the code, right? Here also we are not checking for the user because this is the view page. Anyone can view the website if it is public, right? So I'll just come back here and you can see this is the view page and we can easily view this one. So anyone can view this if it is available in this community page without logging in. Let's click again. So you can see it is opening this in new tab and we can view the website. So we have created the functionality. Using that we can create a new project, and after that we have added the project builder page also. This is the my projects, and here we have the project builder where we can enter the prompt and update the website, or we can also update the website manually. We can update the content like this. We can click here and update it and click on save changes. Then we have this preview button. Let's click here so we can preview it from here also. Then we have this download button, so we can download this code. So let me try this one also. I'll just click on this download. You can see the HTML file has been downloaded, and open this HTML file in new tab. So you can see this is the local file, and we can preview this website in web browser using this HTML file. So we can download the code after creating it. After that, here we have the unpublish and publish option. If it is published, then it will be displayed in the community and anyone can see this website. After that, let me just come here and we have added the community page. Then we have added this view page so that anyone can view this web page. And then we have added this credits here. And then you can see here we have the pricing page where we can buy more credits to create a new project or update the project. So next we have to add the functionality to buy more credits. For that, we will integrate the Stripe payment gateway also. Now we will start our next chapter where we will integrate the Stripe payment gateway in our project so that we can enable this purchase option. User can purchase more credits. So let's come back to the VS Code and we will close all these files. So right click and select close saved. Now let's open the sidebar and we will fold this client folder and open the server folder. We will integrate the Stripe payment gateway in the backend server. So in this one, you can see we have created the controllers folder and here we have the user controller.ts file. And in this one, we have all the controller function for user API, right? And at the end, you can see we have added this controller function to purchase credits. So in this one, we have to add the plan detail so that we can purchase the plan. So let's add try catch statement. In this try block, we will define the plan type. So let's add interface plan. And here in the plan, we will provide the credits. So in the credits, we will store number and after that we will add the amount. And in the amount also, we will store the number. Like this. And after that we will define the plans data. So let's add const plans equal to object. In this object we will add 3 different plans. So the first one is basic plan. So in this basic property, provide the object and provide the credits. Let's copy from here. And in the credits we will store 100 credit and then we'll add the amount. So let's add the amount from here and provide the amount 5. It means $5. Now let's add comma and duplicate it. In the second one, we will add the plan name called Pro and the price will be $19 and 400 credits. So let's update it. We will add Pro, then we will add 400 credits and the price is $19. Now duplicate it and in the next one we'll add the plan name Enterprise and it is for $49 and 1000 credits. Let's come here. We'll add the plan name, total number of credits 1000 and here we'll add the price $49. Save the changes and after that here we have to purchase the plan. For that, first we need the user ID and user ID is available in the request using the middleware. So again we'll add the same thing here, that is const user ID, then request dot user ID property. It is already used in other controller function also. Next we have to get the plan ID from request body. If I click on any button, then we have to provide the plan ID from this frontend or client project. So it will be sent in the body. So let's write const curly braces plan ID equal to, we will provide the request dot body, right? After that here we'll add as curly braces, provide the plan ID and it will be the key of type of plans, right? And after that here let's add const, we will write plan colon plan, this is the type, equal to this plans array, and from this plans array we will get the particular plan that user has selected using this plan ID. Let's add it here, that we are getting from the request body. So now we have the selected plan. After that, let's add the if statement. So alright, if not of plan. So in this case, we will simply add return. It means we have not provided the plan, or this plan is not available. Then in this case, we will add return response, and the status is 404. Then we'll add the message using the JSON object. So just add the message plan not found. Now suppose the plan is available, then we can create the transaction, right? And this transaction data will get saved in the database. So I'll write const, and here we'll add the variable name transaction equal to await, and then we will add the Prisma dot transaction model. And in this transaction model, we will use the create method to create a new data in database. Let's provide the data property, and here we will store the user ID. So let's add the user ID first, and in this user ID simply add the user ID exclamation sign, comma, we will add the plan ID. In this plan ID, let's provide the request dot body dot plan ID, add comma here, and after that we have to add the amount. So I'll write amount, and it will be this plan dot amount. After that we have to provide the credits. So in this credits, let's add the plan dot credits, right? So this data will get saved in the database. And after adding this transaction data in the database, we have to generate a payment link. To generate the payment link, we are going to use a Stripe. We will open the server terminal where the backend is running. So this is the backend server terminal. In this one, let's add Ctrl+C to stop the project, and here we'll install the Stripe package. So just add npm install a Stripe. Press enter. So it is installing the Stripe package, and after installation, we will again start our backend server using npm run server. So now the server is started again. Let's hide this terminal. After that, I'll just come here in the web browser, and you need to search for a Stripe. Open this website, stripe.com, and here you need to create an account. So let's click on this, sign in, and so in this login page you can see this link, create account. You can create an account on this Stripe website, and if the Stripe is not supported or available in your country, then you can use any other country name and create a test account, right? So let me log in with my existing account, and after login you will come to the Stripe dashboard. So this is the Stripe dashboard. In the bottom right side, you will find the publishable key and secret key like this. So these are the test key, right? You can use it in the test mode. And if I come here in the left side, at the bottom left corner, you will find developers. Just click here, and here also you can find the API keys. Let me just click here, API keys. So it will display your API key. From here, let's copy the secret key. And after that, let me come back to the VS Code. We will store this key in the environment variable. So open the .env file from the server, and here let's provide this key. And here we'll add the name also. So let's add the name, that is the environment variable name called a Stripe secret key. And in this one, we will provide our a Stripe secret key like this. So we have added a Stripe secret key environment variable and provided this key. Save the changes, and after that, let me just come here in the Stripe dashboard, click on developers, and click on this API reference. Let's click on this link. So it will open this documentation, you can see the URL docs.stripe.com/API. Let me enable the light mode. Now it is visible. And after that, in the left side, you will find payment methods, then we have the products, then we have checkout. So let's click on this checkout sessions. After that, click on this create a checkout session. And then in the right side, you will find this code. In this drop down, you need to choose Node.js, and you can see this is how we have to use the Stripe session. We have to create a Stripe session like this. For that, first we have to import the Stripe and create an instance of a Stripe using the Stripe package and secret key. For that, I'll just come back here, and in this controller file, we need to create a Stripe instance. So after this transaction, let's add const. Then we'll write a Stripe equal to new Stripe, and we have to import the Stripe first. So let me scroll up at the top, and here I'll write import a Stripe from a Stripe package. So we have imported this Stripe, and after that, let me come to the controller function, and here let's add new Stripe, and after that, here we have to provide the secret key. So let's add this parenthesis and provide the process dot env dot and provide this variable name, a Stripe secret key, like this. And after that, here we'll add as and provide the type. So I'll write the type a string, because we are using the TypeScript. After that, we have to create the session like this. So just copy this one, and after that, let's paste it here. So you can see here we have added this code. Using that, we can create the Stripe session. So we have const session equal to await a Stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create. So it is creating a session. In this session, we have to add the success URL. We can also add the cancel URL. So just add space here, provide cancel URL property like this, and here we'll add the URL and comma. And after that, here we have to add the line items. In this line items, let me provide one object, and in this object, let's remove this one. Here we will provide the price data. In this price data property, provide the object and provide the currency, and here let's add the currency code, that is USD. After that, we have to provide the product data, and in this product data object, provide the name of the product. So let's add the name in backticks. So it will be AI site builder dash, and then we will add the number of credits, right? So let's add $, curly braces, then provide the plan dot credits, and after that we'll add the plain text called credits. So it will be like AI site builder 1000 credits. So this will be the product name. After that, here we have to add the unit amount. So let's add unit amount property, and here let's add math.float and provide the transaction, and from this transaction let's get the amount, and in this one we have to multiply it by 100. That's it. And after that, here we'll add the comma and provide the quantity. So let's add the quantity 1. And after that, here we have the mode payment. So let's see this. session again. First we have the cancel URL. We will update this URL. Let's keep it empty string and empty string. Then we have the line items. In the line items we have one object like this. And after that, in this one we have the price data property and quantity. There are two properties here. And in this price data, we have to provide the currency, then product data and unit amount. After that, we will come here. Here we have the payment mode. After this payment mode, we can add other data also. So here we'll add the metadata property. In this metadata property, we can add any details for the transaction session, right? So let's add the transaction ID that we will use to verify this transaction. So we have added the transaction ID. It will be the transaction.id. After that, let me add the app ID. And in this app ID, let's add the name called AI Site Builder, like this. And after that, here we will add the comma. And after this metadata, we will add the expiry time for this payment link or session. So let's add expires at property. In this expires at property, provide the math.floor, and here let's add the date.now /1000, and then we'll add plus 30 multiplied by 60. So we have added this expiry time, that is 30 minutes. So let me add the comment also. So we have added the comment here, expires in 30 minutes. So this session will get expired after 30 minutes. And from this session, we will get a URL that will be the payment URL, correct? So we can send that URL in the response. So at the bottom, before this catch block, let me write final response. So just add response.json, and in this one provide the object, and let's add the property called payment link. So this payment link will be our session.url. From this session we'll get the URL. This will be the payment link. So we have sent the payment link in the response. Now come here in the catch block, we'll provide the error type. It will be any, and then we'll add the console log and provide error message. So after this console log, let me provide the response also. So just add response.status 500, and the message is error.message, like this. After that, here we have to add one more thing. We have to add the success URL and cancel URL. So after success, user will be redirected to the loading screen, and after loading, it will open the other pages, right? And if the payment is cancelled, then the user will be redirected to home page. So let's just come here. You can see we are getting the data from the request, right? So here only we will get the origin, that will be the front-end URL. We will get it from the request. So I'll write const curly braces, or we can simply get the origin from this request. So let's add const origin equal to the request dot headers, and from this headers let's find the origin property as a string, right? Now let's provide this origin in this success URL. So here we'll add the backticks, provide $, curly braces, origin, and then /loading. So it will open the front-end URL /loading path. And after that, let me just copy it here in the cancel URL, and in this cancel URL, we will simply provide the origin, remove this loading path. So it will open the home page. So we have created this API to create our payment. It will generate a payment link. Now we can integrate this API with our front end and we will be able to make the payment and purchase the credit. But the payment will be unverified. We have to verify the payment using a Stripe webhooks. So let me set up the Stripe webhooks also. After that we will integrate this API in front end. So let's come back here in the Stripe documentation. Let me open this page docs.stripe.com like this. And here you need to search for webhooks. Open this first recommendation and here we have this path called docs.stripe.com/webhooks. After that, here you need to scroll down and you will find this code in this create a handler. So here we have the drop down. We can choose Node.js from this drop down and you will get this code. So you can see we have to create a webhook controller function like this. So we will create the separate file for this webhooks controller. And in that one we will create this function. So let me just come here in the VS Code, open the sidebar. Here we have the controllers folder. So in this one create a new file and write the file name a stripe webhook.ts. We have created this file and after that in this one let's create a function. So I'll write export const and the function name a stripe webhook equal to async arrow function. Like this. Now in this function parameter we will get the request and we will also get the response. So just add response. Now let's import the request and response type from the express. So here we'll add import request and response from the express and provide it here. Just add colon request and here we'll add the colon response. We have created this a stripe webhook function and after that let me just come here and see this documentation. So in this one you can see it is asking to create the variable where we will store the webhook secret key. You can see endpoint secret or a stripe webhook secret key and after that we have to create this function. So now let's copy this function. I'll copy from this curly braces and till end. Copy this one and I'll come back here and let's replace this. Remove this curly braces from here and after this arrow will add this function and here we have one curly braces missing, so at the end we'll add this curly braces. Now it is correct. So in this one you can see we have added this a stripe webhook controller function where we have let event. We have created one event variable and after that here it is checking for this endpoint secret, right? So let's add a space here. First we have to get this endpoint secret from our environment variable and here you can see we have this a stripe also, so we have to create the a stripe instance. So let's add const and we will add a stripe equal to new and here we have to create the a stripe instance. So first we will import the stripe. So here at the top we'll write import a stripe from a stripe package and now we can use this a stripe here. And after that in this one we have to provide the environment variable. So I'll write process dot env dot a stripe secret key. and then we'll add as a string. Define the type. So now we have the stripe here, and after that it is asking for the endpoint secret. So let's add const and provide this endpoint secret equal to, and here we will provide the secret key, that is the webhook secret key. So I'll just open the Stripe dashboard. In this one, let's click on this developers, and after that here you will find this webhooks. Let's just click here, and after that click on this button, add destination. After that just scroll down. Here you will find all the events. So from this one, let me find the payment intent, and in this one we will find the payment intent succeeded. Let's just check this checkbox, payment intent succeeded, and then click on continue. After that we will choose this one, webhook endpoint. Select this and click on continue, and then we have to provide the endpoint URL. So in this endpoint URL we have to provide our backend URL, and then we will provide the path like /API/Stripe. But right now our backend is running at local server, that is localhost :3000. So whenever we will deploy the backend online, we will update this endpoint later. For now we will add any URL. So let me write https example.com. For now we have added this dummy URL so that we can generate the key. After generating the key, we will provide the key and create our project, deploy it, and after deployment we will come here in the dashboard and replace our backend URL. So after adding this dummy URL, click on create destination. So here you will find the webhook secret. You can see secret key, signing secret. Just click on this eye icon and click on copy icon. After that I'll just come back here in the VS Code, open the .env file, and here we have to provide our secret key. So let's just copy this environment variable called a stripe secret key, and we will change it to a stripe webhook secret equal to, and provide this webhook secret. Save the changes, and let's come here in the Stripe webhook file, and here we will provide process .env .stripe webhook secret, and then we'll add as a string. Define the type, a string. Save the changes, and after that here you can see we have this let event. So I will add this event inside this if statement. So let's move it here. I'll cut this one and come here in this if statement, and here let's add let event, and before this event we have this const signature equal to request dot headers, and then we have this a stripe signature. Then we have this try catch block. In this try block we are creating the event, so it will be a stripe dot webhooks dot construct event. In this one we have provided request dot body, then we have provided the signature, and then endpoint secret. So in this signature you can see it is giving the warning because here we have to define the type, right? So here at the end we'll add as a string. Now it is correct. So here we have the try block. In this try block we are getting the event from this stripe webhook, and after that here we have the catch block. So here we'll add error colon any. So we have added the type any, and after that here we have the handle events. So here we are getting the event, and after that we will check for the event. So here we have the switch case statement. In this one we have the case, and the first case is payment intent succeeded. So we have subscribed this event, right? And in this one we have const payment intent equal to event.data.object, correct? And after that we have to get the session list from the checkout session. So let me just remove these comments, and here we'll add const session list equal to await, then provide the stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot list. And in this one let's add the object and provide the payment intent. And in this payment intent property we will provide the payment intent dot id, and we are getting this payment intent dot id from this event. So using this payment intent property we will get the sessions list, right? And after that we have to find the session from this list. So let's add const session equal to session list dot data index 0, like this. And after that from this particular session we have to extract the transaction ID and app ID. So it was added in the metadata property while creating the session, right? So I'll write const curly braces, we will restructure the transaction ID and also we'll get the app ID that we have added in the metadata while creating the session. So just add equal to our session dot metadata property, and after that here we have to add the type. So just add as curly braces, provide the transaction ID a string, then provide semicolon app ID, and in this app ID also we'll add colon a string. That's it. Now after that let me add the if statement. We will add the if app ID equal to the app name that we have added while creating the session. So here we'll add the AI site builder, and then we'll add the AND operator and provide the transaction ID. So if it is true, so in this case we will add the data in database. It means we will update our transaction. So let's add const transaction equal to await, then we'll add the Prisma, import this Prisma from the library folder or lib folder, then we'll add dot transaction model, and after that we'll add dot update. We will update the transaction data. So let's add where property, it will find the particular transaction using the ID, and in this one just provide the transaction ID. Then we'll add the data that needs to be updated. So in this data we will just update the isPaid property and we will make it true, because we are getting the event, and in the event we are getting the payment intent succeeded. It means the payment was successful. So after getting that we will find that transaction ID, and using this transaction ID we will find the transaction data in database and we will change the isPaid property true, right? And after making this property true we will increment the credits, right? So here let's add the comment. We will write add credits to the user data. So let's add await Prisma dot user dot update, and then we'll add the object, then provide the where property. It will find the user using the ID, and the ID will be our transaction dot user ID property, and after finding the user just add the data, and in this data let's add the credits property, and in this credits let's add the object and provide increment. So it will increment the existing credits. So just add the transaction dot credits. That's it. So after that, here we have this break. Then we have the next case. So let me just remove it. So after that, we have this default case, and in this one we have console log unhandled event type, and the event name will be added here. And after that, we have this response JSON received true. That's it. So we have created this webhooks handler function, and after that we have to create the endpoint using this webhooks handler. If I open the documentation, you can see we have to add the endpoint like this using this app.post and provide the path like this, and then we will add the express.raw type application JSON. So I'll just come back here in the VS Code, open our main file, that is server.ts file, and in this one here we have added the app.useCourse. So just after that we will add app.post. In this app.post we will add the path, so we can add our own path. So I'll write API/Stripe. So this will be the endpoint for a Stripe webhooks. Then we'll add comma and provide this one, that is express.raw, and in this one we have type application JSON. Then we'll add the comma here, and then we will provide the Stripe webhook controller function, that is a Stripe webhook. You can see the Stripe webhook has been imported from the controllers/Stripe webhook.js file. So we have configured the Stripe webhook API. After that, let's save the changes. So now we have completed the backend of our application. Now let's link this Stripe payment with our front end. So we will open the client project. In this client project, we will open src. Then we will open the pages. In this pages, we have the pricing.tsx file. In this file, scroll up, and here you can see we have this handle purchase function. Here we can make the API call. For that, we will check for the user is logged in or not. So here let's add const curly braces. We will get the data as session. So let's add session and equal to auth client, and the auth client has been imported from the lib/auth client. After that, we'll add dot use session. So now we have the session data, and after that let's come here in this handle purchase function. In this one, simply add try catch block. In this try block, we'll add the if statement and provide if not of session ? dot user. It means the user is not logged in. So simply add return and we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast, import the toast, then we'll add message. So I'll write the message here, please log into purchase credits. Let's add it in quote. You can see the toast has been imported. And after that, suppose the user is logged in, then we'll make the API call. So I'll write const curly braces data equal to await and provide the API, import the API from the configs folder. Then we'll write dot post method, and then we'll add the path, that is /API/user/purchase credits, like this. And after that, in this one we have to provide the plan ID. So just add curly braces, provide the plan ID that we are going to purchase, correct? And after that, in this data, we will get the payment link, right? So we have to navigate the users on this link. So let's add the window dot location dot href, and here we will provide the data that we are getting from the response, and from this data we will get the payment link property. So it will open this payment link when we click on the purchase button. And let's come here in the catch block. Here we'll add the error and type will be any. Then we'll add the toast notification. So just add toast.error and provide this error message. And then we'll add the console log and provide the error in console also. That's it. Now after that, we can test this one. So I'll just come back to the web page. Let me refresh this web page and click on this second plan, that is Pro plan. Click on buy now. So you can see it is opening this payment link. Here you can see the product name AI Site Builder 400 credits, and this is the price. And after that, here we can enter the card details and make the payment. But the payment will be successful, but the credits won't be added because the webhooks will not work right now, because we have added the example URL in the webhooks. For that, we have to deploy the project and update the webhook URL in the Stripe dashboard. So let's just come back here, and we have to add one more thing here. Once the payment will be processed, it means the payment is successful, then the user will be redirected to the loading screen for few seconds. So here you can see we have added the pages folder. Then in this one, we don't have any loading page. So we have to create a new page called loading. So let's create a new page or new file, loading.tsx. And in this one, let's add the RAFCE to create the component structure. And after that, in this one, let me add the height and flex. So just add the class name, height screen, flex column. So the content will be aligned in the center. Then we will add a div that will be displayed in the center. So here we have this div, and in this div we'll add the loader icon. So let's add the loader to icon from Lucid React. It has been imported. And after that, here we'll add some classes also. So let's add the class name for this loader. We will set the size, animate a spin, and text indigo 200. And we'll add the classes for the div that contains this icon. So here we'll add these classes like this. And after that, here we'll add one more thing. So before this return statement, we will add one use effect. So let's add the use effect. In this use effect, create the arrow function and provide one dependency array. And then in this function, we will add the set timeout. And in this set timeout, let's provide arrow function like this. And then we'll add the time, that is 6000 milliseconds, that is 6 seconds. And within this, we will add window dot location dot href, and here we will add the path, that is home page. So what will happen when user will come to this loading page, they will be redirected to home page after 6 seconds. We have created this time delay because the webhooks confirmation or webhooks verification will take few seconds. That's why after payment, user will see the loading screen, and after that they will be redirected to home page. Here we have the timeout. We can remove this import statement. It will work. Now let's save the changes. And after that, we have to mount our loading component in our main file, that is app.tsx. So we will open our app.tsx file, and here at the end we will mount our loading component. So let's add the route and close it. Then we will provide the path. So in this path, simply add /loading, right? and then we'll add the element, and in this element simply provide the loading page. So the loading page has been imported here like this. Now save the changes, and if I open the web page, and here if I type the localhost colon 5173 and loading, you can see it is displaying this loading animation, and after 6 seconds it will open the home page. You can see we are redirected to home page. So now we have completed our full stack AI site builder project. Next we have to deploy this project online, and after deployment we will update the webhooks URL in the Stripe dashboard. Now we will start the next chapter where we will deploy our project online. For that we are going to use Hostinger VPS. So just open this link GreatStack dev/go/Hostinger and you will also find this link in the video description. So just click on the link and come to this web page. Here you will find the Hostinger VPS plan. And here you can see the Cyber Week sale is going on. So in this period you will get the maximum discount. So don't miss this sale. Let me scroll down, and here you will find all the plans for VPS. Here we have KVM1 where you will get 1 CPU, 4 GB of RAM, 50 GB of disk space and 4 TB bandwidth. And you can also go for KVM2 plan where you will get the 2 CPU, then 8 GB RAM, 100 GB of disk space and 8 TB of bandwidth. And after that we have other plans also, KVM4 and KVM8. So this KVM1 and KVM2 is enough for deploying your project. You can choose any of these plan. Let me choose this KVM2. I will click on this button, choose plan. On this page you can see we have selected the KVM2 hosting, that is the VPS server, and after that here we have the period. So you can buy this hosting for 1 month, 12 months and 24 months. So whenever you will buy this for 1 month, you need to renew it every month, and the renewal cost will be very high. That's why at least go for the 12 months or 24 month plan. If I choose 24 month, you can see the price will be this one. It could be different for different country. And if I increase the duration like 24 months, you can see we will get additional discount for this price. So you can see the reduced price when we select the 24 months duration. And let me choose the 12 months only. And after that, if I go to right side, you can see here we have the order summary. And in this one, we have a coupon code. So we can apply the coupon code to get additional discount. So here we'll add the coupon code called GreatStack. Whenever you are using the 12 months plan, then provide this coupon code GreatStack, click on apply. So you can see it will add additional 10% discount, correct? But if you are choosing the 24 months plan, let me choose 24 months, and here you will get 15% using this code, that is GreatStack 15. Let's add GreatStack 15 in this coupon code, click apply. So it will provide additional 15% discount like this. So after adding this coupon code, here you can see one more thing, that is we are getting a free domain name for 1 year with this order. So we can claim a free domain name. And after that, you can scroll down, and here we have to choose the server location. So we have multiple locations available here. So choose your nearest server according to your country. And after that, here you can choose the operating system also. This is optional, but it will help us to deploy our project. So the Hostinger is providing this beautiful option. We can install different operating system. We can install the operating system with some panel, and we can also install the application while purchasing this server. So let me choose this plain OS, and here we are going to choose the Ubuntu operating system. Let's click here. After that, in this drop down, we will choose this Ubuntu 24.04 LTS. That is the stable version. Click on confirm. And after that, I'll click on this continue button. After that, it will open this page where you need to provide the billing details and then click on continue. So in this payment method, you can see we have the card payment option, UPI, PayPal and EMI option. So you can use any of your preferred payment method and complete this purchase. After completing the payment, you will come to the Hostinger dashboard where it will ask you to choose the region and it will ask you to set the password for your VPS server. I have already purchased the VPS hosting. So if I open the dashboard, we have the home page and in this one, we have these existing VPS server. You can find it in this left sidebar also. We have the VPS and here you will find the VPS server. So in this one, I'll click on this manage button. Let me just click here. So in this one, you can see we have complete details. We have this operating system installed on our VPS server. This is the IP address and this is the root access. We will add this in the terminal and provide the root password. And the password will be the same that you have provided while purchasing this VPS server. After making the payment, it will ask you to set the password. You need to provide that password to access the server using the terminal, using this SSH. And after that, here we have other details like we have the disk usage, then memory usage. And after that, here we have other details like current plan name, expiry date, auto renewal is on or off, then memory, disk space, and here we have the server location and operating system host name, right? So after that, we need the domain name also because we will deploy our project and we will connect the domain names so that anyone can access the website using the website name. For that, I'll just come here in this domains. Let's click here. Then click on get a new domain. And here we will search for the domain name that I want to purchase. So I'll search for aisitebuilder.com. Let me click on this search button. You can see the message here. This domain is already taken. So let me search any other domain name. So I'll change the domain name extension. I'll write aisitebuilder.dev. Click on search button. So you can see exact match, it is available. So we can get this domain. So this is my old account, that's why I have to buy this. But if you have not claimed your free domain, then you will get this domain name for free with your hosting plan, that is the VPS hosting. So let me purchase this domain. I'll click on this buy now button. So here I'll choose the duration 1 year and click on complete payment. Here I'll enter the payment method and complete this payment. After that, here we have this message, start using your new domain, and we have to verify this email ID within 14 days. Let me just click on this continue button. Then click on skip. After that, it is opening this page. Here you can see this notification. We will verify this email ID, and after that you can just come here in the VPS. Let me open this VPS page. Now I'll click on this manage button in this VPS server. Now we can access our VPS terminal using this SSH root at IP address and provide the SSH password. And we have one more option here. You can see at the top right corner we have this terminal. So let me just click on this one. So it will open our VPS terminal. So you can see it is opening the new tab, and in this new tab we can access the VPS terminal, right? You can see now we are connected with our VPS server. You can see the username root. After that, we have to follow some steps to deploy our full stack project. So for that, just open the new tab and open this repository github.com/GreatStackDev, and then go to nodes. And in this nodes, you will find this one. deploy MERN on VPS. We have this deploy MERN on VPS MD file. Let's open it. And here we have the step-by-step guide to deploy our MERN or PERN project on VPS server. So first we have to get the VPS hosting using this link, and after that we have to connect with the terminal using this SSH and provide the password. After that, let's follow other steps. So here let's copy this command and paste it here in the terminal. Press enter. It is executing this command. Then we will copy the next command. Let's just copy this one and come here. And now we will paste this new one and press enter. It is also completed. Let's see the next step. And after that, let me just follow this step, install Node.js and npm. For that, copy this command and paste it here. Press enter. So it will install the Node.js and npm. Now let's see the next step. So we have to execute this command. Let's copy and paste it here. After that, here we have the next command, nvm install 22. Copy this one and paste it here in the terminal. It is also completed. Now let's see the next step. So we have to install the Git. For that, let me just copy this and paste it here. After that, let's see the next step. So the next step is to setting the database. In this project, we are using the Neon database. So we will skip this part. So we will skip this second part. Directly come here in the third one. So the third one is deploy the Express and Node.js backend. So first we have to deploy the backend server. So you can see we have to create a directory, and after that we will navigate to this directory, and in this one we have to clone our project from Git, right? It means first we have to deploy our project on GitHub, and then we can clone the project on this VPS server. For that, we will come back to the VS Code and let's close all the files. So right click, close saved. And after that, here we have the client folder, server folder. So just after that, here we'll create a new file. Write the file name .gitignore. So we have created this gitignore file in the site builder directory. And here we have to add the file name that will be ignored from the git push. So in this gitignore file, we will add the file name .env. So it will ignore the environment variable file, and we'll also add node_modules folder. That's it. After that, just click on this icon source control. If the Git is configured in your system, then you will see this icon. So I'll click here and click on initialize repository. So now you can see here we have total 60 changes, right? And after that, here we have to add the commit message. So let's add. So we have added the message first commit, but before committing the changes, here we have to add one more change. So I'll open this file, then open this server folder. Here we have this package.json file. In this one, we have to add one more script. So let's add the script name. So we'll add the comma here and provide the script name post install : and here we will add npx prisma generate. Make sure to add this one before uploading the code on GitHub. We have added it here. Now let's close this file. And after that, I'll click on this source control icon. Let's click on this commit button. Now I'll click on this button, publish branch. And here we have to add the repository names. So I'll keep the same repository name, site-builder, and then we will choose the repository type. So let me choose the private repository, right? So here we are using publish to GitHub private repository and this GitHub username / repository name. Click here. So it will upload our code on GitHub. Now let me open my GitHub profile. So now you can see our project is uploaded on GitHub, correct? After that, let's see the documentation. So in this document, you can see we have to create this directory. So I'll just copy this and open this terminal. In this terminal, let's provide this command. So it will create this directory. Now we have to navigate it here. So just copy this and navigate to this directory. Now we are in this directory. After that, here we have to clone our project. For that, we'll add git clone and provide the repository. So I'll come here and here click on this button and click on this icon, right? Just copy this one and come back here. In this terminal, we'll add git clone. So we have added the git clone here. After that, we will provide this URL. But right now it will not work because our repository is private. You can see the repository is private. So let's make the repository public. I'll go to settings and here we'll change the visibility, change to public. And now we can execute this command. Let's press enter. It is done. After that, we can make our repository private again. So change the visibility, change to private. So you can see right now this repository is private. After that, we will simply come here and see the documentation. So after this git clone, we have to check the repository. We will go to folder name and then we'll go to the project name, that is server or client, right? So we have the server folder for the backend, correct? So we'll write the folder name using the cd to navigate to our project folder. So here we'll add cd and write site builder. Press enter. So now you can see we are in this site builder, and in this site builder we have the client and server. So let's navigate to server. So now we are in the server directory. Now in this server project, we have to install the dependencies. So let's copy this, npm install, paste it here. So it will install the dependencies in the backend server. It is installing it. So let me see the next step. So after that, you can see we have to create the environment variable file using this nano.env. So I'll just copy this one and let me just come here. You can see after executing this npm install, we are getting some error. It is failed because it says missing required environment variables. So first we have to provide the environment variables also. So you can see this command here. Using that, we can create the environment variable file nano.env. Just provide this command here in this server. It will create and open this file. Now in this file, we have to add the environment variables data. So I'll open the VS Code, then open server.env file. So in this one, we have the environment variables. So let's move it here. First, we'll add the node environment, then trusted origin, then we have the database URL, then we have the better auth, and then we have the API key for the AI, then a stripe and a stripe webhooks. So we have to provide all these environment variables. But in this one, we'll make some changes. instead of this development, we will make it production. And instead of this trusted origins, here we will add the live URL, that is our domain name. So I'll write https and provide AI site builder.dev, that is our domain name. After that, just copy everything, and here also you can see we have this localhost URL in this better auth URL. So let me update this one also. So I'll just copy and paste it here, and here we have to provide the backend URL, right? So in this one we will add different URL. I'll write https://api.aisitebuilder.com. So this will be our backend link, right? Now let me just copy this and I'll paste it here. Right click and select paste. Now we have to save the changes and close this file. For that we'll add Ctrl X, Y, enter. That's it. Now we can try our npm install. So just copy this npm install, paste it here. So you can see the dependencies has been installed. Now let's see the next step. So you can see we have to install the PM2 to restart the backend server. For that, let me just copy this command, paste it here. So it is installing PM2 globally, and it is completed. Let's see the next step. So here we have to add this command PM2 start and then provide the file name, that is the main file of our backend server. But this command is written for the project created using JS, right? If we have created the Express application using JS, then we will use this one. But we have created our project, that is the Express application, using TypeScript. So we are going to modify this one. We'll just copy this, come here in this terminal. In this terminal, we will paste this command PM2 start, and after that we will type npm, then we will type -- name, and here we have to add any name. So let's add the name site builder server. Then we'll add a space. So just add a space here and add -- space start. Press enter. So now you can see this site builder server has been added in PM2, correct? And it is online. After that, we will come here in the documentation. You can see the next step, that is a start backend on a startup, right? So let's just copy this PM2 startup, paste it here. After that, copy this second command PM2 save. Press enter. It is done. Now let's see the next step. So it is asking allow backend port in firewall. For that we have this command that will check the firewall is enabled or not. So just copy this one and paste it here. So you can see it is inactive. So we have to activate it using this command. Copy this one, paste it here. Now here we will press yes, enter. It is done. You can see firewall is active and enabled on the system startup. Let's see the next step. So we have to allow this open SSH and we will allow the port number. So just copy this one, paste it here. Rule added, and after that copy this command, paste it here. Here you can see the port number is 4000. So let me update it. In the project we have used 3000, right? We have created the backend server on port 3000, so we have updated it here. Then press enter. It is also added in the rule. Let's see the next step. So here you can see the next step is to deploy the React frontends. So you can see we have to navigate to our main directory. So I'll just come here and we will write cd ... So now we are in this site builder directory. If I type ls here, you can see in this one we have the client and server. So now we have to deploy the client project. So let's add cd client. So now we are in the client directory. After that, here also we have to add the dependencies. You can see the step here also, npm install. It will install the dependencies. So just add npm install, press enter. And after that, you can see the next step, we have to create the environment variable file. So use this nano.env. Copy this one, come here. It is installing the package. Now it is done. Let's create this file using nano.env, and here we have to provide the environment variable for the client. So let's open the VS Code. Then we will reset this, and after that we will open the client project. In this client we have the .env file. Here you can see we have only this wheat base URL, right? So we will add this in the environment variable. So in this one we will update the URL. It will be https:// and provide the backend link, that is api.ai site builder.dev. So we have added the backend link, that is the wheat base URL api.ai site builder.dev. Just copy this one, and after that I'll just come here and paste it here. Now we have to save the changes, so just add Ctrl X, Y, enter. So we have created the environment variable also. After that you can see the next step, that is create build of our project. So just copy this npm run build, paste it here. Here we are getting some error because we have used some import statement and that data is not used in the code. So we can remove these import statement from the code and deploy the project, or we have one more option. We can simply use npx wheat build. So it will also create the build. Let's press enter. You can see it is creating the build. So our build has been created. So it will create the build in the dist folder. Let me just come here in this documentation. You can see after creating this build, we have to install nginx, right? So let's follow this step. Just copy this command, paste it in this terminal. It is executing this command, so we can see the next step. We can copy this one, sudo ufw status. Let's copy this, paste it here. So it will display the active port number, right? Here we have open SSH, then 3000. Let's see the next step. We have to enable this in the firewall, that is nginx full. So just copy this and paste it here. So it is also added. After that you can see the next step. So we have to create the config file where we will add the details like port number, server name, where we will add the domain name, and then we have to provide the location. So here we will provide the dist folder of our front end. So let's create this file. So here we have this command. Let me just copy it and I'll paste it in the notepad. So here you can see we have to execute this nano/etc nginx sites available, and then we have to provide the domain name or website name. So here let me update the domain name. It will be AI site builder .dev .conf. Just copy this one and come here in the terminal, paste it here. Now in this one we have to paste this configuration, so just copy this and I'll paste it here. Here we have to update the domain, so this is the domain name. I'll write server name, it will be aisitebuilder.dev, and we will also add www.aisitebuilder.dev, and after that here we have the location. So in this location we'll add the directory where www/your repository. So our repository name is site builder, correct? And then we will add the client repository name, that is client, and the build is created in this dist folder, so it is correct. So we have added site builder client dist. Now let's just copy this and we will paste it here. After that we will save the changes, so just add Ctrl X, Y, enter. Now let's see the next step. So after that you can see we have to create this similar file for other front-end project if we have, and after that you can see we have to create the symbolic link to enable the sites. So I'll just copy this command and paste it here. In this one we will update the site name. So let me provide site available, then we'll add the domain name aisitebuilder.dev.conf, and here we'll add the etc nginx site enabled. Just copy this one and come here, paste it in this terminal. Let's press enter. It is done. Now let's see the next command. So here we have to test the nginx configuration, right? So just copy this one and paste it here. You can see the syntax is okay and test is successful. Let's see the next command. Just copy this one. That will restart the nginx. So let's paste it here. It is restarted, and after that let's see the next command. So we have to create the reverse proxy for nginx where we'll configure our backend. So I'll just copy this and paste it here. And in this one we have to update the site name. It will be API, then we'll add the domain name. So I'll write AI site builder .dev.conf. Here we have added API also because this is the backend URL. Just copy this one and come back to the terminal, paste it here. And now in this one we have to add this configuration for the backend. Just copy it, paste it here and update the URL. So I'll add the domain name here, that is API sitebuilder.dev, and after that here you can see the location. We have this localhost and let's make it 3000, and after that everything is correct. Simply copy it and paste it here. Then click on Ctrl X, Y, enter. That's it. Now after that let's see the next step. So we have to create the symbolic link again for this backend. So just copy this and paste it here. Here we will add the domain, that is api.aisitebuilder.dev. Now just copy this one and paste it here. So we have created the symbolic link. After that you can see again we have to restart the Nginx. So let's copy it and paste it here. Execute this command. That will restart Nginx. So we have added this command that will reset the Nginx, and after that you can see the next step. We have to connect the domain name with the website. So we have added our domain name for this project. Next we have to point our domain to this project using the IP address, right? So you can see we have this message: point all your domains and subdomains on VPS IP address by adding DNS records in your domain manager, right? And after adding this IP address, we can enable the SSL also. So let me just come back here in the Hostinger dashboard, and in this one we will open the domain. So let's click on this sidebar, open domains, and click on domain portfolio. So here we have this AI site builder.dev. We have 3 dots. Just click here and click on edit DNS zone. So in this page we can edit the DNS record, and here you can see we have this a name, right? In this a name we have this IP address. So we will update this. For that, let me open our VPS server in new tab. I'll right click here, open in new tab, and then we will open this VPS server. And here you will find this IP address. Just copy this one and click on this edit and provide this IP address. So this domain will be pointed to this VPS IP. Click on update. Let me increase it. So I'll write this one. Click on update. And after that we have to add one more A record. So here in this drop down we will choose A, then we'll add API, and here we'll add the IP address and click on add record. Click on confirm. So now our main domain and this subdomain, that is API, is pointed to this IP address. Let me find it here. You can see here we have the A record, name is API, and this content is IP address. That's it. After that, let's see the documentation. So after pointing the domain name to the particular IP address, we have to set up the SSL certificate. For that, let me just copy this one. And before executing this command, you need to wait for 10 to 15 minutes because it takes time to change the DNS record, right? So after that, if I open this terminal and paste this command, sudo apt install -y certbot and then this one, and press enter. So it will work. And let's see the next command. So we have to obtain the SSL for this domain name, right? So I'll just copy this one and let's paste it here. Here you can see we have this certbot --nginx -d, and then we have to provide the domain name. So this is the domain name, AI site builder. After that we'll add -d www dot and then provide the domain name, that is AI site builder.dev. And after that again add -d, and here we will provide the API, then AI site builder.dev. Let me reduce the size. So you can see it is like this: certbot nginx d AI site builder, then we have this -d www AI site builder.dev, then -d API.ai site builder.dev. So we have all the domain and subdomain. Just copy this one and paste it here in the terminal. Press enter. Now it is asking for the email address. So let me provide the email address here. Press enter. Now we'll press Y for yes. Now we'll press no for N. Now it is trying to obtain the SSL for our domains. Now it is completed. You can see this message: congratulations, you have successfully enabled HTTPS on this domains. right? After that, we will see the next step. So you can see we can verify the auto renewal of our SSL using this dry run. So just copy this one, paste it here. So you can see the message simulating renewal of existing certificate, right? Because these certificates are issued for 90 days and after that it will be auto renewed. So you can see the message, congratulations, all simulated renewals succeeded. So it will automatically renew our SSL certificate before getting expired within 90 days. So we have completed this SSL certificate installation. Let's see the next step. So you can see we have completed all the steps and we have deployed our project. Now let me open our URL or website. So let's open this AI site builder.dev. Just copy and open it in the new tab. So you can see our website is live. Correct? Now let me try to log in here. So I'll click on this get started button and here we'll add the email ID that I have used to sign up. So now you can see we can successfully sign up on this website, and after that if I open my projects, here we have the projects also, right? But if I go to pricing and go to buy now, it will open the payment link and we will be able to make the payment, but the payment will be unverified. We will not get the credit. So to fix it, we will just come here in the Stripe dashboard, open this webhook section. Here you will find this edit destination. Let's click on this edit. And after that, you can see we have added the example.com. So let me update it. Here we will add our URL. And in this one, we will add the backend URL. This will be https API dot. Then we'll add /API /Stripe. Let me write it here so that you can see clearly. We have added this https api.ai site builder. So this is the backend URL, and then we have added the path /API/Stripe like this. And after that, just click on this save destination. Now it is saved and you can see it is active, right? After that, I'll just come here, refresh this website, and right now you can see we have 5 credits. Let me click on this buy now button. I'll buy this credit, 400 credits for $19. Click here to buy now. And after that, here we have to provide the billing details. So let me provide my email ID and then we'll provide the test card number. So here we'll add the dummy card number that will be used for testing the Stripe payment. Here we'll add any future year and month, and then we'll add the CVV, then add any name and click on this button, pay. Now we have successfully completed the payment, and after that here we have the loading screen, and after that it will open the home page. And in this navigation bar, you can see now we have 405 credits. So we can easily purchase the credit, and after that we can generate the website also. So now let's try to generate a new website. So here I am writing the prompt, create a college website. So it is creating our project. You can see our prompt here in the conversation in the left sidebar. After that you can see the loading animation, and then the AI has improved our prompt. So this is the enhanced prompt, and using this prompt it is generating our website. Until it generates the website, it will display this loading on this page, and it will take time to generate the website. It depends on the AI model. So we can always go to other pages and we will come back later. So you can see it is creating it, and we can come here on home page, then go to my projects. So here you can see we have no preview, and this is the project title, create a college project or create a college website. We can always open it and check whether the website is generated or not. You can see here we have the message, now generating your website. Let me come here, explore the other pages. So here we have the community page where we have only one project. After that, here we have the other features like settings. We can update the name, email, we can change the password, we can delete our account. And after that we have the pricing page. We have already tested it, it is working fine. Now let me go to community and click on this project. So it will open the live website like this. We can view this website online, so anyone can see the public website that is available in the community, right? Let me just close it and open the my projects and open this one, and let's wait for this website to be completed. Now you can see our website has been generated. Here we have so many menus in the navigation bar. Then we have this text, and after that you can see here we have the animated slider. In that slider we have some text, that's why it looks like overlapping text. After that we have other sections also, so we can preview this website in new tab. Let's just click on this preview. So you can see this website in full screen. Let me scroll down. You can see we have all the sections. And we can also click on these menu items. It will scroll the web page like this. Now if you want to modify it, you can modify manually, or you can also use the AI to update this website. Like if I want to change this title, I'll click here and update it using this edit element section, right? But I'll use this AI. So here we'll add the prompt, remove a student portal, financial aid and events from the navigation menu, and we have added replace the sliding placeholders with unsplash images in the hero section. Now we will send this prompt. You can see we have the loading animation here because it is generating the new prompt. So it will generate the enhanced prompt like this, and after that it will update our website code using this prompt. So just wait for that. Now you can see the message here. I have made the changes to your website. You can now preview it. And this is the updated website. You can see the navigation bar. It has been updated, and here we have 3 images in the hero section. We can slide these images. Now let's click on this preview so we can open this website in full screen. If I click on about, it is scrolling the website to about section, then academics, admissions, campus life and contact. So this website is looking perfect. So finally we have completed our AI website builder project and we have deployed it online. I hope this video will be helpful for you. If you have any question, you can ask me in the comment section. Please like and share this video and also subscribe my channel GreatStack to watch more videos like this one. Thank you so much for watching this video.